Hello everyone and welcome to day 5 of the second week of CrossFire West League. I'm your host as usual, Zika Star, and with me Hazim.
Hi Zika, hi everyone at home. I'm super excited for tonight. Obviously, who's not excited after seeing yesterday games, first week games? So yeah, I'm super excited for tonight.
Me as well. Today we have lots of teams to talk about as we see the standings behind us. We have GG, ROC Esports, UNK, Anubis, TBI, Entropy, lastly GG and Triple 9 as we see on the screen.
Yeah, first place for GG, and who else but GG deserves this spot. It's a fight between El Clasico and El Derby, GG and ROC Esports, that we can witness tonight. It's the main event, in my opinion. The second game, don't go anywhere because GG and ROC are going to be playing approximately in 1 or 2 hours from now. And we have Anubis versus Triple 9. Triple 9 is suffering, Zika, in the last place of the league. I'm not sure what's their approach to tonight's games and next day's games, but if they have something in mind, they surely need to execute it ASAP.
They surely needed to see this recap, see this previous day highlights, and try to learn. Like what? Like Anubis. Anubis had a rough start. They started with 2 losses, but now they have 2 victories in their score. They are in the 4th place. They are building up. They're working hard and they're getting it done.
Yeah, coming back after not performing the best, Anubis, as you said, to getting not 1 win but 2 wins on 2 days. So Anubis is feeling it right now, Zika. And as you said in the previous week, first week is just the warm-up week. Just I'm getting started. I'm getting to know the other teams. I'm sensing how other teams play. You know, feeling the off-season days, getting this dust off certain teams, and I mean, how can we see team Triple 9 tonight? Are they gonna get the first one? Are they gonna lose again? Too many questions on the table, and just the answers with the players and the teams.
The answers will be given in these next weeks to come in this season 1 of CrossFire West League. 8 top teams battling for glory for a huge prize money, $228,000. But we're going through just week 2.
Week 2, yes.
Day 5. We still have today, we still have tomorrow, and we have 3 best of 3s today to see and look upon. Yes, as the screen behind us shows, we have Anubis versus 999 this first series, this first game. I know there is a lot to talk about Anubis. There less to talk about Triple 9 as they didn't improve much. Vice versa, they performed very well in the first week rather than yesterday.
I mean, I hope to see a new shape, a new form of this Triple 9 team. I genuinely want to see them win, not because I'm biased or anything, but I want to see all the teams are fighting for the first place, at least for the top 3. Yeah, exactly. At least fight for the top 3. You know, get your things together, lock in more. Let us see more from Triple 9, because every time we see Triple 9, they are not performing, they are losing, and they are not giving us the outcome. Forget about us, the talents, and remember the viewers, the people that love Triple 9 and come to watch them. I mean, surely they'd be disappointed when they see their team lose one day after another. Vice versa for Anubis, who started on losing and then came back to the right route, and after seeing the interview with Saad yesterday, saying, don't worry, we got this, it's an easy comeback for us. You know, we start slow, but we surely come back. And yes, so I'm super excited for the boys. With QGK and Comics, the key players for both teams. Obviously, QGK does perform day by day, yet surely it's not enough for them to win the game.
I see a rough start for 999. They had their moments. They took a game, I think, from GG, if
First day.
I'm not mistaken. Um, they performed really well in this game, but we don't know what happened. We don't know how the scrims, the analytical point of view at 999 going on. But here's the roster of Anubis Gaming, locked and ready for game 1 in this day 5 of second week of CrossFire West League. Continuing the spirit of yesterday must have given them a boost, a mental boost, a confidence boost to go through this series and this week, of course, after beating yesterday one of the most contenders for the championship.
Yeah, moving on to 999. Here's the boys of 999, TJK, CRS, and the rest of the legend. I mean, look, 999, they got the names, yet they are not able to get the first one for them. Hard time, struggling, not able to, achieve the first and build the first stone of the pyramid for them. And on the other counter, it's Anubis who are building step by step this huge pyramid. The Pharaohs want one more win for them to go another place on the standings. I'm afraid for 999 because if they keep losing, teams will change the perspective how they see 999. They're going to see it as the team that we win to far more points.
True.
Of course, 999 does not want to be in this place. Zika, it's a bad place to be in, but winning tonight's game would change everything for 999.
Moving on to this series, do you think 999 has what it takes to get a victory? Because
Go on.
I think we're not over or underestimating anyone, but I think all teams shown potential.
Exactly.
Shown some potential.
Exactly. That's why I tried to cut you, because I think 999 every day they are showing that they got the potential to actually achieve one game, to actually move a bit on the standings, to go one step forward, but that does not happen. So we don't want to speak too much about 999 and Anubis. Why don't we let them speak for themselves? And here's the map veto.
I think Anubis banned sub-A's because it's favored from both teams, 999 and Anubis. So Anubis decided to take that off. Ankara for Anubis on the first map port, for the second compound for the decider map. So both teams took comfort, let's say, maps. Nothing new here, especially for the decider compound. We know the compound or port on the decider map means it's an open game.
Yeah, it is an open game. I mean, judging by Ankara and how we see Anubis play Ankara, it's their favorite map, if I'm not mistaken. They are always comfortable and cool with the map itself. But when we speak about 999, okay, even if you lost the first map, port is your pick. So you have to make up for it. But I don't think we will see 999 losing the second map. Hopefully it goes 3 maps, man. Hopefully it goes 3 maps. I mean, we want to see more of 999.
But I want to put some predictions, some spicy predictions.
All right.
And I want to give a bold statement. Let's
Go
say,
on.
if 999 wins a game, judging their previous performance, if 999 gets a game, it's Anubis' mistake. Do you think, 999, I know they can improve, I know they can develop their way of gaming style, but I think Anubis, they got there, they're ready mentally and physically to go in this game and take this series, but I think 999 is much slower, so taking a game from Anubis will be on Anubis' shoulder.
I mean, I feel you when you say if 999 do win a game, that means that Anubis are throwing more than 999 is playing well. But I don't think Anubis will throw a game starting from yesterday, because they lost already they lost already enough games to start with, and now it's time to revenge. It's time to start a new era for them. As we call it, the winter arc. It's their season arc for them. So I don't know, man. Calling the first map for Anubis, to be honest. I'd say first map, Ankara goes for Anubis.
Yeah, Ankara, they are very comfortable with this map, and taking triple line in this first map, I think will give Anubis some boost. But as usual, who's your player to watch this game?
Man, Sad got my heart in the interview yesterday, so why not watch the guy and keep a close eye on him. So it's going to be Sad from Anubis and from Triple Nine. I'll be picking BYK. Although I pick UJK as the MVP and one of the key players from Triple Nine, but I just want to put an eye on BYK and mention a bet.
And look, the guys challenging Anubis getting ready. I think the spirit is high after yesterday's
Yes,
win.
of course.
It was a huge victory. Moved Anubis like 2 to 3 ranks up in the ladder. So Anubis now is comfortable. They know they can now test some things and put something into work.
Yeah, Zika, I think I'm ready. You ready? The game is also ready. So casters, take it from us. Give us a game to watch.
All right, Laz, here we are, Anubis at 999 to kick off this Saturday. I think this is a great match to get the ball rolling here. Anubis, they're kind of on the uptick lately, 2 wins in a row coming into this one after a bit of a shaky start to the season, but after their last couple of games, my hopes are pretty high for them coming into this match.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like, I think Anubis is, kind of sitting in the standings. Like, what we heard from the desk is the fact that they're kind of in that 6th place, but honestly, things are looking pretty good for them, all things considered. They've had some decent matches, but I mean, this is kind of an interesting one. Just when you kind of talk about, Anubis versus 999, I mean, it's really about the experienced team kind of like versus the team that's relatively new in this league, right? So I think that's where there's a lot more pressure here for Anubis to be able to perform. I do agree. I think it was Zika that was kind of saying it was a bit of a take of saying like if Anubis, loses this, I think that'd be a pretty big upset. But I mean, it could possibly go the distance here, Kyle. I mean, there is definitely a world it could happen, but I mean, at the same time, just given the map pool and the vetoes of how it kind of landed, I mean, I gotta be honest, it's feeling like Anubis definitely have a huge leg up on this one.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at the performance between both of these teams, Anubis should have the overall advantage, but 999, they've had their moments. They've got a couple upsets in single maps that looked really strong for them, but starting off this one, it's going to be a huge opener. 999 takes down 4 players immediately. Sad left alone. 1v4, it's just all but over quickly. A 20-second round. What a statement here to start this one off, Laz.
Yeah, that's definitely a way to make yourself a bit of a statement in the opening game, and that's kind of the thing, right? I feel like 999, they just have to be able to, fly out the gates here, just no mercy, just getting really aggressive and just kind of shocking Anubis as much as possible, and that's going to do right. A 20-second round is definitely going to make a little bit of a statement. So now Anubis maybe need to get themselves a little bit more perked up here. They got to get themselves feeling a little bit better because, if they let this keep kind of sliding the way it did in that first round, I mean, definitely could be an upset map that, we were talking that could possibly happen.
Yeah, I really like the change-up as well from 999 coming into today. They've got Flare on the Om as well now alongside Dane, and having that double firepower of the Oms on a map like this that has a lot of those long angles to challenge could prove to be quite beneficial in this head-to-head, but a lot of this is going to come down to how Anubis adapts in this second round. They've got to show that they're not just going to get steamrolled over when the push comes their way, and this is where you see them playing a bit of a rotated setup compared to the previous round. They've got that extra pressure in the underpass here, 3 players pretty aggressively towards this side of the map. That mid exposure could be something that you maybe see Flare sneak in and exploit, but at the moment they're kind of just playing the pick game to try and catch Anubis off guard, and I do like this approach from 999, a bit different than what we've seen in the past, but Comics this time goes for the quick play, takes down CRS. We see Favor fall as well on the opposite side of the map to Sad. At least men able to pick up 1 in that trade, but look at this sneaky play from Jaguar. Is he going to catch the rotator? He's not going to because Dane is there to save the day, and it's now all evened up, and Doom goes for the repeat, but Dane on these trades, pure perfection here, finds 2 in a row, narrows it down to the 2-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, the C4 again still going to make a little bit of its way. So, I mean, you still have the anchor of Dipsy, but now Comic's able to find this duel as well. That's definitely going to add a lot more, and there it is. Dipsy with a nice little bit of a slide attack. There we go. So, Anubis are going to be able to bounce back into this, but it's already looking a lot better right now in the sense of, for 999 is the fact that you know, on this map alone, let's not forget, this was a map that they got absolutely demolished on by, you know, TBI. So that was a 10-4 loss they took on this. So anything, you know, is already looking a lot better right now for 999, but it's still earlier on. But I love the bounce back from Anubis, but you got to give it up. You know, the fact that they were able to just kind of have those double players in the site, just being able to lock things down, that's going to be the golden ticket. But even right now, BYK putting himself deep into mid early on. And this was something we saw a lot here, you know, in the past week, Kyle. You and I got to see a lot of the teams were abusing this mid control and getting it for free. You love to see it.
Yeah, we can see Flair kind of going for that angle in mid again. This time, though, Dipsy, I like the off-angle choice, just playing that shoulder peek onto the bridge position. Meanwhile, the rest of 999 just slowly working their way in towards a pick. CRS on A long, trying to catch Comics to see if he'll do what he did in the previous round, just peeking on that vent. But Anubis playing even more patient in this round. The only forward player is actually going to be Doom, pushed up here on the B hotel, and he could have some contact very soon. 3 players about to cross his path. Sees the first, makes the smart call, gets out quickly enough. He still wants to take the fight here on the off angle. He's going to catch one. Dipsy slides in to grab the double kill, and things have completely fallen apart for 999 in this one. It is going to be Favor at least able to find the late trade onto Dipsy, but it might be a little bit too late. But CRS on the backstab, the lurker, able to find Jaguar, and now things get a little bit scarier here for Anubis. The pinch is starting to come through. CRS, he's still holding on to this position in the GR spawn, picks up a second kill, and now Anubis, it's back to the drawing board in the 2-on-2.
Yeah, you can even see the fact that, you know, QJK is going to be able to go all the way around. He's still got the C4, so he should be able to make this across. But again, he has to worry about Doom, because right now, Doom's kind of hot on the heels a little bit. Now he's just clearing everything out in the back and mid. He's not going to get this timing, but at least he's going to be able to have the retake set up, getting a little bit closer. Both these BL players now getting themselves closer and closer. Now Saw just going to be posted up here with the Yom, waiting to see the shot, but not going to happen at all. Instead, it's just going to be a bullet full of lead, or a head full of lead, I should be saying. And now Doom, a tall task ahead of him here. He has to go for the 1-on-2 clutch. Full utility, ready to go. And now his position's been compromised. Needing to go for the high ground fight, but he's able to find a one-tap. What is that? And now maybe able to find a secondary as well. And Anubis, they steal with a massive clutch.
Doom, what a crazy round from him. Opens up with the first kill, gets that advantage. 999 though, you gotta hand it to Favor and CRS here. They were almost able to bring this 2v4 back to a winning round, but Doom with the shots secures it for Anubis, and this is a big round for them. Winning on the GR side of this map is not easy. It tends to be a little bit of a blacklist sided map, so 999 letting that one slip could be the start of something a little bit nerve-inducing for this team, because not winning the BL side would be a hard recovery going into the second half. And you can already see in this round, Min down to about 30 HP off of the opening utility from Anubis. And now they're going to be going for this early rotation, putting a lot of pressure over towards mid and A long, and kind of hoping somebody gives them an early fight. But I actually like the way Anubis is playing. You can tell they're a little bit forward for some information, but they don't seem too eager to fight these long early battles.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice little bit of a change up for sure. Like, a lot of teams have been able to go back to the drawing board and kind of just switching things up just enough, right? And that's what I was kind of saying about for 999. Like, it felt like when they played this against TBI, it really just felt like they were not comfortable at all. Things are looking a little bit better for them in the sense that their map control looks a little bit better. You know, some of the post plants are, well, they haven't really gotten better yet, but it looks like there's a bit more of a system. And now Dipsy, he's going to have to make himself a little bit better, because he does miss that first shot. Trying to go for the fight in hotel now. He might get overwhelmed here by the numbers. There we go. Min's going to be able to do so much damage, but he can't be able to find this kill. But at least they can grab that real estate now. They still have a minute left on the clock, and they're really pressing forward. But look at Anubis' setup. This is perfect, because they got a triple player setup in B. You're already going to have Doom. He's going to be watching underpass just to make sure nobody's going to be able to come through there. And they already have Jaguar kind of leaning as well. So they essentially have 4 players ready to go for this. They got a good read on this, Kyle.
Yeah, here comes the push. It's going to be Sad. He misses the opening shot, but Min not going to be able to follow through with it. Doom, of course, able to make it happen again for Anubis. Finds the double, but CRS on the lurk finds himself a double to answer back. Now you've got Flair here trying to fight his way out of the GR spawn. He's going to spot 2 players here on the back of this site. He's going to find himself one with Dane. And now in the 1v2, Comics going for the late lurk here up the ramp. Do they know he's there, though? Comics, good for one. Surely not another 1v2 loss for 999. This would be a devastating way to go down. You can see here just Favor trying to dance around on the back of sight, but Comics not going to be successful this time around.
Yeah, really good attempt on that retake, and trying to get the clutch through, but unfortunately just comes a little bit too short, right down to the 1v1. But I kind of like the idea of just waiting as long as possible to go for the flash. It was a little bit like too much of a deep flash, I think. Like I was hoping he would throw it a little bit more shallower, but either way, not a bad attempt at all. Anubis just coming a little bit short, but back to the tie game. Even Dipsy able to find early aggression like this. This is huge, and oh my goodness, I was thinking maybe he was going to be a dead man, but at least he can find himself too. But BYK coming right back with a big old slam, bringing it back with a double kill, so making this a 3-on-3, making this even more problematic right now for Anubis because they have to decide what they want to do with their defensive setup. And right now, they've gone for the double A, leaving it just for Saw to be kind of in the outskirts of mid, looking for the cross. And even right now for 999, they have plenty of time. They do not need to get antsy. They do not need to press forward on this. It's actually going to be Anubis if they actually want to invest any sort of investigating about pressing forward to get some extra intel. CRS now going to lead this charge. Jaguar, it's a little bit awkward. It's a little bit labored, but at least he can find himself this one kill. And now for 999, getting themselves on this site. Doom's just going to go for the fight. He's waiting for his teammate. Oh my god. QJK is going to actually be exposed. I think he was blind, but that's going to be the C4 dropped, and all of a sudden it's down to the 1v1, and it's going to be a nade. Can it be able to connect? It might be able to. No, it's going to miss. But still lots of time. A minute remaining. BYK can decide, do I want to commit to this site? Do I want to go for a little bit of a run? And that looks like that's going to be the plan. He's actually going to try to maneuver and just really be able to clear all options here. But this question of Saul's going to be able to hear him. Now they're both really close to each other. Oh, this is huge. BYK, look at the reposition on this. Now he's just going to wait things out. Saul might just run right into his crosshair. But he's just going to go for it. He's going to make a lot of noise. They both hear each other. Or who's going to be able to find it? It'll be Saw that's going to get the job done. Man, oh man, it just slips away again with a 1v1.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds already coming down to the wire. Flair having a great opening in the round, but the 1v1, if he had maybe been a little bit more patient here at the end, I actually think he had that advantage on the GR spawn position, but goes for the peek onto A, and that's where it all goes downhill. Anubis, though, skating by into the lead once again, 3-2, 4 rounds left in the half, and this time around, 999, they don't look too much any other direction other than this A bomb site. It's going to be a quick opener, but Comics under the stairs, good for a 2-piece, and that might be enough to hold the line. Dipsy from above takes down CRS, and that is a quick round now from Anubis to get 2 in front.
Yeah, looking a lot better. That was a really clean round from Anubis, and I like the attempt from 999, again, just kind of changing up the pace a little bit, right? Like, they're like, let's just try something different. We've been kind of playing a little bit more stagnant. We've been playing slow. Let's try to put a little bit more pressure on this. Let's try to, turn up the temperature just a little bit. And unfortunately, it sizzles them. But it's a good attempt to see if they can catch Anubis off guard. That's what they did in the first round. But even right now for Anubis, the fact that they got themselves at least a 2-round buffer is going to be a nice feeling. But job's definitely not done. Nowhere near. And you can even see Anubis have actually switched up their composition again, going for the double A, double mid, and just leaving it deep for Saw to be in deep hotel. So this is interesting because this is changing. Now even BYK, my god, I don't know how he survives this with 7 HP. He's able to do some good damage as well against Dipsy, but this is the thing. Like, there's a lot of poking and prodding here, and you got to give it up for 999 still in the same token, just because, again, this is such an improvement from what we saw last week, Kyle.
Yeah, 999, they had a really even couple of rounds here back to back. The previous, though, one of the best from Anubis so far on this first map. If they keep up that kind of pressure, it could be a tough one. Now and again, Comics underneath, able to find the opening. This time it's only one before going down. Jaguar has to hold the line here, but the bait and switch for CRS to grab the kill might be enough to hold on to this bomb site. Dipsy gets the early kill onto Dane, and the double oms are going to work. Sod finds one onto BYK, and now Anubis have the numbers to work with for this retake. You can see there's definitely a hint of aggression here. Flair checking for the flank, but look at CRS in this position. He's going to go for the swing, mistakenly so, and the double oms get the job done for Anubis.
Yeah, things are starting to look a little bit more polished here from Anubis, and now they got themselves even, a 3-round buffer. Looking a lot better now. Things were a little bit back and forth in the beginning, but now it feels like Anubis might be able to find their stride a little bit. But what are we going to see from 999? Not a whole heck of a lot, because they're already going to lose a player early on in this round. So they try to get a little bit cheeky, but it's actually going to be the opener from Anubis that really kickstarts a nice little bit of an opener to this. And now 999, like what we saw in the past is when they get this pressure against them, this is when they really start to turtle, especially on the BL side. This is where they struggle. It's when they're the instigators, that's when they play a lot better. So now they're going to have to figure out, where do we find another duel to bring this back to the 4-4, to making it a little bit closer of an encounter. BYK once more just going to go for this mid control. This is what he's been doing constantly, just looking for that fight into little window or mini window. But Anubis not going to bite on this, and they're playing this a really nice GR setup, Kyle. I like this. I like the fact they win that opening fight. Now they're just playing patient. They're not overextending.
Yeah, honestly, for Anubis, the pressure is not on them to make the move. There's no need to over-aggress. They can kind of just kick back and wait for the next move from 999. Comics, though, getting a bit proactive, goes for the vent shot. Not able to connect onto CRS quite yet, but the push is still coming his direction. Jaguar spots 2 from the upper A bomb site, taken down quickly by Minchen, and now the push should be coming through, but it's actually a fake to take mid control. 3 players working their way through for 999 quickly into the underpass, and this is where Sad has to be ready, but Comics going for that late vent peak. They're definitely ready for it at this point in the map, and now Sad is left alone to try and challenge on the underpass. Not going to find anything. 999 getting a huge bit of control on this map now. Doom knows he needs to find a big play. He needs to find it quickly, because now it's all on to Dipsy. Doom unfortunately going down, and this is going to be a very, very tough 1v4, and already on the flank, not going to matter. Spotted there by Flare to get the round.
Yeah, such a weird round. I mean, honestly, like, I got to give it to 999, but like the fact that Anubis, like they had the 5-on-4, they were sitting in a good position, they just kind of posted back. It just felt like 999 were able to just win so many different duels. Like they were just hitting all the right shots when they needed to, and things really started to crumble. Like nobody in Anubis was able to find any sort of a duel, but now that might be a little bit different, because Dipsy once again tries to put that Om to work. It's only a 1 and done. So now back to the 4-4. But what do we see from Anubis? What are they going to do a little bit differently? I mean, we're in the last round of the first half. Everything is on the line here just to see if it's going to be a big buffer or if it's going to be a closer encounter. Min's going to be able to throw just a little bit of utility. Just to, again, just kind of keep these guys, the defenders here at this A site, just a little bit latched on as much as possible. But there's no commitment from 999. They haven't made a game plan. They're going to finally be able to go for the C4. Maybe looking to go back for mid-stairs once again. But even now, the setup right for now for Anubis, I don't love this, Kyle. I don't love what I'm seeing here, just in the sense that Solid's going to be the one that's in B, kind of leaving Doom, kind of playing again, you know, like close to underpass, kind of near the connector. It's just, I feel like this is dangerous.
Yeah, it is a bit scary for Anubis, especially considering if Comics goes for this event peak, they're ready for it. He's done it 3 rounds here already in the first half, and they're almost just waiting for that late lurk on the flank. You can see CRS, he's just been holding this position for ages at this point, waiting for those players to come behind. Sad this time, able to get the leg shot. The nade could finish the job here. That is a huge nade to set up Doom for some nice spray damage. Takes down mid. Both of these players very low. Look at the cold.
There we go.
And now CRS, he is all alone in a 1v4, grabs 2 very quickly, but it's just not enough. So Anubis going to secure at the very least a solid first half for themselves in this one, but it really comes down to now what happens after the side swap. But a lot of good on play in this first half.
Yeah, not bad at all, honestly, from both sides, right? I mean, it was really back and forth in the beginning, but then, you know, we saw kind of a weird, like, previous round from Solid where he just, like, wasn't able to find anything at all at that B site. Finally makes some magic happen with the triple, so you love to see it for Anubis fans, and sitting in a 6-3 is definitely going to feel pretty good, but now, this is the biggest question, right? It's always the BL side and what they're going to be able to bring to this, and even now Dane taking a little bit of a play out of their book, looking for that opening duel. He's going to be successful in doing that, and already putting Solid in low HP category as well, so this is not looking really good right now for Anubis. So they're going to have to be hoping to be able to hit this shot. Min's just playing in vent. He's going to go for the quick jiggle. This is important for him just to get this information and get the hell out of here. He does. He spots the knee, realizing, okay, look, They're lingering on this. They might even be banking on this idea. But you can see 999, they haven't over-rotated on this, and I do like it. Min now going to get challenged. Finds this opening one, but he can't get more than that. And even saw with a jumping shot. It's just trades galore and just pistols all over the kill feed now, leaving it to Dipsy on a 1-on-3, needing to be able to find some magic. He's got plenty of time. He's got the C4. Now he's going to exchange the AWM for the AK. 26 bullets in the chamber. Plenty here to take these guys out, but it's not going to matter. CRS with a surprise attack, and there we go. 999 bounce back once again with another opening round. That's 2 in a row.
Yeah, really good round from them to kick off this half. A lot of it came down to the opening from Dane, but a great little setup here between Min and Flare as well to hold on to the A-bomb site. So at this point, it's up to Anubis to respond on the attack. They had a great first half, but they've got to carry that momentum through if they want to close this one out. And the big thing I've loved seeing in this one so far, Laz, is we've had 4 AWMs on the field pretty much all game long, which could be a big implication for what's happening with the league, because if you think back to day one, almost every team outside of Gaimin Gladiators was running a single AWM setup.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And like now it's funny that we get to see a round where 999, I mean, you know, they're teasing it too. And like the fact that both these teams are going for the double AWMs. And like you said, Gaimin Gladiators to me is probably the only team that constantly locks in a double AWM. But it's kind of funny now we get to see for this round that both these teams are like, yeah, let's try it. Let's just see what happens. And I'm curious though. Because, I mean, even for Saad, I feel like he's had himself a decent day. I mean, last week when we got to capture him, he was on fire. But now it's all about hitting these shots. One of the AWMs is going to be removed here for 999. And that's going to be Dane. So that's a huge pickup. This is a really nice way for Anubis to feel better about this opening round. They still have to worry about BYK, though. But now they're just going to wait things out. Again, just seeing if any defending players are going to try to go for a backstab, try to go for a big flank if possible. But not going to be the case at all. And now you can see 999. They actually look like they might have the decent player positioning on this potentially. But a lot is going to ride on BYK, though. And also for QJK, he's close on the right-hand side here. He has to be able to hit this first shot. He has to find an engagement. He can't be able to get the kills. And BYK can only find one in retaliation. That's going to be a free plant. And now this is Dipsy, maybe for the lurk, but his life is going to be taken away. And now CRS and Minchin, the last 2 remaining defenders, to see what they can be able to find. They're nowhere near each other, Kyle. This is not looking good.
Yeah, the time quickly falling away from them. 20 seconds to get in and grab this defuse, and it's going to be a very, very tough retake. Men trying to carve that path, but there is just no time. Anubis giving them no room to work with here, just holding all of the off angles they can. Jaguar good for a third on the round before going down, and Comics will find this one for Anubis Gaming. So really, really great post-plan setup from these guys, but a lot of it comes down to the site hold. You had Favor and Flare in perfect positions to hold down that bomb site, but they just couldn't hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah, double AWM again here for 999. I don't mind it, but if this round actually falls away from them, I'm just wondering if it's better to just kind of go back to the single. Even right now for Anubis, Dipsy and Saad, they're going to be the ones that are equipped up. Now Anubis is going to be switching things up a little bit more. They're not going to lurk. They're not going to go for mid-stairs. Nothing. They're all committed towards A now. This might just be the A exec to get themselves closer here for getting the site control, but they have to worry about Min. They also have to worry about BYK, and now Min once again playing the vent. He spots the one player, but he gets punished this time. He's not able to escape with his life, so now that gives a golden ticket for Anubis to just barrel on in, but BYK has to be able to find these kills, and so far looking so good with a double, but the trade back here from Doom, that's going to be a good reply. CRS is close in the encounters. All 999 players are ready to go here. C4 is going to be dropped. Still plenty of time, but Dipsy is able to find the double kill through fence with the smoke in front of him. He doesn't even care at all. And make it 3. Why the hell not?
Yeah, Dipsy just doing crazy things in that round. It was so even up until that point, but Dipsy just towing the line of that final smoke on the A fence perfectly, getting some crisp headshots along with it. And Anubis, they are very, very close here, but what is that opener? Favor, big time triple kill over on the B arches to start it off through the smoke nonetheless. And that is quite the way to keep the fight alive for 999. All they've got to do is close this one out. But this is what scares me a little bit for them, Laz, because the last two alive are Dipsy and Sad, and we've seen what they can do already when the numbers are down with these OMs in hand. So 999, they've got to be really careful in this one.
Yeah, they definitely do. And look at that, man. Flair's just putting himself on massive numbers here. He just wants to get a full ace. He just wants to get the job done. He's just like, you know what, boys? Hold my drink. I'm going to get the work done. And now for Sad, he's going to have to go big. He's got many players to go against. Now he's just getting bombarded by the numbers. And there it is. That's going to be the ace locked in right now. And what a statement for 999. Just showing, again, a little bit more flair. Looking a little bit better right now. And that flame is still going to be ignited. But is it going to be enough? Is that going to be the boost they need to get themselves back in this map and a closer encounter?
Yeah, honestly, a really good round. It's just still tough moving forward because not every round opens up with a triple kill like that. So now they've got to rethink the approach here and maybe play this one a little bit safer for 999. But for Anubis, it seems like a similar approach anyways, even after losing over towards B. They look to commit 3 in this direction, and you can see Favor now playing a safer position, not going to connect any shots this time. He's forced off the angle, and that's exactly what Anubis was pushing for on this control play towards Hotel. Now it puts that pressure on Favor and Dane to hold this site from the back of it, and this is where it becomes a lot more difficult. We've seen 999 before in this position where they have to play safe on the B bomb site. This is where they struggle to find those entries. Even with 3, Anubis definitely has a lot of control to work with to execute.
Yeah, a really solid game right now for even Dipsy. Like, we were talking about his performance last week and sitting at a 14-9, and maybe he's going to be able to find more. And even Min, oh man, you sneaky little devil. You're almost able to find that double, but instead it's going to be doomed to be able to bounce back. It's going to be an early checkout here in the hotel, and now Anubis just looking like they're going to be able to find 3 within just a moment of seconds. So now, giving them the slightest edge. BYK and Dane now the last 2 remaining players, and look at them. They're both just going to be the single pillars at each site. This is not good. This is all about somebody being able to lock it in, and Dane actually going for a big swing against Dipsy. That's going to be big, because now that rotate's about to happen. BYK just trying to burn the time as much as possible. Good reposition, but Doom reads him. And now for Dane. What has he got in store for this? He's close on by. He's on defense, but now he's going to go for the big old swing, and there it is. A trade comes through in Anubis now, putting themselves a map point. And honestly, that was getting a little close for comfort, because if Min would have been able to find that double like we just saw in the replay, I feel like we could have saw something totally different, just because Doom would have been down, and Doom was the one that found a triple that round.
Yeah, honestly, Doom, the difference maker in that one. He is such an underrated mid-round player. He can find those trades. He's always there to support his teammates, and that's a lot of value from him to take his team up to 9. And this is where the pressure is on 999. It's do or die here on map number 1 in this series, and it was left in the tank to work with. This time, though, only 1 sniper on the field. It's going to be Dane for 999. Flair deciding to go back to the AK this time around to try and get it done, but for Anubis, they already have a lot of map control for this B player lurking. It's going to be Dipsy on the lurk. The rest of the team fully stacked and ready to execute on this A bomb site. So Min and Flair, they have to have the hold of the day here if they want to make it happen for their team. Comics already sneaking underneath. Flair misses a crucial shot, though, and that could be enough to seal the deal. Only 3 players left on the table for 999. The retake already in motion. Dipsy takes the fight on to CRS, and it's not looking good in the 2-on-5.
Yeah, not looking good at all, but you still got the you still got an AK here, but now it's all about just for QJK. Needs to be able to find this kill, and he's not going to at all. And Anubis looking like they just want to get this job done. They want to be able to find Ankara done and dusted. They want to be able to get this thing checked out. And now Dane just getting put so much pressure onto him. Doom just trying to find a little bit of spam. He's just being cheeky, just burning the clock as much as possible. And there we go. Anubis be able to find themselves a 10-5, and a little bit of a back and forth in the beginning, Kyle, but honestly, you know, really, really good game from both teams. But I gotta give it up for Anubis. They look so much better. It already looks like, you know, all the, you know, bandages they needed to get from the last week is already started to heal nicely here for this following week.
Yeah, 999, they had a great start in this first map. They came out swinging with a very quick opening round. but unfortunately, it just comes down to who is going to adapt to the other team a little bit faster, and that's where Anubis had the edge in this first map. They were just changing up the strategies, keeping them second guessing, and combining that with some really strong individual plays to get them across the line here in this first map. And now it makes the series that much harder for 999 to think about getting at least a map out of, or maybe even a reverse sweep, but at least they do have a map pick on the horizon to maybe bounce back on. But the Anubis we're seeing lately, Laz, looks better and better every single time.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I was getting a little surprised there. I was like, oh, maybe we're going straight to the desk. But no, look, the last little quick remarks is the fact of, that was a map where I was kind of wondering for 999 how much they could be able to get more rounds on a map like Ankara. But you know what, despite it being a 10-5, to me, it still looked a lot better. It felt like they were building some better protocols. There was a little bit better, positioning. It just wasn't enough. It felt like Anubis really came in with a good game plan. They executed it. But going into the port, is going to be an interesting one. But look, we'll leave it to the desk. We'll leave it to Zika and Azim to be able to walk us through it. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Laz. Thanks, Kyle. And we are back with Anubis getting this first game in this series. Pretty predicted solid performance from Anubis side. Also, a good performance from 999, not delivering that much that can take this game even to overtime or maybe a close game, but 10-5 seems a bit okay for a game or the first game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's Anubis map. How can they lose it? I loved how Anubis did play on their own map. They felt comfortable more on the defense. They did on attack, sorry. They love to play on A side. While Team 999 played almost every defense round on a default strat, forced by Anubis to play slow for the last 10 or 15 seconds, and then force push them. One key player I want to mention is Doom and Dipsy, man. They got it when it comes to kills. I think Doom was on 14, Dipsy was on 15. That's a total of 29 to 30 kill for both players. You don't see this a lot, even when 999 do stack on A side, because they did play a lot on A side. You will always find an anchor on that side, aka Comics, who is always there to cover A side. And alongside B, same story. If they try and push B side, you would find both Dipsy and Doom. So how can you lose such defense half? It felt easy. It felt smooth from Team Anubis. While on the attack side, even when 999 played default on the defense side, Anubis won 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, with the same strategy. Let's stack shift on A side. Let's all go on A side while using shift to walk, and Dipsy just hunts them one after another. So what I want to say is it's clear that Anubis is super comfortable on Ankara, and the way they play just shows the comfortability that they wanted to execute.
From the start to the end, Anubis did manage to execute this game really well. Yes, they are playing against the last in the standing, but we're still talking about the top 8 teams in the regions. We're still saying that 999 or 999 is just warming up. It's just week 2, and we saw some surprises from this team. So Anubis, what's good about Anubis is that first game, they win the first game. I think this is the first ever game for Anubis to win at the first game of the series.
Yeah, it is.
So we have a milestone here.
We're achieving things. You're doing side quests game by game. We're achieving new side quests.
Achievement unlocked,
Yeah. And one player to mention from Team 999, we have to give him credit, BYK. I told you I'll put my eyes on him instead of QGK, and BYK did manage to get certain kills, enough kills. I mean, it wasn't enough to win the game, but it surely did an impact when you speak about 999 as a team. 5 rounds is not much, but surely is an impact, and maybe the rounds that you need to start a new fresh game on another map, aka port from 999 to start, and maybe win and go map 3. It's an unlikely scenario for me, to be honest, but Zika, hey, we're in Crossfire, anything can happen, man.
Lazan Kyle, take us to port and game number 2 between Anubis and 999, and we'll get back.
Thanks, Ika. And Hazim, yeah, we're ready to go for the second map. And honestly, like, I got to get your thoughts, Kyle, because for me, you know, when I think about port, I just feel like Anubis should have this one in the bag, unless 999 has done some crazy preparation. But we know Anubis has played on this historically. I know different rosters, things like that, but it's been a pretty good map for them regardless, right? I feel like this shouldn't be an upset, but do you see a world where 999 could cause the port upset?
It's a really tough one, especially when you consider Anubis is going to be starting on the GR side. I think it leans because of that even more in their favor to win this one 2-0. I think the big difference we might see is we haven't seen 999 on this map with the double OM setup quite as much, and it seemed like on Ankara they really wanted to bring that out strong today, and I actually thought Flair in particular looked really good. He was actually outperforming Dane most of that first match as the secondary sniper for 999, so if he can be impactful on this map, I think there could be a way they could unlock a little bit more than what we're used to seeing from them. But I think the biggest first step for them is what are they going to do on this BL side? Because Anubis on the GR is a very tough thing to do at the start of this series.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like too, you know, the fact that we got to see Dipsy, you know, he wasn't even the top, you know, fragger on the, you know, the first map. I mean, he was kind of the secondary one, but I mean, he had so much impact though with the He was looking for opening duels, so you love to see it. And a map like Port, like this is where like someone like him can really thrive. Like this is where the player should be able to just have like a field day in terms of the frags. So if we get to see like the same Dipsy that we saw in map 1 in this one, I gotta feel like they got this one in the bag. But look, I'm always happy to see an upset. 999 has a lot to prove. Like you said, being on the BL side to start off is definitely going to make me scratch my head a little bit to see what they're going to be able to find in this. But they're going to play a little bit more of a default, waiting things out. They're really, really scared to go into mid. And already the fact that Comics has already pushed himself on short, this is huge because even if they try to go for this boost, he should be able to find this kill. It's all about a timing here for him. If Comics is to be able to get that little bit of a pounce, that could really mix things up here. That could really rattle the cage here. And oh man, QJK, I was thinking he's getting close to it, but actually he's going to get really aggressive on this, and there he is. He's going to get punished. Salt's going to be able to find the first connection with it. And now actually it's going to be him that's just got the and Dipsy's going to be the one that just equips the rifle.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one now for 999. Very spread out, and still Comics holds on to this A connector position, and he has a chance to be challenged. Flair right on the other side of it. Comics spots the jump, doesn't make any noise just yet, but maybe we'll find one before we trade it down and mid. But Dipsy right there, the double kill. Jaguar able to help Sad answer back, and now it's on to Dane. 1 versus 2, the C4 down on the mid bridge, and he's already getting wrapped from Comics. This is actually a really, really smart play from Comics, but it doesn't even matter. Sad top A, able to get that shot, and Anubis off to a great start here on map number 2.
Yeah, they're just keeping the flame, you know, moving on a little bit here. I love to see it. 999 going to get a little bit more aggressive and be made, and now they're just going to really just try to get themselves a little bit faster pace. And Anubis, they were trying to look like they wanted to get for that control as well, but now, thankfully, they can keep their lives intact. But BYK, what are you doing? You got your nade out, and he gets punished for, and Jaguar's going to be able to at least find that one duel. It's an instant trade back. So 999 now have to kind of reconvene their game plan. They have to mix things up a little bit here. They can't just keep pressing forward. Even right now, Doom, he gets the pop flash for him. He's going to be able to swing. He gets some good intel. Anubis are being active. This is what you love to see from a GR-sided team right now. They've done such a good amount of work just getting control of the map, making it even more difficult for 999. And Dane, he's in mid. He's going to have to be the one that might be able to find a bit of a slight opening. But again, you have to worry about Doom. He's just on the other side of this, and he's going to be joined here with Comics, just waiting, not moving a muscle, not moving a peep. And Flair looking like he might try to go for this boost again. But I think Comics, he's getting a little bit hungry. He's licking his lips, hoping to be able to go for the swing, but now things are a little bit more at ease.
Yeah, this is a tough one here for 999 to crack through. This mid setup makes it so difficult to go for any lurk play. Anyone who goes through would almost inevitably be taken down, with maybe 1 kill at best being the scenario. So now you can see the full rotation coming through, 999 stacking their efforts towards the A bomb site. They do leave Dane in mid to potentially lurk through after the push, but they have to get through Sad on this top A position. He's got the support in place already from Comics as well. Misses the first shot, but Comics underneath, has that room to try and swing out and find some entries here, but they actually give up a lot more space than maybe they should have here. Comics has to hold the line a little bit longer. Doom gets already taken down, but Comics good for 2. Dipsy grabs the trade, and now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Favor going to be spotted out, has to jump down and play his life. Not gonna matter. Sad. Nowhere near afraid to be aggressive in that situation, and it really pays off. These aggressive sniper players, lads, I love to see him.
Yeah, me too. It's looking really good right now from Anubis, and you can see again like their spacing looks really good right now. They're feeling a lot better about getting these trades and just playing more as a unit. And even right now, putting some good pressure into mid. So not bad at all. These guys are really just trying to make 999 feel uncomfortable, and they're definitely succeeding in that, because the fact they have 2 players committed like this, look at how far back 999 is. Now they have to refight for so much map control. This is problematic, so now they have to burn more utility. They have to be, a little bit more on edge of what decisions to make. And you can already see Anubis, they've just, again, repositioned themselves over and over. So you love to see it. This is really causing a lot of stress right now. And look at Jaguar. He's not able to find that kill somehow in some way, but, I mean, that was the right idea. He just missed the shot, so the duel doesn't go in his favor. But now, Doom looking like he's getting a little bit hungry for it, too. Starting to get a little bit more aggro. 999, though. The first time we've seen them in a player advantage. What are they going to do with it, though?
They've got to find a way to hang on, but right now, it's a lot of pressure towards this B. Bomb site. Dipsy gets a little overzealous on the peak, taken down by Min. Sad going to be forced to fail on the fight because of the runaway, and now Doom, he's left alone under the pressure of 4 players on the back of this B bomb site. He needs to have a huge play to keep the round alive. Grabs the lurker. That's going to be it, though. Dane with the quick trade, and now Sad and Comics, they are stuck in this GR spawn position. 2 players down, looking for the retake. Comics, a quick kill, gives them the opportunity. Dane spotted, doesn't matter. Gets the first kill there. Only player remaining is going to be Comics, stuck behind a wall of smoke, needing basically a miracle in this position to find it, but he's going for the full wraparound. This is a huge risk in a 1-on-3 to try and not get caught in this position. He only has 10 seconds to find 3 kills and the defuse. There's almost no time on the clock to make it happen. Is he even going to find the kill onto Dane? Gets the first, but there's just no time to get through all 3 remaining players, and the round will be secured.
Yeah, not bad at all. And honestly, it felt like it was just kind of, again, them getting that little bit of an opening duel. It was a really nice little bit of a boost for them to feel better into this one. So not bad at all. 999 do show some life back into this, but Anubis, once again, not putting their foot off the gas. They're actually going to still kind of press a little bit forward. Fighting for B main control. I really like this. And now Dipsy. He's got the arm ready to go as well. He's going to be posted up by himself. And this is kind of scary because, I mean, again, if he gets taken out, there's not going to be the trade. But now he's starting to play a bit more of a passive position in the sense that he should be able to fall back. But Comics now, he is going to go for the short A control once again. This is where we saw Jaguar fail in the previous round. Maybe he might be able to find the timing. But 999, once again, they're just slowly and surely just working the map. But Anubis have done a great job just getting it early on. Comics, what the hell's going on? It looks like he might have just frozen or something, but he just was completely exposed, just giving up his body. So BYK gets a free kill. This is bad. This is not good for Anubis because now Sod has to be able to find these shots. He needs to be able to connect something. It's a swing and a miss on the first. Gets gifted the second now, but he's going to get overwhelmed by numbers maybe, but no. He's just going in beast mode with the double kill, leaving it all down to Dipsy now. And also Jaguars critically low. Able to find this double kill, so huge right now from the IGL. Now Dane needs to be able to do something with the arm, but not going to happen at all. We get to see Anubis. They survive when things start to get nitty-gritty.
Yeah, I mean, Comics getting caught out of position, very unfortunate, but Jaguar, look how quick this flank was from the connector. Drops down for a quick 2, secures the third, and that is what you love to see from Anubis. One of the cleanest retakes we've seen on this A-bomb site quite a while, and now 999, they're going to pay the price. 3-1 already down after losing the first map. Not a great position to be in, but at least there is still a bit of time left to try and recover this. Half and Dane, that's a good start. Takes down Sad in the B tunnels to kick off the round. They grab the 5-on-4 early advantage, but after that, you can see Anubis, they are quite a bit turtled up here. Besides Dipsy, who actually wants to take the fight, calls for the Jaguar support in the lower B tunnels, but 999 already quickly rotating back towards A.
Yeah, this is where we saw before. This is where 999 were able to, when they got the opening duel, this is actually where they got their first round. So it does kind of make me wonder if this could potentially help out for them. But this is good for them just to, again, just take things a little bit slower. Wait to see if Anubis are going to try to do anything to, go for another fight. And Comic's now going to play into the tower, close on by, which is going to be Doom. And 999 going right back for the A-hit, but look at Doom. Doom's going to actually go aggressively on this on his own. He tries to be the Lone Ranger, but now he gets latched up here in the bear trap, and there it is. 999 able to just find these kills, unless we see something from Dipsy and Jaguar once again. But look at Jaguar just trying to again go for a swing. It's not going to be the big hit, and there we go. 999 will be able to find themselves a secondary round, and a little bit of an unorthodox approach from Anubis, just considering the previous we saw where it was a huge clutch factor, and this one kind of felt like everybody was on their own.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference there, Sad not alive on the top of A to help defend that round, so definitely a big target on his back in the early round to stay alive, but this time it's actually Dane again who finds the opener. It's Jaguar going down in the lower B tunnels. Dipsy forced out of position with that arm in hand. Actually gets the leg shot onto Minchen there. Not quite a full connection for the kill, but they've done a lot of damage now onto Flare and Min, which could give them an advantage when this push comes to life. Unfortunately, they only have one nade to work with, but Dipsy could have the timing to get it done. But 999, this is where they run it back for a third time towards the A-bomb site. This time, that is there, though. Gets the opening frag. The counter flashes come down, and they are devastating. Comics gets a two-piece off the back of it. Flare at least able to get one for now. Favor as well. Able to get things back to a winnable position, leaving Flare alone on this bomb site. Doom spots him, but calls for the support of Dipsy. A very, very smart decision. Now they can go in swinging for the 2v1, and that's enough to secure the round.
Yeah, it's kind of like we get these really good glimpses here from Anubis, and they are able to get themselves back in some decent rounds, but it feels like, that consistency I was talking a lot about, it's kind of been a little bit more lopsided. I mean, things are going their way, like rounds are coming in for their favor with a double, 2 rounds in their favor, but at the same time, I mean, this round might be a little bit different because look at that, 3 kills right away. I was thinking about consistency, and they want to make me eat my own words because now with the early portion of this, they're able to find the triple, leaving it to Min and now CRS on their lonesome here on a 2-on-5. This is not going to be easy at all. I mean, Anubis, again, they just have to be able to play their positions, get the trades in. I mean, this should be a guaranteed round unless we just see the most unhinged, plays here from one of these players, if not both of them. But it's been difficult right now for CRS. He's had himself a bit of a slow game. But either way, still some time to work with. Not even committing the C4 as of yet. Min looking like he's trying to go for a little bit of a picking fight. Doom's going to be able to take down CRS, and now Min by himself, not going to be able to find it. And Anubis, they will be able to scrape through another round in their favor.
Yeah, honestly, a really big round for Anubis. That's almost a momentum killer if there was any left for 999. So very, very confident round. The opening triple kill especially, just showing a lot of work of what this Anubis roster can do when they decide to apply that pressure. And this is where 999 has to make an aggressive move themselves here. They've gone to the A-bomb side a bit too much, and this time they are going to change things up, putting that early pressure into the B tunnels. You can see Jaguar may have spotted one through the lower B tunnel window, and this is where they have to have the rotation starting to come into play. You can see Doom takes the full A long control in case the late push comes through, but it's actually on to Sad already on this bomb side. He's going to be dropped on, doesn't matter, gets the first kill. Flare right there to answer back. The flash is doing work, but Sad is still alive in this position. He has to hold on as long as possible. How have they not taken him down here? 5 HP left to work with. Finally, the nades will get the job done. Doom now left alone in a 1-on-3 situation. Dane is only on 1 HP, so it's definitely a winnable one, and we've seen what Doom can do when the pressure's on, but he's already going to be pushing through on the flank, and CRS, he's the first point of contact. Here comes the sneak play, though. Doom good for a first, but it's not going to be enough to win it in the clutch.
Man, if Doom would have been able to fall back on that and just kind of escape, that spam through the smoke like that, I feel like we could have saw a huge clutch round, because he even saw the player on the left, and that's where he decided, you know what, I'm just going to play back a little bit, look for another fight, but unfortunately the timing was just not there for him. But I mean, 999 makes a bit more of a quick decision. They want to go for the, the B pop, which they tried, a couple rounds before. It didn't work out for them, but this time at least it does. Now we're kind of in a deja vu moment here, Kyle. I mean, this is what we saw in Ankara. This was a 5-3 which did land in favor for Anubis previously, but is that going to be the same case here? And 999 looking to be able to find these first opening duels if they can, because that's where they've been really successful. That's where we've seen Anubis kind of show their weakness a little bit. When they're down in the numbers, it's been really mixed results here if they're going to be able to pan the round through. The clutch factor isn't as strong as some of the other teams we've seen in the league so far, but you can see Calmix has actually pushed himself a little bit, halfway into the point of long A. Just playing behind tall box, just waiting to see if he's going to be able to find something. Now 999, they're going to go for that short A control. This time not going to be somebody Anubis to stop them here, but Calmix is in a strong position. He might be able to catch these guys off guard. It's all just a matter of timing. He needs to be able to find it, but now he's going to post on back. He's realized he's a bit too aggressive. He wants to play the trade. 999 now grouped up together. Oh, they're just going to go for it. They're not even going to hesitate on this. And now Sad's going to have to make everybody sad here on this team. And now Comics is missing shots. This is not good. It's allowing a lot of space. It's allowing 999 to be able to go for these fights. And indeed they do. And Min's going to be able to find the double. Finally, a little bit of a reply back. But is it going to be enough? Because now it's down to the 3-on-2 with the advantage here for 999. But Jaguar is able to find the double. But there we go. 999 at least can get themselves a round buffer going into the second.
Yeah, really, really good execution there from 999. Comics getting caught out early, not what they wanted to see on the Anubis side of things. It was a bit scarier than it needed to be for a moment, though, because you saw Sad there living a bit longer, almost playing the distraction for Jaguar to get in for the clutch, but still a 5-4 half for 999 is not too bad for the BL side, so if they can have a solid GR, this is still a very, very winnable map for 999. Dipsy going down to kick off the second half as well. A great start with Dane on the opener, and now the pressure is on Anubis. They may have cleanly won that first map on Ankara, but right now Port seems like a much more even playing field.
Yeah, let's not forget too that Anubis had a pretty good start. But for 999 to be able to bring back a couple rounds and making it a lot closer of an encounter here, especially on the BL, you got to give it up for him. That's where we were kind of wondering a lot about that being a weak point for them, just given that they're a relatively new team, right? Experienced players we talked about, but just kind of putting them all together. Can take some work, take some bumps and bruises, but right now, I mean, being able to find Dipsy is going to be a nice little bit of a kickstart for these guys, and Anubis now looking like they might just go for the 3-1 split, leaving Doom kind of lurking. He's been doing that a lot so far, what we've seen this series. Going to be posted up. That's going to be Dane, but oh man, he gets outclassed here, and Sad's going to be able to find a good connection, and there we go. The AK is going to make another good little bit of a spot. There it is. There's Doom. That's that lurk I was talking about. They just wanted that timing, and that just almost could seal the deal here, because you're talking about a 4-on-2. You're talking about the players' positionings right now for 999 is just lackluster, and even Min going down that early on, it's just really just kind of written in the stone here for BYK, unless he can be able to find some duels. But Anubis, all they have to do is just kind of tuck tail. They just hang out a little bit. Sad's giving himself up a little bit, just burning the clock as much as possible. But BYK looking for a fight. He's going to get outnumbered, and there we go. Anubis right back into this.
Yeah, really good execution. A lot of it, though, comes down to that very, very first fight. Dane needed to hold the line a little bit longer, wasn't able to find any kills, and losing that spot too early just compromises the entire hold on that B-bomb site. So hopefully he can find a way to continue to get that value rolling, because before this round, he was actually getting a lot of the early entries for 999. This time, though, Anubis rethinking what they want to do, putting some early pressure onto the mid-bridge. You can see as well they've snuck up Comics into the forward position on the A connector, and it could be the making of an A split coming through from them, which is pretty good considering only Flare is holding on to the bomb site right now, but they have a double OM set up to deal with here. They've got one on the bridge, one on the bomb site, which if you don't have the right smokes and flashes, this can still be a tough one to deal with.
Yeah, BYK is going to really need to be pop-off moment here, but look at Anubis. They've gotten so much control of this. Now they're just going to try to swarm onto Min. Dane close on by as well. Min's already gone. He's removed. That threat's not even a threat at all. Oh, man, Anubis. Look at the execution. And there we go. This should be done and over with, and indeed it will be. Anubis, this is looking a lot more coordinated. Like, even though that was like a calculated execute, it's so much better than what we saw previously. This is really impressive, because let's not forget, this was a team that right now, like, They're in the number 6 standings, but they're playing like in my opinion, like a top 3 team, no doubt.
Yeah, right now it's not looking easy for 999 in this one. At least Flair able to answer back after Comics grabs won a quick trade. Able to keep things even for now. Min very pushed up on A long, though, already holding on to the long box position, trying to sneak his way over into the BL spawn, or maybe just to hold that long angle on them, and he could have the key position to potentially winning this round. You can see Sad playing for that information, seeing if anyone's getting a little bit too aggressive, but it's got to be a B push at the end of the day, and this is where CRS is going to have the weight of the world on his shoulders for this round. He's the only player directly on the bomb side, but you can see he does have that close rotator of Flare very nearby, but this flash has to be perfect on the timing. Anubis has their entire roster stacked and ready to go, but CRS, look at the jump spot here. It's not the right position, and Sad able to know exactly where he's at early on, puts Doom in the position to try and hunt him down, but Flare on the rotation, mid-flash, able to help shut things down and open this one up a little bit more. It's not over just yet, though. Dipsy and Sad trying to hold on to the round, but there's just no way to make it happen with the rotation coming through so quickly. 999, they get it done.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We always just see these rounds that are looking pretty decent for Anubis, and then all of a sudden 999 just kind of throw this like bit of like a, you know, an uppercut that really just catches everybody off guard. And now even they're getting a little bit more confident. CRS is going to be aggressive in the main. Is he going to be able to find these kills? No, it's Doom again, man. Doom Bringer going to be able to find this double, making it here with Comics to find that triple kill. And now Min's just trying to get aggressive here, just trying to retaliate as much as possible. But this thing is already so much faster than what we've seen before. 3-on-1, and Comics surviving on the skin of his teeth with 1 HP. But man, oh man, Anubis, despite even the aggression from 999, they respawned very nicely, and now they're getting closer and closer to taking this series away. Only 2 rounds needed, Kyle, and this thing could be over with a 2-0.
Yeah, it's really up to the GR side here to make it happen. 999, they've got the positions to try and lock it down. They're just not winning the gunfights now. A lot of that is thanks to the entry fragging of Anubis, just making sure they've got every trade opportunity ready to go, and they're winning the majority of them in this second half so far. And for 999, they're just a bit spread thin at times, it seems. This time the plan has changed. 3 of them holding on for the mid push, and it could be the right call. The majority of Anubis is playing for mid control at the moment, just safe, holding the rest of these angles, and it's going to be a big push through the mid bridge. This is right into the trap, but Dane, way too early on the peak, going to be overexposed, taken down. Comics gets caught on the push, but it's going to be Favor who actually holds the line here. Good for 2, Flare good for a 3rd on the round, but Jaguar to try and do some work here, but Sad gets caught. CRS, a big round on the hold, and 999 keep the dream alive here.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing with 999. It just seems like, again, like they just find these moments where they can just shine a little bit, right? And it's not over yet. And that's the thing where Anubis just have to make sure they don't lose their composure on this. I mean, still up by 2 rounds, but now we're talking about 999 being able to find, you know, 2 rounds in a row for them. So, you know, this is starting to look like it could maybe potentially be on a good gust of wind here in the sails, but we'll wait and see. Anubis will have to see how they want to, you know, what tactic they want to go for in this kind of aggression and this kind of a bounce back right now from 999. Looking like some good nades. Gonna get thrown into mid and trying to catch a little bit off of Min. Just a little bit of damage, nothing too much for him to sweat about. 6 to be exact, but right now Anubis right back to the short ace. It looks like they want to go for this A-pop one more time. And that's going to be Sad. That's actually in the bottom end of long A here. So he's going to be the one that might try to go for this first fight. If he hits this shot, this is where you see Anubis. They're going to go right away. So it's going to be BYK, though. He's going to get the better of him, making that connect. Now it's all about Anubis. They're underneath, but look at BYK. He's just getting fed these duels super slowly, and there it is. QJK is going to be able to find himself a double kill. Now Dipsy by himself. A 1-on-4, he finds the first, but now he needs to get this triple kill to be able to keep Anubis into map and series point. He's got a minute and 10 left. He's got some time to work with, but he's got a C4 that's in the middle of no man's land. He's just surrounded here by the defenders. This is not a good situation. He has to be able to hit a shot, and he's trying everything in his power to look for this one-on-one fight, but BYK, a big round for him. That's going to be the triple kill, actually, to lock things down, and this is a 1-round differential now, Kyle.
Yeah, really good hold on that one from Favor and Flair. Getting the job done, keeping things moving in the right direction for 999 to maybe push this one in their direction after all. But Flair this time misses the shot on long. The follow-up, though, good on to Jaguar. He's taken down to 17 HP, but it may not matter at this point. They've got a huge advantage as Dipsy falls to CRS as well in the B tunnels, and now Anubis. They have to find some sort of answer. Otherwise, their giant lead is kind of dwindling down to just a tie, and that's where the map 3 on the horizon seems more and more likely. Comics and Doom trying to force the issue, but that's a huge kill onto Flair. If Min goes down, this could be devastating for the round potential here. You can see the spam shots. He's almost taken out of the picture with 15 HP, but now they're going to go for the full reset. Dane on the lurk, though. They've got to be ready for him in this position. He goes for the wide swing. Sad misses the shot. He had that moment to maybe even the score here, but now 999, they've got all the info and they still hold the numbers.
Yeah, this is really, really good from 999. Again, like just getting some good map control and now putting Anubis a little bit on the backboards, right? I mean, this is where 2.5 men are surviving with this one, and they got the C4, but again, they have a lot of decisions to make here. 999, honestly, the fact that they're kind of split apart like this, it makes me a little bit worried, because if anybody kind of gets a little bit over antsy or overzealous, I mean, that could really open up some map control here for Anubis. But they're going to go right back for it. They're going to go for another A hit again. They want to see if they can go for it. This time it's going to be the double and short, one down long. Doom needs to be able to find the sentry, but it's going to be Min that gets the better. But a quick trade back here from Comics. But look at that. QJK is going to be able to get the rifle to work and activate it here in the tower. And just like that, we're talking about a tie game when Anubis were in such a gigantic lead and they are slowing down.
Yeah, this is really tough now for Anubis. They haven't had anything going their way in quite some time in this second half, and this just shows you why this is a GR-sided map. Those 4 rounds that 999 were able to secure on the BL side, not easy to obtain those, and now they're reaping the rewards of it here. They're on the more comfortable side to try and close it out on Anubis. They're going to have to rethink everything in these last couple of rounds to try and get this one done in a second map, but third seeming pretty likely at this point. If Anubis can't find their way through, Dipsy goes for the early peek. Dane able to find that first kill of the round. Now they want to go back in for the engagement. Dane quickly traded there. Min spotted as well. So the pressure still on 999, but they're holding it perfectly. CRS able to find 2 in the lower B tunnels, and now Jaguar and Sad, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do to save the day in this situation. Jaguar lurking his way over towards the B-bomb side. Sad just looking for anything he could potentially find outside of the A connector, but with only a minute on the clock, they have to start thinking about where they want to send this one for the late portion of the round. Jaguar almost able to find one. Sad underneath in the tunnels, able to find the trade. Favor thinking about getting out of there. The right call, though. They've got to hold the numbers as long as they can, but with the time ticking away from them, Anubis still has to find a site to push through.
Yeah, this is not going to make it even better, too. The fact that BYK, look at this, he's going for the big flank. If he finds his kill, if he finds his timing against Jaguar, this thing's all over. Look at this aggression. He's going to get it done. He's going to get an easy kill, and there it is. Now he can just run on back. He knows that I think he has that intel, the C4 is there, but now he's just going to wait to see if anybody's lurking on this, and now Sad's going to have a really sad time because he's not going to be able to find anything. He gets overwhelmed by a jumping player, and now all of a sudden, we're talking about a game that was, what, 8-5, 8-4, has been brought into the favor of 999, pushing this series potentially into a third, or maybe even overtime, but 999 has really showed us a lot of stride here on their GR side, and Anubis, they just cannot seem to find the answer anymore.
Yeah, definitely not over just yet for 999, but unfortunately for them, they've done a lot of work to get here, but it's still not enough to guarantee this map, and this is where Anubis is going to have that last chance opportunity to tie this one and maybe take it right back into their hands in an overtime. But if 999 can close it here and now, it'll be map 3 to decide it, and that is where I don't think either team is going to feel extremely comfortable with how this series has played out, going all the way into a map 3. Compound would be the decider in this one. A very, very strong map for Anubis, but for Anubis, surprising to see them in this position regardless, because they had the perfect setup to have a 2-0 run in this series, and they've kind of just let things slip here, and that's probably why we're seeing this tack timeout come through from them. I believe it's 4 rounds in a row now that they've lost to find themselves in this position. Very kind of surprising considering how things had played out up until that point, but you've got to hand it to 999, particularly Flair and Favor really stepping it up in the second half.
Yeah, he really has, and that's the thing is, like, you know, I'm kind of surprised this timeout's happening now, because I was feeling like Anubis, you know, when you're losing that many rounds in a row, I felt like it would have been better for them just to kind of slow things down a little bit, but you can see, I don't know if they're drinking coffee, tea, or water. I have no idea, but like you can see these guys are just chugging away. They're just trying to get, you know, stretching the legs a little bit, maybe waking up, just realizing, look, we're letting this thing slip a little bit. This is not a good thing for us, because look, I mean, this is where 999 have been able, like you said, to get multiple rounds in a row. It felt like Anubis really had this game in the bag. So, I mean, this is a really hard thing to do. But look, you can argue this about both sides, is the fact that 999, it ain't over yet. They still have to close out. They have to get one more round. They have to get the job done. That can be a difficult thing for a lot of teams to do. We've talked about that with many teams here in the league in CFWL. But on the same token, it's where Anubis, is this timeout going to be enough for them to get recharged, you know, to push this thing into an overtime situation, which probably shouldn't be happening, but they just have to get over that mental hurdle as well.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the conversation they're having right now. If they're going to try and hold true to what has worked coming out of this pause, or if they're going to try and throw in a huge curveball. For 999, I think the best move is kind of keep things as they are. They've looked really polished on this second half. The GR very, very clean across the board for them in these last 4 rounds especially. So once we get back into game, it's really on Anubis. They're the deciding team here, and if this one will go the full distance into overtime, or if 999 is just going to get this one across the line here and now. But for 999, I'd love to see them make it happen, because they're one of those teams where they may have really competitive maps that we've seen from them, but they're not often in that winning position. And showing they can close here, I think, is the statement they need if they truly want to take this one in a map 3.
All right, well, we're about to find out a moment of truth now. 999 is going to be able to get the job done here to push this all the way to a 3-mapper, which would be Compound to finish things off. Otherwise, Anubis, once again, going to be able to go through the nitty-gritty of this and pushing this thing to the first overtime here on the second day of this weekend. And now they're waiting things out. Single Om right now for Sad. Double Om here for BYK, plus a Dane here for 999, so they've really kept true to that. Taking a little bit of a play out of Gaimin Gladiators. See if that pans out for them. Anubis this time, a little bit more in underpass, just, you know, trying to figure things out. They're going to be able to just get that mid-control a little bit differently. But they still have to worry about CRS. He's close on by. Nobody here from the GR side is going to be pushing on towards short. Instead, they're just going to post up, play their positions. But now some utility getting ready to be thrown here. Doom just getting the smoke ready for the connector. Do we see Anubis actually commit again to this A site? It has not been good for them, though, Kyle. I mean, this is the thing where, is it going to be enough? CRS, a reposition, maybe. He might be able to find the timing, but it's only the one and done. This might just be enough. This might be enough for them to get their timing. Now they're going to go for the split into B. And now Dane is getting overwhelmed by numbers. He needs to be able to find these kills, but it's just not enough. And Anubis, they might be able to seal the deal here unless Min, he do something a little bit differently. This is not looking good. Anubis, they still got some time to work with on the plant. They have to be able to just wait for this positioning of 999. They cannot get antsy. The plant's going to get committed. But now Min, for a big swing, does some damage. Oh, this is just anybody's game. This is a moment here for Sad. Has to be able to make this connection. They all need to just hit the shots. Otherwise, this could be all over. It's trades back and forth. And now Sad just trying to escape with his life, trying to burn the time as much as possible. And it's just BYK with 21 seconds here. Gonna throw the smoke, looking like he might even try to go for a little bit of a ninja, but it doesn't need it. And 999 will seal the deal. And we are going all the way to a map 3.
Huge way to close this one out. 5 in a row. Gets the job done for 999. And now it's anyone's game going into that map 3, and Compound as the decider. But Anubis, they definitely need to change the pace if they want to win this one, because 999, they've turned things up to another level here. Everybody really stepping up to make sure they can close this one out, especially in that final round. It was a 3-on-2. Anubis had the numbers, but Min able to have that impact in the last moments, really opened things up there with Flair to make sure they could have like a big close to this one. But job's not done yet, but still a huge win for 999. I actually think it's their second map win only in the season so far. Love what these guys are doing. You can see the improvements coming map by map with them, and now they have a really big opportunity on their hands.
Yeah, they really do. And honestly, it's really impressive to see, because when you're down by a huge deficit and able to, get themselves climbed all the way up to getting the map win, especially with even a long timeout, you got to give it to them, because I definitely did not have them in a favorable position. But that's the same thing too, where that's going to be frustrating for Anubis, because when you're in a big lead like that, a little bit of a choke, I mean, that is something you have to reset on, because now we're going into the last map of the series here, just a little bit. But these guys are going to have a couple minutes to kind of figure out their new game plan and what they want to do, because we saw some really good aggression on the GR side. Anubis looked pretty good for map control, but it was really when they got on the BL side, it just kind of, again, felt like their old ways, where they really didn't have a good game plan, and when something got kind of thrown at them, they never seemed to have an answer.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a much different approach on the BL side in this map from Anubis, because frankly, this is one of the harder BL sides as well out of any map they could have. So they really need to show those improvements going into it. And I actually think it's going to be 999 for the first time starting on the GR here, which is actually a really good position for them to carry that momentum through and maybe get a good early lead in the series with. But you have to think, especially after how that last one went, Anubis is going to come with some new life in the second map. And that's what I'm most excited for here, because we've seen so many series where Anubis looked like they might be down and out, but they still closed it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to find out. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we get back from the break, I think we'll be going back to the desk momentarily for these guys to give a bit of a recap. But look, get whatever you need to be recharged, because we're going to map number 3 in just a few minutes, so we'll see you in a bit.
game from 999, very aggressive,
Wow.
a very committed game from their side, taking Anubis to the third map on this series for the full series 1-1, 999 or 999. I never doubted that they can get a game like they did against GG. Now they're doing it again.
Man, who would have thought? Who would have thought that 999 is going to compound? Both teams are going to compound map 3. It is. To be honest, I did not think that 999 would do it. I thought it was going to be a quick 2-0. Not a quick one because the second game was close. But in their defense, I thought Anubis was playing too comfortable at it because 8 rounds, then you have 2 more rounds to end the whole game and to end the whole series. You can't just start throwing. I did not see Comics at the end. I did not see Doom playing. Jaguar the same like the previous games. And the counter from 999. Honestly, BYK and QGK were just doing insanely good, insanely well, which managed to get more insights on the late rounds. I mean, let's talk about the last round. It was a 1v1 scenario. Before that 1v1, it was a 4v2 for Anubis, meaning that Anubis had the numbers, Anubis had the utility, they had everything to just finish off this game, and they lost it. They just lost it, man, to 999.
6 rounds in a row for 999 gets the win, and Anubis couldn't do anything about it on port, picked by 999, and finally teams are getting their maps.
Yeah, once they reached 8 rounds, Zika, they just stopped winning. You said it. 8 rounds, 6 rounds in a row, man. That means Anubis stopped getting rounds at 8 rounds when 999 was at like 4 or something. So that doesn't make sense for me, to be honest. Does that means that 999 could end up the series winning? Absolutely, yes. I mean, they got the head start that they want.
I mean, yes, we saw 999 before, but this aggression, this focus and momentum on this game, taking 6 rounds against Anubis means a lot to them, and for the fans also, seeing 999 gets it, and probably the first win in this season.
I thought after the tactical timeout from Anubis on the round 9 for 999, it's gonna be over for 999 and the comeback was going to be there for Anubis Gaming, but no, that did not happen.
Did that yesterday.
Yeah, they do take tactical timeouts and they lose before it. So makes 0 sense. Actually, Zika, it's a tricky situation right now for both teams. I don't know what to expect, but if the same mentality for both teams, it's a win for 999.
Compound is the next map. I think most of the teams are comfort with Compound.
Yes.
No pressure there, but all the pressure there on both teams as match point hits us between the two teams, Anubis versus 999. Anubis was getting the momentum, getting 2 wins in a row, making its way up in the ladder, but 999 may get this win if they play this aggression and this focused.
Honestly, give credits, give respect, and everything, man. Hats off to Team 999. They deserved the map, they had the mentality, and they are ready to take map 3 for them.
I think Lazan Kyle will take us to game 3, which will decide who wins this series.
All right, you heard it from the desk. It's right. 6 rounds in a row they carry into this third map for 999. A huge way to close it out on port. But now Anubis has to show us they've got that bounce back left to maybe fight here and take this one back after all on map number 3. I will say going into this one though, Laz, Compound historically a very, very strong map for Anubis. So even though they ride into this one with 6 in a row, I think we're going to see a much more lively Anubis on this third map.
Yeah, I really hope so. And that's the thing, right? It's like, I was kind of thinking in the previous statement on the previous map is like port has been decent for Anubis, but we have seen those kind of blips, right? And we got to see it there. And that's exactly what we were talking about. But a map like Compound, definitely agree with you here, Kyle, is the fact that, you know, in the history books, Anubis has very much been a threat on this map. They were probably probably one of the better CFWL teams in one point, in the past that were on this map. But now with this roster, is that going to be the same case? Maybe with the performance of what we saw in map 2, is that also going to be the same case? That's a big question here because, look, I mean, that's going to be a huge boost for 999 just getting themselves into a 3-map series. But, maybe Anubis just needed a couple minutes to recharge, to stretch their legs. But look, I mean, I'm leaning on them still to potentially close this thing out, but at the same time, like if 999 can play the way they did with, BYK playing the way he did and finding a lot of good connections like that, and just some of the players, such as, I think even Dane had some good moments as well. CRS played himself a really good game. This thing could go away for 999, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to how long they can ride that second map momentum. They really need a big start here, I think, on Compound if they want to push this one into a reverse sweep for themselves. Otherwise, Anubis, they've shown already in several series they can bounce back and find ways to win it out. So I'm expecting Anubis to have a really strong map here on Compound, and a lot of this is going to come down to how they handle the snipers as well. We've seen a lot of double AWM setups coming out throughout the day. I'm curious to see if that remains true on this third map of Compound, especially because there's a lot of long lanes where both teams might try and find those opportunities to challenge. And then, of course, the big control point on this map that a lot of teams have trouble handling is that mid-tower position. So for me, that's kind of what I'm looking at as we kick this one off. But 999, they're wasting no time in mid here. You can see the quick mid push immediately eating some nades, though, from Anubis. It's CRS and Min. There's really no way out of this one. It's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange. Anubis already starting things off here on the right foot.
Yeah, definitely a good start right now for Anubis to be able to get themselves a little bit of that confidence back into this game, right? That's what we were talking about is, it's just so hard to see a team with a big lead and just like letting it, slip away. Like that is such a hard thing as a competitor and even a fan or even just, as a viewer, right? It's just, you hate to see it for any team. And right now for Anubis, realizing that they probably should have been able to get, a 2-0 here, which would be good. But we'll have to see if they can close it out. But Dane's going to make it problematic. But Anubis have been able to slip away. I'm not sure if Dane's been able to find it. Oh my goodness, he just barely misses that second shot. That could have really changed things around. But BYK able to get himself a good reposition now. So it's a 2-2, which was looking good for Anubis. C4 is going to go down. But 999 now, the question is, how are they going to approach this retake?
Bit of a tricky one here. Doom has a really solid angle for both fights, able to find the first kill, able to find the second, both through the walls as well, making it look nice and easy there. Anubis thanking him for that opening round, and there you have it, looking good in the clutch here. But honestly, just some really good pre-fires through these walls to get it done. But Anubis as well, that opening round utility setup is a huge statement, I think, in this one, because it shows they have that ability to block the GR mid push. And now I think 999, they're going to be very scared to do that again, which is a good weapon for Anubis to have in this matchup.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. And that's a good point. So this is where, if 999 played a bit too scared, that actually might allow Anubis to really start to play like their proper game, right? That we see in the BL side normally. But instead for this one, they actually leave Jaguar kind of just on the outside of mid window. Just kind of spotting for any mid aggression or potentially even an A push. Leaving the C4 all the way in the back of mid. So again, no full commitment. Pop flash going to get thrown. So now these guys not messing around. But it's going to be QJK is going to be able to find it. And already Anubis is running into a bit of a bear trap. Not looking good, and they catches them now. Are they going to be able to get themselves out of it? That's the biggest question here. QJK is playing a really good, bit of a strong angle just behind the box. Allowing BYK to kind of post up. Again, what do we see differently? And another secondary shot makes the connection. Man, he is just having a field day so far. And now Anubis needing to dig deep here. Comic's not going to be able to find the answer. Now Jaguar, the IGL remaining. My captain, oh captain, what do you have in store?
Yeah, for Jaguar, this is an almost impossible feat. Less than a minute. 4 players in between him and the round. And he's going to actually get a 1v1 for free here onto Min. Dane on the late peek. able to get the trade though, and were quickly brought to a tie. But honestly, a lot of this round comes down to this initial misplay. You can see Sad there walks right past Favor on the long boxes outside of B, and one by one they give him so many opportunities to grab those entries that 999 able to just hold on to a lot of early round advantages that they were able to find. But this time Anubis playing things differently for a third time in a row, putting that early attention on going for that pillars control towards B, still having Jaguar on the lurk A long, but on 999's end as well, they're playing this one differently. And it's going to be Dane pushed up with Min, taking control of that A room on long. Might be a good trap to catch Jaguar if he starts to push out for info. And because of that push, they can actually have CRS playing a little bit more forward in mid as well. So I do like this change of pace from the GR side, just keeping them guessing.
Yeah, and I like this idea that Anubis, like, it kind of feels like they were like leaning a little bit that they wanted to go for that B main control again. I mean, they got punished for it the time before, but you know, that's the thing we always talk about a map like Compound is the B site. Once you obtain it, you know, on the BL side, like it really just makes it so problematic for the GR side to go for those retakes. But Anubis, right back to the bread and butter, baby. They're going to go right back for mid control. A smoke to block off Dane. Dane not able to find the shot. Oh, players are right there, but oh, it is. Oh, okay, he's able to get that shot. Able to go through the smoke. Who even needs it? He doesn't even need full vision. He's going to be able to pop off, and now Anubis, they try to do the surprise attack a little bit more sneaky beaky, but unfortunately for them, 999, they're picking up 3 rounds. They're doing a good job. They're picking a multitude of rounds, or even 2. I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, but man, oh man, 999, they are starting to get themselves a little bit more of a wind.
Yeah, Anubis feeling that pressure. You could see a bit of an early nade setup in mid, not enough to catch any real damage early on, but now 999, they're going for that late crossfire in mid. I like this setup, I like this approach, but Anubis, they've got to show they can execute here on there, and they've had a lot of trouble going for these late A hits. It just has not worked out for them too many times, and on top of it now, they've got to deal with 999 playing very forward across the map. They've got a solo anchor of Dane just hanging out on the back of the B-bomb side, but everybody else is playing a double forward position here, and this is where they've got to show the trades are there if Anubis want to break through. This mid position is not going to be easy, especially with Favor just hugging that inside wall. They have to go for a very wide peak to challenge him. And CRS has the off angle to really support it. And here comes the push through the window. You can see double counter flash and smokes coming through over the top, but it's actually a safe decision from 999. They back off. Min tries to catch them on the lurk because of it, but now Anubis is forced to push through, take this control, and 999, they turtle up.
Yes, that might not be a bad idea too for the turtling up. I think this actually could be okay. Because so far it's actually worked out really, really nicely for them. So, you know, in the previous round, but Anubis getting this mid control on the right-hand side is not bad. But again, this is a lot here for QJK to be able to keep himself alive as much as possible. He has to make sure he doesn't go down. Okay, now at least he gets a little bit of damage. Now he can keep his life intact. This is a lot harder right now for Anubis because now they have to make a decision. Do we cross into the spawn door or do we go towards B? And that's exactly what they're going to do. But oh no, BYK! Oh man, he was fully open. So now Anubis get themselves a free sight. But now 999, they're close encounters for this. They have to get going before these smokes actually go for full bloom. And now Dipsy's able to find himself that double. And there we go. Anubis right back into the mid control, getting that B site. Like we said, that retake looking like it makes it a little more problematic. And we're right back to a tie game.
Yeah, really good execute onto that B-bomb site. The one risk in the round from 999 was leaving a solo player on the B-bomb site. They had to have at least 2 kills from Flare there, and unfortunately it was only going to be a one-and-done situation. And this puts them into a bit of a hot spot now. Anubis, even though things are even, the BL side has more advantages on an even half going into the GR. It's a GR-sided map at the end of the day, so Anubis going round for round here isn't going to bother them in the slightest when we look at that second half potential. So it's going to put 999 in that position where they really need to find round number 5 here. And again, we do see a bit of a change up. This time it's full mid control, fairly open on the defense, putting that pressure over towards A long to start off the round, but you can see them starting to fall off here. The rotation's starting to come through to put that extra pressure onto the back of mid, but I do like this play call. Nobody in the long room now, 3 on the back of the A bomb side. It gives them kind of a passive wall if the push goes either way.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting of a just sort of defensive setup. It is like a little bit of a funny wall, but they're really on the back of the boards now, and oh, they're actually going to maybe even try to re-aggress with this utility. I love this. Oh, I love this. But is it going to pan out? And indeed it is. They're going to be able to find these double openers, so now Dipsy maybe with a little bit of a reply back, but look at this. They are not letting down. They're tightening up the gloves. They want to keep on swinging. Waiting maybe for the pop flash even here for CRS to go for the big swing on it as well. There it is, CRS, but at least it's only one. But Dipsy! Oh, dear God. Again, Dipsy just saves the day with a triple, leaving it all just down to Dane by himself here with the arm in hand. Who other than Dipsy to have a pop-off moment, maybe able to find himself even the quad, but it's down to the 1v1. C4 still has to go for the plant right now. Dipsy's going to be able to get it. Dane thinking it maybe was a bit of a ruse. He was thinking maybe they were going to go for a bit of a fake, so now time is against him here. He's got only 30 seconds to make the play. Dane waiting things out. He's expecting some kind of counter-aggression on this, but he's got to get going. He's got the wrong idea, and Dipsy's just turtling up in this site. He's just trying to burn as much time as possible, but he gets his head spotted. Dipsy now, one shot to hit, and he's gonna land it, and Dipsy lands it with a quad kill and keeps Anubis alive in this game.
Yeah, if you're 999, that's not a round you can afford to lose here. They just overextended slightly on that retake of mid, giving that opportunity, but Dipsy as well, the intuition, knows he's low on HP, finds the for the 1v1 on that B bomb site. This shows why he's such a smart player in these type of situations. He doesn't let the pressure of being in a 2-on-4 phase him at all. So this is why Anubis are out in front now, but it has to be a bit more of a team game because right now Dipsy, he's really powerhousing a lot of these entry frags. 2 of their 3 rounds are Dipsy pulling at least 3 kills, and they need to find a way to still have that synergy to where they need these full pushes to start leaning their direction as well if they truly want to run away with this one. But 999, they're going to go back to their pretty standard setup in this round. You can see that CRS spots the one player going into tower. It's going to be sad grabbing the early hold, but for the first time, we might actually see Anubis go for an A execution out of long, and this is where 999 is going to have to face a new battle in this round.
Yeah, we finally get to see Anubis going a little bit more of a 3-player commitment onto A. Not bad at all, but Dipsy maybe to lead this charge was actually Jaguar was able to get this kill through a spam, so not bad at all. So Min's going to go down to the grave quickly. But this is kind of where it gets a little bit awkward, right? Because, I mean, Dane's posted up in the back of site. He's holding a tight angle, but Anubis, they're in such a strong position right now. They can actually just kind of retreat from this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So Dipsy just kind of being the lurk. CRS now. You were Dane. The points of contact, a nice pop flash. Everybody's blind, but CRS does win the better of it in the opening partial of it. But now BYK cannot seem to find the connection. He's been lethal, but now that injection's going to go against him, so leaving it just down to QJK by himself on a 1-on-3. And again, he's got a little bit of utility to work with here, but he just needs to be able to land these shots. Important, but look at Sad. He's going to be able to have the perfect lineup, tee it off, and it's a perfect drive here for Anubis.
Yeah, great BL side so far from Anubis. 999 starting to struggle a bit under the pressure of this third map. You can tell the synergy not quite as strong as what we saw on Port from them. It's a bit of a weaker map from what we've seen so far, but maybe they can find a way to change things up. I do like the change-up we're seeing here. It's going to be a full stack on the mid here and really just kind of flare by himself over towards that B-bomb site. They do eventually send Dane over to hold A long, but the majority of this fight is going to come down to this exchange on mid. You've got Min, CRS, and of course Favor here on the off angle, ready to fight, and Dipsy seems pretty eager to get into that fight, but that nade is actually very well placed onto Minchen, takes him down to just about half HP, and this is where I really like Anubis on the attacking side of this map, because they make it seem like they're going to go for an early push, but they don't end up pushing usually until the time is quite low.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely notorious for that in the past, right? I mean, I kind of felt like them and ROC were the teams that always just kind of waited until the last possible seconds. Were like, okay, now we'll go. Now we're going to do the execute. But, I mean, I feel like this season, Anubis has been a lot better about that. Like, their time management seems a little bit more improved, I guess. Or I guess right now. But, I mean, Jaguar, he lets one go by. He does it on purpose, and there's a reason why. And look at that. My goodness, within just 2 seconds, just 4 duels in their favor. They get around on top of it. Okay, this is the Anubis we know. This is what we were talking about briefly, you know, is the fact that Anubis on this map can be so dangerous, and we're finally getting to see that, but can they keep on this momentum? Can they be able to ride this wave? Because this is what we saw previously on Port, where they had a huge lead, and then they fumbled it.
Yeah, the big thing I've noticed, though, is it's not just the Dipsy show now to get it done. You've got two players that had one frag each 2 rounds ago, Jaguar and also Sad, up to 4 and 5 each. So it's really been a team effort now to keep this momentum train moving forward, and that makes it that much harder for 999. You're dealing with a very well-rounded Anubis at this point in the map, and they're 2 rounds away from a very, very massive half if 999 can't find a shutdown to really get things going their way. You can see Favor and Flare kind of pushed up here on the backside of the B pillars. Favor trying to maybe get out of town here, but Dipsy's very far forward already. These nades could be great for the pressure play. Already down to 43 HP. You can see that Anubis, again, doing what they do best here, just poking and prodding and waiting for them to get a bit too aggressive on the defense. They don't like to be the team to make the first move. They just want you to get anxious and peek them first.
Yeah, double player in B this time. It was a little bit different before, so I mean, here, or for the side of 999, but do we actually see QJK actually go for a big swing here? Dipsy, oh, Dipsy. Gotta be a little careful here, son. And actually, QJK actually gets taken out. So this is not good. So already 999 have lost a player. This is gonna make it a little bit harder. And this is the thing too, like I feel like on the GR side, like you can always have a player anchor by themselves, but like we said, just the fact that it's such a difficult site to retake onto, I almost like the fact that they're keeping 2 with CRS. Oh, CRS, you're just too exposed. Somehow gets away with 1 now, but Anubis, they're not even going to hesitate. They're just going to barrel on into the site looking for BYK, but how was he able to find a double? He was overwhelmed by numbers, and he's still able to prevail, but Comics now finds himself a little bit of a reply with a triple, and Anubis have really started to fire on all cylinders for this map 3.
Yeah, map 3 not looking too good now for 999. Potentially a 7-2 half if Anubis can close out a final round. You got to hand it to Flare there for a minute. He made it look like 999 was going to come back and win that round, but Comics really stepping up and continuing on to show us what this team can do across the board with every single player having their moment on this 3rd and final map of the series. So for 999, this is kind of a must-win final round of the half. Otherwise, they go into the BL with only 2, and from what we've seen from them on the BL sides throughout the day, it hasn't been the easiest side of the map for them. Thinking back to how they even got things done or started on map number 2, they only had 4 rounds on Port, and I think they only had 3 on Ankara on the BL side, so very, very tough for them historically on these BL sides, but now more than ever, they've got to show us they've got that fight in them, because I feel like this team, Laz, they show so much potential, but when it comes to closing a series, they just haven't been able to get it done so far.
Yeah, that's definitely true. That's a really, really good point as well. Well, I mean, look, it could, you know, if 999 are going to be able to find a round, I mean, this would be huge just for getting a 6-3. I mean, not going to be a huge half for them, but at least it's something to work with. But right now, Anubis are really starting to show a really dominant BL side, which was kind of making me wonder a little bit if we would see that kind of play again. Because like we said in the history, we said they were very strong on this side, but different rosters, different times, but still looking like they got their winning ways on their BL side, but 6-2, and now even 999 have been able to find the first opening double kills here. So taking down Comics, taking down Jaguar. He's still got the threat of Dipsy. He's put himself at 11-4 right now for the team, top fragging throughout the entire server, and also here for Anubis. Gonna go for the swing onto the right side mid, pushing these defenders back a little bit. Min's able to find himself something. That's actually gonna be the bomb dropped here too. Min finds himself 2 more, why not? And leaving it all just down to Sad now here for a 1-on-5. He does get that first engagement, but he's only got 22 seconds to work with, and it's just not enough time at all. And there we go, 999 at least to get themselves a consolation prize here with another round. But look, going a 6-3 with, you know, Anubis going on the GR side, 999 better have themselves ready here for the strategies, because this is going to be a grueling BL side.
Yeah, this first round has to be a big one for them. Otherwise, it's already very close to the end of the line for Anubis. It is going to be Sad who wants to take the early fight on A-Long. I actually like this position. A lot of snipers don't take this challenge often enough, but he's actually playing very far forward on the A-Long room, so maybe he can find some value from this position. But 999, they're not really eager to go for any map control just yet, just slowly easing into mid. A couple players now working over towards A-Long as well. They're looking to Dane, though, to open up this round. He's got the mid-tower position, almost able to take down Doom, hits him through just the corner there, and able to put him on to 10 HP, but he really needed to find that pick. But this time it's actually Sad to answer back on the opposing side here. Flare goes down, and the rest of 999, they do not want to fight him after that one.
Yeah, they definitely don't. But 999, I mean, again, this is where we talked a lot about them just being kind of like a, you know, a newer team in this, of like, what are they going to be able to find on their BL side? Because this is where I kind of wonder in terms of the IGL, like how much preparation they've done. This is going to be a difficult thing to do because Anubis are definitely favored on this one, but they're losing bodies, they're losing players, and BYK going down is definitely going to make things harder for them too, because he's had himself a really good series so far. He's really been a linchpin on this group, but now, I mean, finally a little bit of reply back here. Dane does win the engagement. But is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough of a kickstart? You already see that one of the players, that's going to be Dane. He's already pushed up all the way in long A. Now he might even try to go for a fight. They might even bank on him to find that engagement so these two players in mid can be able to pounce. That might be the case. And now Anubis, oh, things are slowing down. But Comics, he's not slowing down at all. He's looking to end this thing with a triple. Gets 2.5, leaving it down to the 1v1. And Dipsy full HP. QJK down to 14 HP with 20 seconds remaining. They have to make a play, and Dipsy will make it an easy one. And Anubis will be able to find themselves an opening round, which is something they haven't been able to do so far in the series.
Yeah, it came down to the wire there, looking a little bit scary for the moment, but thanks to Comics and Dipsy, they win it in the 2-on-3 clutch, and now they're just 3 away from a victory on this third map. Doom as well gets the opener. Dane out of the picture. He was their key to entries in the first round, but now it is going to be Min as well. Almost going down. A quick fight there with Sad on B long outside of the pillars. Almost gets really, really scary here for 999, and it's back to the drawing board once again. You can see two players actually quickly moving into position A long, though, for 999. Jaguar, the only one holding on to this A bomb site. It's going to be a pinch on to Jaguar right away. Doom has to swoop in and get something done. Gets the opening kill on the push. Gets the double kill and the C4 in mid as well. The A long players aren't going to matter near as much at this point because the C4 is dropped in the middle of the map, and all of Anubis is ready and waiting for this fight.
Whoo-wee, okay. There we go. Anubis looking a little bit more dialed in right now, and an 8-3 is a lot bigger of a padding here for them to close this series out. But again, they just got to pretend that, you know, round by round, they can just get this thing done. They cannot be able to fumble this. This would just be so disastrous for them. A Jaguar going by himself. Oh my goodness, he was almost able to find that double kill, but thankfully for Dane, he's able to get the reply back. And now for 999, they're getting pushed a little bit here into middle. And you can see Anubis getting grouped up here on the side door. They might be able to even find the timing. Gypsy with a beautiful shot here with the arm. Makes a connection. So now Anubis sitting pretty. Even Doom goes for an engagement. Comics is just kind of sitting, hanging out. And now 999. They've lost so many bodies. They have to grind it out. But Dane's being able to be a hero here. And all of a sudden, this thing is flipped on its head, Kyle. It's down to a 2v2.
Yeah, really good positioning there from Dane to catch the rotators out of the B connector. The bomb still down outside of A long, and this is where Dipsy might be able to find the timing here to maybe catch CRS off guard. He's already pushed up all the way through. CRS just goes for the shoulder peek, grabs the bomb, gets out safely for now, able to rotate over towards the speed bomb site. But do they know Sad is already playing the corner pocket here? This is the key fight of the round. Dane versus Sad could be the decider here. Dane goes down low for the Colt fight, looking for the close range encounter here, but either player is able to connect. It's a bit of a struggle here. The rotation starting to come through. Dipsy trying to save the day here, but it might be a little bit too late to the party. Now it's a 2-on-1. The C4 open to be planted here, and that utility makes it that much harder. 8 HP left on Dipsy as he goes in for the push here on the edge of this smoke. He's not going to find anything. CRS and Dane are playing this so patiently, but Dipsy through the edge of the smoke, able to find the first here, but can he do it? The 1v1 caught with a nade out, not going to matter. CRS, the quick switch, saves the day.
You know, I know it's early on, but I'm just going to say, like, I'm going to absolutely lose my mind if we see another situation where Anubis, you know, they just, like, choke, right? I mean, look, they're not on map and series point yet, but, like, look, you're up 8-3, and this is exactly what kind of happened before. This is where we saw almost a deja vu. This is almost a repeat because Anubis had a big lead. They can't let it slip. They can't just get in their own heads on this, but look, there's still, you know, many chances here for Anubis to close this thing out and get it done, but all it takes is 999. That's what they did before, and Sad's going to be able to get himself aggression. Oh my god! Oh, that is a sick little bit of a one-tap arena. Why not? Okay, now maybe they're just going to make me eat my own words once again. They've done it before. They're going to just do it here, and now BYK and Dane together, they're going to find a combination of 2 kills, but still giving Anubis the leg up here in terms of the man advantage, but they got time, Kyle. They got the C4, and they're grouped up together. If you wanted 2 players to be alive on 999 right now, I feel like it's these 2, especially the way that Dane's playing this map.
Yeah, it's a good combo to have. The only downside here is double can be very risky if they're going towards this A bomb site. The trade potential, if they miss a shot, is so much lower, so they have to be perfect on these aim duels if they want to win it out, especially considering Jaguar is already tucked away on the back of the A bomb site. Doom as well, very close by, holding that lower vent rotation to be quickly responsive if the push comes through. So Dane has to lead this charge to perfection if they want to win this round back from Anubis, but you can see the rotation already starting to come through as well. Comics pushes out for info, so he's going to know it's pretty clear, but Jaguar still has to hold the line here. Dane with the miss on the opener, goes for the repeat, gets it anyways, and Jaguar goes down. Doom still holding on to that rotation position. They're not ready for it at all. Gets the pick on to Dane. Now Flare, a crucial 1-on-2 to try and win his way out of. What a reaction shot, but it doesn't matter because it always seems like Doom is here to save the day for Anubis, and it puts him on match point.
Yeah, honestly, that's the biggest thing, though, right, is the fact that Doom is really, across the board, like, throughout the series, has had himself a bit of a strong performance. He really, really has. And this play right there, right in the end of that replay, if Doom didn't go for that immediate fight, I mean, that could have been a 9-9 round easily, right? I mean, that all he needed was, like, that extra couple seconds just to reposition and get that shot off. So, good coordination here from Anubis. Map and series point we go. But this is the question if they can get it done. A 9-4. So a little bit of padding here for Anubis to be able to experiment to see how they can close this game out. 999, backs against the boards, pushing things now to a 3-map series. They haven't been able to find themselves any wins yet so far in the league. Sitting in the number 7 spot with an 0-2. Hungry for a W. But it's going to be Anubis now that once, if they can find this win, this is going to just catapult them a little bit here in the standings. But now the aggression from 999 crossing into mid. Really hesitant on what they want to do with this game plan. Where do they want to go? And it looks like they want to go to Sad. And look at that. He finds the opener. That's going to be the C4 carrier. And it's just a slaughterhouse. And right now, Anubis should be able to clean it up. And indeed, they do. They're going to get the job done, Kyle. We don't even have to sweat at all. And Anubis, they get it done early with a 2-1.
Yeah, a really, really good way to close this one out. Honestly, surprised they weren't able to do it in 2, but I think they're going to feel good regardless after this showing, because after 2 matches lost to start the season, wasn't sure what to expect with this team, but now it's 3 wins in a row, back-to-back matches. Also not easy to do, Laz. This is one of the few teams that has played every single day so far. They have yet to have an off day as a team, so being able to push through that on top of it as well, not an easy task, but honestly, these guys have shown the resilience, and in my mind, this win kind of solidifies them as that number 4 team in my mind now.
Yeah, it really does. It really, really does, because it was, you know, a little bit of a turn of events when we talk about the standings where, you know, TBI is kind of sitting in that number 4 spot where they had that 1-1 record. So, you know, for Anubis to be able to find this win is going to be a really nice way for them to just put themselves closer to that, right? Because it kind of felt like they should be, like, and you know, when you and I captioned them last week, we were thinking, look, this is already looking better. It just felt like maybe a little bit more time, and then this could actually be a pretty well-oiled machine. And so far, I mean, they looked pretty good against 999. Like you said, probably a little bit of a disappointing factor for them, the fact that they had to go to a 3-map series, but you also got to give it to 999, considering like just who they are and like them being like kind of the new team on the block here for CFWL. They made it a really interesting fight and pretty close encounters, and you know, put up a pretty good amount of work here for Anubis to grind things out and getting the job done. But look, that's a fun series. It definitely went the full distance, which I was not expecting, but I love when it does, just because we get to see teams getting really tested.
Yeah, 100%. I think for me, the biggest improvement they made coming in today was putting Flair on that secondary I think that was a big upgrade for 999. He had a lot of impact in every map, and in his previous series, I didn't see quite as much from him. So I'm hoping they can continue to develop this, because as we see these double setups come to life, I think there's going to be a lot more these teams can do to be competitive with those at the top. But that's going to close us out for this one. But don't go anywhere. We have a quick breakdown of this match and then a very big second match on the way. We'll see you there.
And with that, the first series of the day is over. Anubis takes is the first series of day 5, second week of CrossFire West League, the third win for Anubis.
You have to really like how Anubis plays their game.
Yep.
When they're on the attack, they play it slow. You can tell by the round 12 when it was 8-4 to Anubis. And by the way, it was 999 last round. They start with Sad that comes always with the trades. If someone dies from Anubis, Sad is always there for 2 kills. Thing is about Anubis is when someone dies, they always trade it for 1 or 2. It's not 2 or 3, sorry. It's not a 1-for-1 trade. And I think that gives Anubis always the edge that they need when it comes to their gameplay. Keep in mind, the presence of someone like Tepsi with the sniper is almost just mandatory. Yeah, look at his KDA 2.0, man. I think it's the highest KDA if I'm not mistaken, yep. So when you use a sniper, you have lots of pressure on you, which makes sense. You have to get the first blood, you have to trade, you have to be on A and on B and stay in the middle at the same time. Plus Anubis does not play 2 snipers except in some rounds. Most of the times they play 1 solo sniper, and here you go, man. You're MVP, Depsy, and how can he not be the MVP? The guy did it all, man. He was there with the sniper, he was there for the trades with Sad and Doom. So I think if anyone deserves the MVP, it is Depsy. Man, I'm going to be honest with you. I actually wanted 999 to get the first one. It's not from a bias perspective or anything, but I think you feel me when you want this dark horse, the underdog, to get his first one and start from there. But Depsy had another plans, which makes sense. The guy was an absolute monster out there, man.
It happens when 999 is so close to the first victory. You want to spice this standing ladder a bit, but Dipsy has another saying in this game. So let's have a talk with Dipsy in a few minutes or few seconds maybe to tell us about how did they pull this off. And take this game means Anubis is now maybe third in place.
Yeah, might be. I mean,
temporary, but
yeah, it's temporary because still we have the first 2 teams playing against each other, GG and ROC Esports. We will go there.
I think now Anubis played the most of their
matches.
games.
Yeah.
Yes, they played 5 games, 5 series. Yes.
So I think we have some highlights to talk more about Depsy and talk more about the Anubis boys. I mean, look, covering Anubis gameplay, starting from the first map, Ankara, it was almost not close between both teams. It was going one-sided for Anubis, but then on fourth, another plan, another set of rounds from 999, completing and recovering the game while you need. When you're on the attack side, it's always hard for you to win on port because it's a defensive map more, and you start to plant the bomb and move from there, try and post-plant the situation. But when you lose enough rounds, here's when it gets tricky, because the comeback is almost impossible when you talk about a game like CrossFire. The game is so fast, it's all about the momentum and the snowball effect that you can build for a team like Anubis. So I really like the mentality of Anubis. They just never give up. Even if they lost one map, they just gonna come the map after it. Thing is with 999 Zika is that they always win one map. That's their second map overall to win.
Okay, so let's have some insights from Depsy on this game. Hi Depsy, I hope everything is good. Hello. So talking about, let me start with the second game. Second game, we saw your performance in first game. You played very well. You were on your top performance as yesterday. So what happened in this second game?
Actually, second game we were in a hurry because we want to eat anything because we are fasting, as you know.
So you decided to give them the map and let's make up for it.
Everywhere and don't play our match,
كل سنة وأنت طيب. كل سنة وأنت طيب.
أنت طيب.
Okay, so second game was a bit like you said. Anubis did some reckless movements, let's say. But third game was easier a bit. So taking this game versus 999, tell me how is your performance facing this team, and how tell me your perspective about this team.
Actually, we before we start the series, we was knowing like we will win like 2-0, but we don't expect that we lost board.
Yes.
So we said let's play more serious in third map to get this win.
Okay, let's give it all and win this third game.
Yeah, Depsy, you are the MVP man. You're the man of the match. First week for Anubis, I want to ask you this. First week of Anubis, you guys were struggling a bit, but second week, goodness, you're on a streak. You're winning. What changed from the first week to the tonight's week?
Yeah. We start the league with a bad, unlucky week in the first.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we said it's only the beginning. We need to focus on upcoming matches. We need to fix our mistakes. We need to play our matches. And yeah, that's it. We come
And
back.
you did it.
We came back stronger.
Yes.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we came back stronger, and we need more. It's not yet.
Yeah, it's never
Yes.
yet, man. We're waiting for your
It's
game against
never-
ROC Esports. We call it Classico, man.
Okay, thank you, Dipsy. We wish you best of luck in the upcoming series. Thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so this game, they know it's never predictable to say, yes, we are stronger, we'll get this 2-0.
But deep down, they know.
They know they can perform well. So you have to tell yourself over and over again that I am the best. So you can be the best.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's. I don't want to say it's delusion.
No. It's motivative. It puts you on.
Man, I think as a pro player, you have to be delusional. To be honest, like anyone should be the
right?
best. Yeah,
Delulu in the right way.
yeah. You just have to be like this. I mean, how can you not be? If you think someone is better than you, I think you won't achieve anything. Anyways. Moving on to ROC Esports and GG, my opinion, and I think in your opinion, the main event of the match, GG and ROC Esports.
I don't even know where to start. ROC Esports never lost a game. GG never lost a game. Both of the teams lost just a map. I think throughout this entire season so far, week 2 and day 5. The boys, we talked about it so a lot, and Gaimin Gladiators also. We saw great performance, especially yesterday's facing up UK. So both teams have everything on the table to perform this, like you said, main event.
Man, this game is super scary for both teams. Both teams are just locked in. Both teams have great record, great career. Within the standings, both teams, if I'm not mistaken, an equal career within some difference in the API and the AP and the round difference. But when we speak about ROC Esports, they are just in the top. They are the creme de la creme. They are just there, man. Thing is about GG, they are facing, in my opinion, the number in the top 3 sniper worldwide, who is Snare, but you can say the same for Spoxy and Team GG. So we have this head-to-head between a couple of names like Horus and Flex, Snare and Spoxy. The second place ROC Esports, also the first place GG. Man, what a match we're going to see.
Win rate 100% for both. AP even very close.
Everything's close.
Everything is close, and this game will put one of them will take the first loss, and this broke my heart.
I broke someone's ego too, man. I think most of these teams have a big ego for sure, and that's why they are on the top places. Here's a quick comparison between the Horus and Spoxy. Spoxy comes with 1.87 KDA, while Horus comes 1.29. I mean, it's not about KDA, man. It's about the impact that they leave in the game. And to be honest, both players, especially Spoxy, leave huge impact. Here Zika with the sniper, he's always everywhere. He's terrifying player to play against. Reminds me of Flex Ruffin with clutches that we saw yesterday live here on the stream. Man, so hard to predict. I think my honest prediction and my all-in prediction is going to be if the map is picked by ROC Esports, then they gonna win it, and the opposite for GG. I'm not gonna give a prediction based on player stats because, in my opinion, 10 players are just equal in my eyes.
I totally agree. Yes, there are some slight favor in the side of Spoxy, but is this head-to-head even accurate to compare between Spoxy and Horus? But its overall stats, its overall comes to this series, to the game number 1. GG did a huge game yesterday against UK, proved themselves to be the strongest in the competition so far, but both teams didn't lose a match. Both teams didn't lose a series. Both teams, like you said, are eager to prove themselves the champions for now.
We've already covered the players of ROC Esports and GG multiple times during the first and the second week. We're currently on the second day of the second week. So I don't think there is much to talk about in the player stats, nor the map veto. And speaking about the map veto, as you can see, Eagle Eye again was picked by ROC Esports.
Oh, okay, GG on board. A very easy map for both teams, to be honest. But Mexico as a decider, which may we see this map today?
I can't set the fact aside that we can't see a third map tonight. Actually, if we saw it in the first map, the first series, maybe we would see it in the second series as well.
My very I don't have the words, but listen to me.
Tell me.
The winner of this series, could you name it? Number 1 contender for this season.
I mean, yes, for sure, because in my opinion, they are playing the first place against the second place, and I can't even call it a second place because we're just in the second week, so someone's gonna be the first.
Stats.
Yeah, it's just clear stats, temporary stats, man. I'm super excited for this game.
Okay, so it's time to go with Kyle and Laz. Take us to game 1 in this best of 3 series.
All right, thank you, Zeke and Nazim. Of course, really good insight here at the desk. But look, I couldn't agree with you guys more because this is definitely the best matchup we could probably have here, probably all weekend, arguably, just because, look, historically, we're talking about Gaimin Gladiators, you know, a team that's won the league. We talked about ROC, right? These guys have just been on a dominant, you know, performance for the last year or so. Kyle, I could not be more excited. And let's not even forget, too, that this veto, I mean, you and I were joking in the green room, and we are like, you know, it'd be kind of fun if we get like an Eagle Eye maybe, or maybe like a Mexico. We get both! We get both maps in this veto, so both these teams are trying to play some mind games. So, man, we got ourselves a more even juicier matchup here for the best of 3.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I hope it goes to map 3. I would love to see Mexico for the first time for us this season. Obviously, this is a series where that's definitely on the table. I mean, we look at the history here between these two teams. The last time they met being the West League finals here for the previous season, where LCK did win it in a reverse sweep, 3-2. But I don't know if it's going to be the same situation this time around. I feel like both teams have looked good. I would say we've seen weak points from them both. None of them coming into this series with a flawless record on maps. You had Gaimin Gladiators losing very early on in the season, one of their first maps to 999, and then of course ROC Esports giving up Port, which is in the series, to GV. They lost it as well. So I'm definitely expecting a pretty back and forth series in this one. But for me, I think the big difference between these two teams is I feel like Gaimin Gladiators at their peak might actually be the stronger team here, but they're also, in my opinion, the more inconsistent team in this series. If they're off their game, I could also see a world where ROC Esports just goes through, wins this 2-0, because I think they do have that extra consistency compared to Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because I think when you talk about the head-to-head against these teams, like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of history, and the biggest thing, like you brought up, is the fact, like, I really wanted to touch base on that, is last season, right? I mean, when we talk about last year, you know, ROC were able to get, you know, in their first encounter in the regular season, it was ROC that was able to get an easy 2-0 at the end of the day. But then when you turn into the finals, that's where, you know, the fact that ROC were sitting themselves with like a 13-11 win, a 10-3 win, it was looking good. And let's not forget that was a best of 5. And then they completely got reverse swept. And honestly, pretty dominantly too. Like, I mean, the closest game was that, you know, the fourth map, which was a 13-12, went all the way to the golden round. That's the thing for ROC Esports. These guys have been, you know, on this upward trajectory. We talked about them internationally. They've been really impressing us here because CFWL teams have, you know, always kind of lately been, you know, struggling at that, you know, higher level. But that's the thing is where, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they're definitely a team where, like you said, if they're playing their game, they are a very scary team. But that's kind of the consistency thing with these guys. Whereas I think, you know, ROC Esports has definitely shown us a lot better of consistency. But look, this map pool and Vito is going to be a really good test for both these teams just because it's going to be the first we've seen it, like you said, for the season. But also it's like who's going to be more prepared, who's been able to get themselves warmed up because both these teams kind of had themselves weird starts to the season. That's kind of the concerning part. So really now, this is arguably the number 1 and number 2 team playing each other. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to bring the heat because, you know, if we see, you know, Flex playing the way he did a little bit earlier on, that's going to be scary. But that's also the thing for Spoxy because he was having himself a field day last week when we were covering him.
Yeah, I think the big thing to look at here for me is what the reaction to the map pools will be. It's actually the second time we see Gaimin Gladiators this season on Eagle Eye. They played it for the first time yesterday. unKnights, a bit of a scrappy, but they still got the win. So maybe ROC Esports did their homework. They watched that match. They've had a chance to see Gaimin Gladiators perform on this map. So they do have a slight advantage, I think, going into map 1 here, having not shown their hand themselves on Eagle Eye just yet. But this is also a very tough map considering what teams are used to in this pool. We see a lot of port compound in Ankara, which are very, very big maps, and this is actually the smallest map alongside Mexico in the pool, and both are in this series. So it's a lot more close-range duels than we're used to seeing, but I'm here for it. It kind of takes some of those aimers out of the equation and forces team play here to be that thriving factor. You can already see ROC Esports going for those team plays as well. It's a 4-player push over towards the B bomb site quickly. Horus able to find the first kill, takes down Flex. They've got an opening now to work their way into this B bomb site. Lion Claw going to be on the lurk here, just holding on to this anchor position with Dezane, hoping for this push, but I like the call from ROC Esports, faking the execution and slowing down the pace.
Yeah, this is a really good play from them. Just again, just kind of, you know, evaluating their options right now. They're not just going to go heavy-handed into the site, even though they have some decent map control for it, but now it looks like they're going to actually commit to this. They realize, look, we're under a minute left. We got to make a play. We got to make something happen a little bit. Gaimin Gladiator is going to try to go a little bit of contention here with Lion Claw, but it's a little bit back and forth, and Raffin actually able to find himself this double kill. So now it's right back to an equal footing with the 2-2. Players are going to be split apart from each other on the defensive side. Raffin just trying to go for a big old duel, but Totson, who other than him to be the clutch factor once again. And now Spoxy, somebody that we talked a lot about, someone that's just been so scary in the servers, needs to be able to find this clutch. Outnumbered, but he finds himself a little bit of a 1-1, but it's going to be ROC Esports. They're going to start the day off with a first-round win.
Yeah, a bit of a tough start here for Gaimin Gladiators. It looked like for a moment Raffin might be able to bring it back for them, but still, it only came down to a 1v1, but that might be the story for a lot of these rounds in this series. I can see a lot of 1v1 finishes here, and all of those rounds over time are going to start stacking up for the team who can win it in the clutch. So for ROC Esports, it's now about that momentum. Can they keep it moving in the right direction, or will they allow the immediate response here? It is a quick change-up as they go quickly towards the A bomb site here. Spoxy under pressure, able to find one as Raffin goes down. He needs more than that to hold the line. Gets a second. The late trade from Horus is going to be there for now, but Flex from the B bomb site stairs, able to take down Horus on the top of side. An unconditional miss from Snare as well in mid takes him down and out, and now it is Slayer, the last alive, trying to get his way into a full rotation.
Yeah, and he was somebody yesterday that I believe he was actually, you know, put himself in MVP status as well. So, and look, if someone like Slayer can be able to find himself form like yesterday, this could be huge, but he's got a lot of time to work with. 1-on-3, but again, not an easy situation. Gaimin Gladiators playing this perfectly. They're all playing together as a unit. They're all just going to group together. They're not going to really just have these single individuals by themselves. So making it a lot more of a tough task here for Slayer. Gets his presence known a little bit. Dezane, oh boy, he gets a little bit over-committed. Lion Claw trying his best to just hide and tuck away. But now Slayer realizing maybe they're just going to try to swarm him. And Zane's going to get the job done. So Gaimin Gladiators find themselves right back into this right away. And that's what we kind of expect, but I'm liking the coordination we're seeing. I like the fact that, you know, the repositioning is happening. And this is the thing about Eagle Eye, like you mentioned, Kyle, is the fact that this is a really strong map for the ALM players. And this is where, you know, Spoxy, you know, despite the team's kind of efforts in the beginning of the season, like he really has been performing very, very well. So if we get to see that play, I mean, this is going to be a rough time for ROC Esports.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest advantage I would give them in this matchup for Gaimin Gladiators is especially on map number 1, Eagle Eye. Close range fights are the name of the game, and your ALMs have to be able to fight in that close environment. And that's where I look at players like Flex and Spoxy having the advantage over a player like Snare. If you give Snare a long lane to control, he's going to win that all day long. But if you have to go for these quick scope reactionary angles, that's where I favor someone like Spoxy and Flex to pull off these kills. And that's where you're going to have to see a change of pace coming out from ROC Esports to be able to deal with both of those players, because it's not going to be easy, especially on the BL side, to break through past them. But as we do look at Eagle Eye as it progresses, it is a bit of a GR-sided map, so if you are Gaimin Gladiators, I feel like this is a must-win half for them to move forward strong into that second half, because as you can see already, the BL, it's a little bit uncomfortable with how close these angles are, especially once you try to fight on site. There's just so many weird off angles you have to account for that the GR team can hold against you.
Yeah, it's very true. And I feel like even for, you know, even again for Gaimin Gladiators, like we've seen Dezane, you know, I think when they were playing Entropy last week, you know, like they had themselves better he had better performances again, but this is like probably the highest competition you're going to be playing right now, right? So this is where it is a big question of like who's going to step up, right? Because like you said, the fact for Gaimin Gladiators is, you know, if we have Flex and Spoxy being able to be those ALM players that can just kind of run around on a map like this is huge. But for me, I'm kind of curious about ROC Esports just because we saw, you know, last week, we saw Snake being able to have himself a lot of big frag moments. We saw Horus being able to get himself moving a little bit. I felt there was actually a pretty big absence from Snare, which honestly, like, is so uncharacteristic because he really is a big pillar on this team. But that's where I'm hoping he's going to be able to bounce back a little bit in this matchup when it kind of matters the most. This is about redemption, right? Like, this is about the CFWL territory of, you know, ROC Esports being able to get a dub against their biggest rivals. But we'll find out right now. It looks like everybody's getting the fist bumps. Everybody's getting a little bit fired up, ready to go back into this. But do they have it in them? I mean, this is the biggest thing for ROC Esports. Who is going to step up when it matters the absolute most now?
Yeah, I am curious if we end up getting an interview later to figure out why ROC picked this map. I actually wouldn't even put it in their top 3 in their map pool. It's a bit of a risk reward situation potentially for them on this one. Maybe they thought they had the advantage off of seeing them play yesterday. They haven't been seen yet on this map, but I definitely agree Snare is the weak point in this lineup on this map, and that's where I'm so nervous from them, because you could already see it even in that previous round. You think to that mid double doors duel we saw play out from Dezane and Snare there, and Snare actually had the advantage, but because of how close that shot is, you can see it in the replay, he misses the shot, and it's unfortunate that he's not having a lot of success in these close quarters fights, because to be able to break through on a map like Eagle Eye, you've got to be able to get that done, and that's where I think the back half of this series, actually in terms of maps, might favor ROC Esports a bit more, even though they're leading with this risky pick of Eagle Eye. I think a lot of it's just going to come down to now, though, as we hop back in, they've got to show they can adapt here, because Gaimin Gladiators, they are no joke on the defenses here. They've got these crazy setups that I don't think anyone's really ready for on this map.
That's exactly it. And I mean, even yesterday, I know Neo and also Pando are the ones that were covering this, and you know, Flex was kind of again just doing what he does best when they're playing on the GR side, and he was just kind of running around and different competition. But that's the other thing too, is when do we see Flex kind of being that overextension, and when he tries to find the timings, because he's just so notorious for it. I mean, the Lion Claw now, he's even trying to do it, and there it is! Finding himself a little bit of an opener, but takes down the Alm. That's going to be a nice pickup here, so that's going to be removed from ROC Esports. Flex now, equipped up, looking down, nothing to find on the lane, but it is Horus just on the other side of this box. Flex inside, instead of playing aggressive like we normally see him do, he's playing a little bit more conservative, realizing, look, like we got the numbers, let's not go too antsy on this. He knows that ROC can easily bring things back. No questions asked. Dezane just trying to spot things out as well. And ROC now really evaluating their options here. They got the C4 control, that's fine, but they need to be able to find some real estate. They need to be able to find some kind of opening. And maybe even now they might even try to go against Flex. And he's posted up. He's got the arm ready to go. He just needs to be able to hit this shot. Good nade. Not going to be able to land anything. Oh, but Flex, no, it's a swing and a miss, unfortunately, but Horse will be able to find it, so now they're just going to barrel in. Spoxy on the other end here, Raffin. He's put himself up with decent numbers. He's already starting to do it. He finds at least one. And now Snake by himself with 35 HP with 44 seconds remaining. He doesn't even have the C4 either. This is a problem here, Kyle. This is not a good situation at all right now for ROC Esports.
Yeah, this is a tough recovery. 35 HP and a Dream trying to spot out these players. Raffin catches him early, though almost able to find the kill. 4 HP left to work with, and Snake knows 20 seconds on the clock. There's just no way out of this one except to hit the headshots, and he's going to find one. Hits the second, though! It's a 4 HP clutch! Insane for ROC Esports to find this round.
Oh, no! How did they give that away? They just, again, tried to go a little bit too aggressive on this. They had the bomb control. They had everything in their hands, but I don't know why they tried to push like that, and now that's just igniting a flame here. ROC Esports are just going to try to run into this A site. It already opens up beautifully with a nice opener. Oh, and that might just be enough to kickstart them in a bigger lead right now. So a bit of a fumble for Gaimin Gladiators. The decision-making, a little bit scary. And now Slayer going for a big fight on his own. He spots both players. They know at least 2 are here, and now they're just kind of wondering where that last lingering player could be. And this is not good right now. Gaimin Gladiators, they have to be able to find some duels. I mean, look, the HP is not great right now for ROC. So right now, the fact that they're actually pushing back, going to just try to play some off angles is good. But look at Lineclaw. He might be able to get this timing, and Gaimin Gladiators all of a sudden have turned this thing around. And Slayer, he's going to go to the grave. So Gaimin Gladiators, despite throwing the last round away, they're able to bounce back into this game, thankfully.
Yeah, this is the back and forth I was expecting in this one. You may have a round go against you that you should have won, but Gaimin Gladiators, they bounce right back with a solid round themselves on that retake of A, and it is still anyone's for the taking as we continue forward here into round number 5. We're going to see ROC Esports a lot of aggression towards this B side of the map. This time there is a 3-player sack for Gaimin Gladiators on this position, so it could be a tough fight to take if they full commit here. You can see the counter smokes coming down. Zane trying to peek over the top, but the real key here is Lion Claw. This is such a hard position to hold on to. If he can hang on for the B push, he might have the chance, but they're actually going to spot all 3 players on the side of ROC Esports. They're just going to back out off of that. They don't want to go for that 3-on-5 engagement. Instead, they're going to do a full 180 here, take mid control, and they might just push through on it. They know the B players now are overextended. It does leave them a little bit exposed in this mid position. It's really just the spot checking from Raffin on those mid double doors, but they've almost taken a little bit too here, Laz. Now it's just like a full reset on the CT side. They're going to be fully regrouping here.
Yeah, it might just be a bit of a repositioning now, but with a minute and 20, I mean, again, ROC are just kind of going back and forth, figuring out what they can do. Gaimin Gladiators, thankfully, are kind of playing a little bit more on the hard defense, right? Not overextending on this. Maybe they learned the lesson from that previous round. Spoxy, nice little bit of a spot here on the railing, but now he's going to even reposition himself here, too. With a minute remaining, like, again, it's just, you see ROC looking like they might want to lean on this A site. Now looking like they might even try to regroup into mid. So they're back by a tower. Are they going to swing through mid? No way. Horse might even try to entry this. This would be cheeky. This would really actually, oh, indeed they do. And I mean, they realize, look, Gaimin Gladiators have allowed this real estate to be opened up. Oh, but is Zane going to know this? Is he going to be prepared for this? Because even Flex, oh my god, he gets a second chance at life! The fact that his shot's missed, and Lion Claw! There it is! That's when the daggers go deep! He finds himself a triple, annihilating ROC in the path now. Just when things were looking so good for them, they're able to bounce back into this round. HP's low, it's critical right now for the defensive side. Snake just trying to hold a tight angle. With only 10 seconds remaining, they have to go for this plant. Hodson needs to commit to it, indeed he does. Oh my goodness, is this going to be enough for the Gaimin Gladiators though?
ROC Esports, they've got to hang on here. Snake goes for the wide swing, though. That's a huge kill. And Spoxy not able to trade. Another clutch for ROC Esports. Save them, but man, what a round for that to come down to. I mean, you had Lineclaw picking up a big triple kill after a huge miss on Deflex in that key position, but somehow ROC Esports, they're able to get it done. Totson and Snake having a massive first half to keep them out in front, but now it's a full reset again. It's back to the drawing board for Gaimin Gladiators. It feels like they have these moments of advantage, but they are continuing to let them slip away.
Yeah, that's when it really feels like Gaimin Gladiators. When it gets to the later portion of the round, it really just starts to see, like, I don't even want to call it inexperience because we know they're experienced. It's just that decision making is just a little bit less than what we're seeing from ROC, right? And they threw away that 1v2 previously. And it just seems like when things could be really good for them, it just kind of crumbles, right? But we'll see now. Zane able to find himself a nice juicy double. So there we go. And that's going to be the C4 dropped as well. Not bad at all. ROC finally gets something, a little bit of reply, but Snare looking to see what he can do on this. And the rifle's still intact. Spoxy's even alive here for Gaimin Gladiators. And that's going to be a reposition from him. He's kind of just sitting again investigating to make sure nobody's lurking here on A. Looking for a bit of a backstab. Zane with a triple kill now. He's single-handedly just putting this round into his hands. Trying to do everything in his power, but there we go. We start to see Snare finding himself a little bit of success. Spoxy now, a clutch situation. Creeping himself into this train. Creeping himself into this site. They might not expect him to be this close. But if he can find this kill against Snare, this could be huge. This could allow time, and indeed it does! And now this 2v1 is turned into a 1v1 with 48 seconds remaining. C4 has to get picked up here by Slayer. Spoxy, realizing he's wondering where in the hell is Slayer? Where could he be? He knows he has to fight for the C4. Slayer thankfully going to get this plant down, and Spoxy just running in with the pistol. He doesn't even want to hesitate, but Slayer takes his head away and gives him a fresh haircut.
It's another tough one for GG. It's 3 rounds now out of the 4 ROC Esports have won, are in the clutch, and this is where I was saying earlier, these clutch rounds are going to be the deciding factor in a matchup like this, and right now ROC Esports is winning all of them, and that's what makes this one a lot scarier now for Gaimin Gladiators. I thought this would be a strong map for them, and the entry frags again. Dezane opens up with a triple kill, but now more than ever, they need to show that they can hang on to the advantage, because guess who's still alive? Totson, really good in the clutch. Snare as well, with an opportunity to deal another devastating blow if they can somehow win a 4th clutch in this map, and already Snare, he's off to a good start in making that happen.
Yeah, we're starting to see Snare like get a little bit gassed up here, but still not the same performance as before. And that's that's what you and I have been really wondering a lot about him. But also kind of a good thing to see that other players on ROC, like despite if Snare is not really popping off like what he did in last season or last year in its entirety, that his teammates are going to be able to really pick up the weight. So the C4 is going to go down. Totson now going to have the big advantage on this. Totson maybe with a double. Not able to get the job done yet. Dezane still surviving with 9 HP. And Totson goes for a high ground shot. Nice little bit of a cheeky boost. And now Snare trying to get the job done, but Flex, I don't think long for this world. Indeed, he's not. And Totson, the clutch man himself, able to find a triple kill to keep ROC in a big advantage here. That's what you love to see. That is some vintage Totson right there.
Yeah, the scary situation now for Gaimin Gladiators is that's 4 rounds out of 5 ROC Esports has won on the clutch. Dezane had 3 kills to open up the round. It was a 5-on-2 advantage for Gaimin Gladiators, and they still cannot close out these rounds. And that just shows you the power of ROC Esports and maybe why they picked this map. They're really confident in the late round. They don't tend to lose it here, and they don't even need the advantage to make it happen. So the rounds where they even get the advantage on top of it is just icing on the cake for the way they're playing this one. And it does make me anxious for what's to come here for Gaimin Gladiators. You can tell they're playing this one a little bit nervously, getting a little bit overzealous on some of their peaks, but it's costing them so much so far on this first map.
Yeah, and that's kind of been, honestly, like for Gaimin Gladiators, that was the only thing, I love watching this team play, but the thing when we kind of get in these big moments or when the pressure gets really high, that's where it kind of feels like it's questionable, because even at the international level last year, it felt like they were in really good positions where they could have gotten maps or maybe even potentially a series, and then it really just went against them, and it kind of felt like they were in this rut and they could not get out of it. Where that's the difference here for ROC is where they're a team with like tons of history where even if they're in a deficit, they always had the comeback factor. They always seem to put themselves back into a close game regardless. They've done it in CFWL. They did it internationally. So this is kind of the thing where we see ROC putting themselves in a pretty big lead and doing a good job to getting themselves in a map 1, closer encounter for their favor. But I'm just hoping for this little bit of a break right now. The Gaimin Gladiators can, get themselves cooled off, playing a little bit more of their game, because right now it just doesn't feel like the same. I feel like we get these like quick glimpses of it. We get these little moments maybe, but there's been some late round decisions that have been abysmal. It just feels like it's not quite up to snuff of what we normally see from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be an uphill battle already from the first map forward for Gaimin Gladiators. Just knowing Port's what's on the horizon as well. Another really strong map for ROC Esports to follow this one up, and I believe they get the GR side first on that map as well. So that is a tough path ahead if Gaimin Gladiators cannot close out this first map. Might be a bummer though, because it could risk us not seeing Mexico today. You know, I think that's actually a good map for Gaimin Gladiators the way they play as well. It's good for the close quarters fights. It's good to catch them off guard, but I was kind of assuming this one would have that same kind of flair for them as a team as well. When you think about how this team plays for Gaimin Gladiators, their playstyle should be performing quite well. It's just these clutches are biting them time after time. You've got to wonder when they're going to rethink their approach in these late round situations, because if they were winning every round they capitalized in the early portion of, it would only be one round on the board for ROC Esports at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And I felt like a map like this was definitely not a bad pick at all. Like in the sense for, Gaimin Gladiators, because I'm trying to remember if last year if they were able to actually take this map away internationally. I thought they did. I'd have to quickly check, but I mean, I know ROC went for this pick in terms of the vetoes of how this went, but I was just thinking the way that we saw Gaimin Gladiators historically play on this, and then just kind of yesterday, I mean, maybe there was some anti-stratting. Maybe they just kind of sat and watched, and they're like, okay, we know what they were doing. Let's just capitalize on it. Let's see what we can do against this. But I mean, you got to give it up for ROC, though. I mean, it seems like everybody's really starting to play a lot better. I mean, I've already said it before, like Snare is somebody I want more out of. Slayer was kind of the same thing too, because like last week when you and I captured these guys, it kind of felt like it's not the same Slayer. He was the guy that last year, or even the year before, like when he was on Anubis, he was the massive fragger. He was the star. He was the guy that was in your face and just being aggressive with the rifle. We got to see that in the early portions of ROC, but right now it's kind of been a little bit slower for him. But if he can play like again a little bit more, get from third gear to fourth gear, it's going to be a rough ride here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Well, we'll see what they have to show out of the pause. It's Lionclaw already under tons of pressure here over towards B long. ROC Esports getting the best of the fight. A 3-for-1 to be exact here. And now the B bomb side is compromised. You can see Spoxy, what an angle! B Hotel from A top takes the head off of Horus. Unfortunately for Spoxy, I don't know if that's going to be quite enough in this round, but that is not a shot you see hit every day. But Spoxy, one of those players who really knows how to find an opening when his team needs it. But that's the reason you don't see this map picked as well too often, because when there's crazy angles like that to account for, you've got to be ready for them. But Snare, able to take this one home. ROC Esports, they win it in the clutch, so when they've got the numbers, it's no question the round is theirs.
Oh man, I'm glad we were able to capture that shot. I was thinking that was a nasty one, but that's the thing, man. I mean, okay, we're starting to see some nice little shots, but again, it's just we need more out of Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, 6-2 already going in the last here. We need Gaimin Gladiators to find something. They need to find that spark. Spoxy might even be that spark, or the spark is turning into a bit of a flame here. He puts himself with the triple, and now could this be enough? Enough of a kickstart here for Gaimin Gladiators to be able to find themselves their third round. He did so much heavy lifting. Now he just needs Flex, Dezane, or Lineclaw, or maybe, just one of them at least to be able to find themselves the last two remaining kills. But there's still plenty of time. C4 going to be able to make its way across into the safe site. Totson putting himself in a bit of an interesting position here. He might even be able to find the better of Totson. Alright, I mean, Dezane, my apologies. But yeah, Totson having himself a good position. Lineclaw might even be able to fall into this trap too. But is this going to be enough? Is Spoxy's triple kill enough, Kyle?
It all comes down to Lineclaw. He has to check this or the round might actually be over here. But this is a spot players don't often check. But Flex, he's already looking up here. But look at the drop-down timing. Totson spots all three. Opens it up for Slayer to have a chance. But this time around, it is Gaimin Gladiators who thankfully do not let the clutch slip through their fingertips, and they will find themselves a third round. But I mean, 6-3, that is still a really strong opening half for ROC Esports. But frankly, Laz, it doesn't really show the full story here, because these rounds all very, very close, all down to the clutch situations. So Gaimin Gladiators still well with an opportunity to take this one back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a really, really good point because like when you look at the score of the first half saying 6-3, you're like, wow, ROC really, just dominated. It really, but that's not the case though. A lot of these rounds were down to those 2v2s or like a 1v2. So that's the thing. But it just felt like ROC were always like a bit more of a small step ahead, right? And then there was kind of these moments where Gaimin Gladiators really just kind of choked in the decision making or really just giving up something they should have. But I mean, there's definitely a possibility here where ROC are going to be able to, maybe make this problematic for themselves because they've also had themselves in history where they get in a lead, they kind of slow down, maybe, they put their foot off the gas a little bit, and that's where, Gaimin Gladiators could capitalize on a comeback. But this first opening round, I think, is going to be important just again for Gaimin Gladiators to maybe build off that last round momentum, maybe be able to do something here. We're about to find out. This is where, I think do we even see a double again for Gaimin Gladiators, or do we just maybe see Flex kind of like play a little bit more with the rifle?
It's an interesting one here going into the BL on this map. I don't think the double setup is necessarily the best idea on the BL side of Eagle Eye, but at the same time, I think it makes sense either way for Flex because I think he had maybe one kill for Gaimin Gladiators in the first half. For me, he was one of the biggest pieces missing for this team. He's normally that key entry fragger, opening up the rounds, finding a way to get the ball rolling, and it felt like just a kind of passive and unpresent Flex in this first half. So they really need him to step up to the plate, I think, to make this a more competitive series, because if Flex is missing, that's one of their key entry fraggers out of the conversation.
Yeah, that is a really, really good point. Flex definitely, if he can play able to get himself some good connections, I mean, this is going to be a lot better for Gaimin Gladiators. But if he's absent, I mean, this might be worse for wear here, and it allows ROC to get themselves maybe a really comfy map 1 win. But that's the thing is I kind of feel like we got this good moment from Spoxy, we got like the odd moment from Lion Claw, but I'm kind of waiting for a little bit more out of this team. Like who else is going to be able to really get themselves elevated a little bit more in the performance here? Because it feels like ROC, they've actually been, everybody's been playing quite well. Like actually, I feel like this is actually a lot better than what I saw previously. So I'm already impressed. But now we're about to find out. ROC going to be here on the GR side. Gaimin Gladiators now for the blacklist. So double is going to be equipped to right now here, Kyle. I was questioning it too, but we know that's what they like to do. But instead, they are going to commit to it. Flex has something up his sleeve, but he needs to be able to find the shot.
Yeah, for Flex here, he's going to be looking through the mid doors. Meanwhile, Spoxy making his way over to A along with the other in hand. So we'll see if they can find the early entries. There's only one player on the A bomb site currently for ROC as the anchor. It's going to be Snare. And you've got Totson and Snake with the double coverage on the mid doors. I like this decision making. It definitely shows they watched a lot of yesterday's matchup from Gaimin Gladiators on this map because they do tend to lean towards that B bridge control, but Spoxy, the lone wolf, able to hunt down Totson on this bomb site. Snare all alone underneath it. Spoxy has a chance to completely open up the site, but Snare right back at him with a nice shot to even the score.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators really just taking their time, really trying to figure out, but that's a really good duel that Snare is able to bring back. Flex actually takes some big damage, so almost half his HP is gone. Gets caught in the corner of the wall. Snare, ooh, you gotta be careful. Okay, he's able to retreat, but no, not at all. Actually, Flex is gonna be able to find him. There we go, ROC though. Gets themselves a little bit of a bounce back, and 2-2 we go. C4 is gonna be dropped. Snake taking a huge amount of damage, down to 1 HP, and it doesn't even matter. Look at that, the teamwork, phenomenal from ROC Esports. When things were looking grim, things were looking bad, where, there was some decent opening kills here from Gaimin Gladiators. ROC Esports, again, are just a huge pillar foundation. They keep themselves in winning ways, and it's going to be a bigger lead here with a 7-3 scoreline already.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You could tell Lion Claw had no idea that push was coming. It's one of those nades you throw and assume the opponent has to be dead if they're playing there, but that 1 HP made all of the difference in that round for ROC Esports to catch them off guard and ultimately keep this one at a very big lead for themselves. But the big bonus here in the second half is Flex again finds the early entry for Gaimin Gladiators, off to a good start in this one. 5-on-4 situation, but now they've got to keep it smooth up to the finish line. That has been the biggest selling point against them them in this series. The late round not looking quite as strong. Snake going to be good for 2 headshots from the A-long box. Horus as well, a double from the top of A, and now Dezane, he is left alone. Not a whole lot he can really do here from this position on A, and Totson gets it done. ROC Esports starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, they really are. They're starting to look really, really good. And this is the thing, like it seems like, you know, as soon as they find that multi-kill, then they just load the kill feed, right? And that was a really quick and swift round. So now for Gaimin Gladiators, like, we got to see something different. Like, it really feels like they're just kind of running out of options. Flex maybe going to be able to find this. I mean, yeah, there we go. Gaimin Gladiators do get gifted with a double kill. You can see that ROC are trying to play a little bit more aggressive, so maybe this is just enough for them to start something. Totson and Snare, though, the last 2 remaining. 2 on 5 with 2 players wounded. This is going to be a tough retake, though. This is going to be a bit of a mission impossible task here. And now Snare. Just poking around. Oh, wow, okay, a little bit of a sketchy one, but he gets it done. Ooh, even a quick scope as well, but just not enough. So Gaimin Gladiators, despite them looking like they were fizzling out, things were cooling off. They show us a little bit of heat still here, Kyle.
Yeah, not a bad round at all. Flex continuing to step up here. And now you have Spoxy and Dezane alongside him getting the job done. Flex, though, already good for 3 opening picks in this second half. So great to see that from him on these early engagements, fighting strong in mid and putting himself back on the map to be a big threat. And that could be what gets his team back into a fighting position. Spoxy as well. He's going to be sneaking his way, but it's not going to matter. Snare and Totson go for the aggression. They both get a kill out of it. Snare almost with a follow-up there on the Lion Claw, who has to be careful on this fight, wants to take it anyways, and he'll get rewarded for it. Snake still playing on the long box here, waiting for this late peek. He's so good at the timing here to catch players off guard, trying to sneak their way onto the A bomb site. Flex already up on the long windows, but it's Horus and Snake. The double peak timing and the shutdown gets another clutch into the hands of ROC Esports.
Yeah, Horus looks like he really wants to get himself an MVP, a little bit of a stamp here, just because I'm really starting to feel like he's playing a phenomenal game. I mean, this is where we talk a lot about what he can be able to bring to the table, but he's just putting himself in multi-kill after multi-kill, and even if it's just like a double kill here and there, like, it makes such a difference, especially for them being on the GR. And now even, I keep talking about him, he's even getting aggressive in a mid-pillar, tries to get something, you know, a little bit of a start. It's a nice one against Raffin, but now Gaimin Gladiators, all of a sudden, with a quick round, I mean, I think that was like less than 20 seconds, it's going to go in the favor for the Gladiators, but again, it's still a long road ahead of them, and we need to see more rounds like that in their favor, more where they can just throw a knockout punch. But look at that utility alone. Catches them off guard. Snare's able to find himself an Ober. Snare just farming now, looking for as many as he can find. Snare finding himself a quad kill. And ROC Esports, they go right back into it with a quick round in their favor.
And that's it. Map number 1. It's already done. Huge win already for ROC Esports. But what a final round. I mean, Snare just unleashing to get this one across the line, and a huge statement to start off this series. But Snare just made this an unbreakable wall on the A bomb site. All of these crazy angles in the midst of it all, flicks to the mid tower on top of it to get that third one. And it just goes to show you this team is not going to be second guessed in today's matches. I mean, if you're Gaimin Gladiators at this point, it's going to have to be a full mental reset, I think, to get through the next hurdle of port. Otherwise, I think the momentum is just so strong for ROC Esports. It's going to be very hard to break at this point.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, right? I mean, like, it's just crazy how fast some of these rounds were going on Eagle Eye, but I'm surprised that we, saw ROC just coming in and just really making a bit of a statement. But you love to see it, because that's where we were talking about both these teams, getting picked up by different organizations. So there's always like that added pressure, but I think we finally got to see ROC looking like a little bit more well balanced in the mental game, feeling like that pressure was kind of taken off their shoulders, because like when you see that pressure built up, you kind of notice it gets tense. Whereas Gaimin Gladiators, it really felt like they were in their own heads. They were not playing their structured way or their unstructured way. It kind of felt like they were still figuring out their game plan. But that's the thing, we're going to figure things out. We're going to let the desk talk about it, and then we'll get ourselves a little bit of a breather. But then we'll be back in a few moments here for map number 2, which will be port.
Thanks, Laz and Kyle. We're back, and ROC Esports sets the bar high for this series, winning a game that we didn't expect to go this hard on GG Gaming Gladiators.
Yes.
Didn't show their potential, didn't show their top performance as we know.
Man, if I have all the money on the wall and I have to bet it on one player to save the whole Crossfire game, I'm gonna put it on Snare with a sniper, man. Give Snare a sniper and just have fun watching, man. The guy is super insane. Did you watch the last round? Did you see the triple kill? Did you see the 6th round, the double kill? Snare, snake, snare, snake, horse comes with the double. The guy is just doing insanely good, man. I don't know, man. ROC Esports is just on another level, to be honest. I expected a close game between both teams, especially in the first map. I know Eagle Eye is picked by ROC Esports, but I thought the game was going to go back and forth, back and forth. It did go back and forth, but for 5 rounds or something. Then a clean sweep by ROC Esports. Game ending 10-5, making, of course, Snare with 1 KDA and Snake with 2.13. Both names rhymes as it is. Both names just deliver the same performance, which is perfection.
When it comes to Spoxy and Design, you see that GG had some potential at doing this game pretty good, and they could have brought some competition, some rivalry in this game, but ROC Esports are locked so good on this map, especially where this is the first time we're seeing ROC Esports on Eagle Eye. This means a lot. This means that ROC Esports are prepared very well for each and every map in this game, which makes us and puts us in front of a question. Port is the next map, I think. Yes, and Mexico is the decider. So Port is the default map, like Compound. It's super easy for ROC Esports to play on.
Man, we've spoken to Len Clow yesterday, saying that it's just the start of us. We did not finish what we came to do, and I think by finish it means winning the whole thing and qualifying to the next stages. But I don't know, Len Clow. I think Snake and Horus have another words to say, have another statements from ROC Esports. They're just doing solid and they are just doing good. The thing is with Flex, he managed to clutch lots of rounds, but it's not enough. I mean, both teams are doing good, but just ROC Esports always have this edge of winning, the edge of masterpiece performance. I mean, watch the last round. Started with a number advantage from Team GG, and then Snare started with the sniper. Snare and Stick. Double sniper strategy again comes into the play, gets the first, gets Leon Clow, gets Flex, and ended with a clean kill on Dez. I mean, the question is from GG, how to stop the snipers from Team ROC Esports? How can we put a limit to the snipers? Should we use more smokes? Should we use lineups with the flashes? Should we use more of our grenades? I mean, clearly a 1v1, 1v2 is not a possibility because it ends up with a sniper kill from Team ROC Esports. Sure. So if we can stop Snake and Snare from using their snipers, we can have an edge here. We can actually win the game. Because clearly, there is a big gap between Snare, and Spoxy when it comes to sniper gameplay. And that won't help when it comes to any attack or defense setup from Team GG, man.
I mean, ROC Esports looks terrifying, looks locked in, looks prepared very well to Gaming Gladiator to go against them and to lock in the first game of this series for them. ROC Esports are the second by stats, but now on the top of this series. Gaming Gladiators has a great potential in this second map on Port. They have the usual map they used to play on, and you know Gaming Gladiators always comes on the second game. Second game means a lot for them. This point will put some standards. So ROC Esports, if they win this game, if they win the second game and close the series for them, this will not only put them on the first of the table, but this will give the message, will send the message for all teams,
Yes.
UNK, name it, you name it, TBI, all Entropy, all teams should be scared from ROC Esports. But if Gaimin Gladiators gets this second game, this means we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, the game is not about just winning this specific match, as you said. I think it's more than this. I think there's a message between this specific game because ROC Esports won against UNK, GG did the same. ROC Esports won against GG did the same. ROC Esports did manage to win against Anubis, and GG did the same. So when the two, it's like Clash of Titans, man. When the two huge names, GG and ROC, are just here to fight, it will set the standards and it will set every team in its own place. And till now, the first place goes to ROC Esports with a clean performance.
And honestly, 10-5, it's not a big deal. Yes, ROC Esports took the momentum and took the heat of this match, and they closed the first game. So 10-5, it's not a strong yet. Yes, it's a clean game from ROC Esports, but I think GG can come back in this second game. Look at these players chilling. They are saying, I think, setting some stats, reviewing quickly the last game, while Gaimin Gladiators, they seem to know what they should do in this game.
Man, honestly, I don't want to interview Horace this quick or the MVP from Team ROC Esports. And honestly, again, I want to see more of Raffin. I want to see more of Flex, more of Dez, more of Spoxy, more of the boys, Lionclaw. I think we haven't seen enough. I think we haven't seen enough of Spoxy Sniper, enough of Lionclaw flank hold, the anchoring of Flex, like he did yesterday with an awesome clutch that ended 2-0 for Team GG.
Yes.
Maybe it's not their day, but the statement still as it is, GG have one more chance to make up for the first game. 10-5 is not the biggest score, yet it is clear to say that ROC Esports is playing better individually and as a team.
What's the biggest flaw in GG's first performance on the first game?
I think that they don't know how to counter these snipers. It's clear with the highest
This
skills.
is the main issue for you.
In my opinion, yes, because when you can't utilize the smokes and the flashes, you will get destroyed eventually from Team ROC snipers, and that's what happened with their kills.
I think game 2 will bring us some answers on GG's performance with Lad and Kyle. Mike is yours, guys.
Let's go.
All right, it's the moment of truth here now for Gaimin Gladiators. Are they going to fall short, go down 0-2, or is it going to be a map 3 decider? Mexico potentially on the horizon if they can push it the full distance. But right now, Laz, it's looking like ROC Esports is firmly in the driver's seat of this one so far. Clutch after clutch, they got it done on map number 1. And that's what makes me so nervous for Gaimin Gladiators going into map number 2.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I was just kind of looking back, from last week when, you and I got to capture a little bit of ROC, and I was just looking at the game versus GV. Like, this was a map that was a little bit weird because ROC are looking really good right now. I mean, we're like, let's take away from last week where there was like power outages, there was a lot of technical issues. ROC actually lost this map against GV, which I feel like, I think you might agree on this, it probably shouldn't have gone a 3-map series. I mean, that was a 13-11 game where ROC actually lost this. They had the lead with it was a 7-2 scoreline on a map like Port when they're on the GR side, and then it fell apart. But again, it's hard to, calculate this because they had a lot of technical issues, and that's a really hard thing to play with as a competitor. It's really annoying. You get flustered, things like that. But things so far are looking pretty good. ROC looking like if they can get themselves a 2-0 here today, honestly, that's a huge statement and a huge bounce back from what we see in the previous weeks, just because I feel like this was a big statement for them to just kind of show, look, we are the #1 team. We are the best team here in CFWL. They've had themselves good performances, and that's where I think this is a really good tale for them. If they can get this cleanly, I think that's going to be a really good statement for them, just, how quick the season's going to be over with.
Yeah, I feel like for ROC Esports, a 2-0 here basically guarantees them a very, very strong chance at that #1 seed overall looking towards the playoffs. But for Gaimin Gladiators, If they can find a way to disrupt here, even if they go down in a map 3, it shows they're still very toe-to-toe with this team and keeps people second-guessing what ROC Esports is going to do as a potential front-runner. And that's what I would love to see here, because I don't think with what we've seen so far in the season, any team is significantly stronger than the other just yet. There's still a lot of room for improvement, even at the top lines of this standings. So I think it's really going to come down to Gaimin Gladiators just showing us a better, more team-based performance here. We saw some key individual moments. If you think about how many rounds started with a clean double or triple kill from Gaimin Gladiators that they then just didn't win, if they can turn that around in a port situation here, they're actually going to be looking really good at their opportunities of taking this to a map 3 series. They just have to clean up that mid to late round.
Yeah, and the thing that's like really tough too, because like even if you try to compare like previous matches for both these teams, like against different competition, is the fact that Gaimin Gladiators, when they played on port, they were the ones that were able to get a 10-3 victory, which is versus Entropy, right? Or Entropy, sorry, where, I mean, that's again, a team that's a different caliber, right? I mean, that's the same thing where we're still figuring out what's, coming into that group and like how well they're going to be able to play together. So I think both these teams have had really mixed results on a map like port, where like Gaimin Gladiators got a W, sure, but it nowhere near a competition. So this is where like we're talking about, this is like the top of the peak here for CFWL. So that's what makes me wonder about this. And Gaimin Gladiators, like you said, they need a full mental reset, because they essentially just have to go reverse sweep mode like they've done before in history books. But is that really going to be the case? Because it felt like we saw a lot of absence from some of their players. Flex really not playing the same way he normally did. Like he is kind of that big player that's able to find those opening duels, being able to start things off really nicely for the guys. And unfortunately for him, a bit of a slow day at the office, where I just hope we get to see a little bit more out of him here for the second map. Otherwise, it could be just ROC's day. And that's where we saw last year, where that was the start of the season, where they were able to get a 2-0 to start it off. But in the finals, that's where things got really different. But look, port is definitely up for grabs for the Gaimin Gladiators. It's just more about, can they wake up enough here to get themselves balanced back in this game?
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to that focal point of the GR side, I think, for Gaimin Gladiators. We think back to map number 1, you had Flex with 1 kill on the GR side. He has to find a greater impact than that coming into map 2, because we've seen what he can do when he's aggressive on this map. He knows how to push A long, find those openings, go for the quick plays in mid to catch players off guard. And I want to see more of that Flex coming into the second map, because I felt like, especially on the GR side of Eagle Eye, he was almost scared compared to usual to take those early round fights that he's normally so strong and confident in doing.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, I think I saw some quick clips yesterday with like Pando and Nao, like I said, and the fact that like, Flex was just running around on Eagle Eye, especially like he was on the GR side and he was pushing in like BL spawn and stuff like that, right? Like he was just kind of running around doing what he does, but it didn't really feel like it was that comfort of him to be able to play his style. But that's the thing when you play against each other so many times, is you have to kind of mix up your strategy. You have to go with a different game plan every single time. And that's the thing, is both these teams know each other really, really well, where I've always kind of said that Gaimin Gladiators is kind of this like very loose styled team, very unorthodox. They like to just kind of like get a bit of a feel. And if somebody's feeling something, it feels like Flex is like, yeah, do it. I will support that decision. You can do whatever you want. Whereas ROC is really the other side of the coin, where like they're a hardcore structured team. They like the foundation. They like, the executions. They like to do things by the book. So that's where it gets it really, really fun. But it felt like Gaimin Gladiators have really gotten themselves in their own heads. So maybe their game plan for this preparation of the matchup has not been great, but at the same time, I mean, look, Eagle Eye is a bit of a coin toss. We didn't know how that was going to go. Port is a map that both these teams know how to play, but that's where I was saying is like, Gaimin Gladiators have themselves a W in this map so far in the season, whereas ROC have put themselves in a weird spot where they kind of lost to GV, which they probably shouldn't have. So it's mixed results. So I'm very excited to see who's going to be able to find themselves the victory, just because I think ROC played a really phenomenal Eagle Eye, but it's the same thing. Can they do it on a map like Port, where this is a Gaimin Gladiators map? They've really shown us that they can be dominant on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's their pick for a reason here. This is one of their best. I think they have a big advantage going into it too, knowing that ROC Esports is now one of the few teams that consistently only has one on presence on the field as well. So it puts that extra pressure on Snare to not only be able to deal with Flex, but also Spoxy kind of simultaneously wherever they might be lurking across this map, which is going to be a pretty big challenge, I think, for ROC Esports to overcome. I'm actually curious to see if they start to take a note from the other teams bringing in that hybrid player as that secondary I think the hard part when you look at the roster of ROC Esports, outside of Snare, you'd almost rather have everybody else on this lineup with an M4 or an AK in their hands, so it makes that decision really difficult. But I feel like Port is one of those maps where you really need to have that as a weapon in your arsenal if you want to have that flexibility to catch a team like Gaimin Gladiators off guard.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing about Port that's always been really interesting is that like I feel like the obvious thing is to say like the OMs are just like the key to success, right? Which I think is true. But I mean really the riflers at the end of the day can really bring a lot to the table. So I mean, and I think that's what we've seen from some of the other teams that have played a map like this, where you get to see like maybe the OM player not really fulfilling the highest amount of standards, but it's everybody else that's just really picking up the slack. And that's the thing here where I mean the whole narrative has been about ROC, and I mean in last year's performance like Snare was like the best player. Like I would probably say he was definitely the MVP for all of CFWL. I think for ROC Esports he was the guy that had to make all the plays. He was the guy that had to be the influence, which was a great thing to see. But now we're kind of starting to see this year in 2025 where it's looking a little bit more well balanced. Like I feel like Snake's even putting up a lot of big numbers for himself being the IGL. Horus is really starting to find himself a little bit more comfortability playing his role. It's kind of, you know, that's a good thing to see on the same token. So that's a really good thing. But at the same time, Gaimin Gladiators, I need to be a bit more convinced. I feel like we're getting some good glimpses of what we see from them. But at the same time, I feel like we need to see that more well-balanced moment here. And I think Dezane's done a good job picking up some of the work, but I need to be convinced more. I need to see a little bit more out of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about the rifling core of this Gaimin Gladiators team, the biggest miss actually in map number 1, even though Flex had a bad first half, overall, the lowest performer in the map was actually Raffin, who normally is the key entry fragger for this Gaimin Gladiators lineup. I was surprised to see how many opportunities he kind of had slip through his fingertips, just missing shots, not really having the best of days so far, because for me, Raffin's one of those players on Gaimin Gladiators. If you can unlock his potential within a round, there's just so much you're able to do because he knows how to win these early round duels, and he just felt completely missing on this first map. So hopefully he's part of what they're talking through, in this rebound situation on a map number 2, because if they can find a way to make Raffin comfortable, it just makes everything so much easier, I think, for this lineup to be able to find those early picks.
Okay, and I gotta know, like, what is going on for ROC Esports? Like, there's clearly like a bug in the room. Yeah, there's something going on, or these guys are hallucinating. I have no idea, but something's in the room, so clearly it's kind of bugging them, and they're trying to figure it out. So I don't know if that's the reason we're kind of waiting things out just a little longer. But I mean, it looks like they're smiling and they're laughing about it. But yes, clearly something is in there as a distraction point for these guys. So I definitely hope we can get some insider info to figure out what in the heck is going on in the ROC Esports room. But the other thing is too, like what I've always loved about ROC Esports is that, they are putting a lot of investment in their players. Like they are playing together. I think they're living together, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to get that double checked, but I know they were really close in quarters with each other. And I think that's a really good thing. You can always argue the counterpoints to this, but I think when you can have the LAN house and just like being able to build that environment, it's really panned out nicely for these guys, right? That's where we said like last year, they really started getting better and better and better. They had these weird glimpses where they might have an upset loss on a map or something like that, but really it's been just impressive to see how much they've been able to climb the ladder, and it's been really a big improvement where Gaimin Gladiators are not all playing together. Obviously, they're playing from their houses, things like that, different locations. So that makes a bit of a disadvantage in its own regard, but despite that, I mean, they've also been, able to show some impressive showings, but that consistency factor has always kind of been their demise. It feels like I said, when they're down in the rounds and things are kind of falling apart and the snowball effect happens, it really turns into a big snowball.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for Gaimin Gladiators, it's a rough uphill to say the least, but at least ROC Esports having some fun here during the break. Nothing but smiles on their side. It seems like almost polar opposite situations when you look at the player cams between these two teams right now. They're just having fun with it. Not really a fear in the world for ROC Esports. They're just having a good time dealing with, whatever bugs are flying around their team house here, just having that good bonding and, maybe that is a big factor for them. I think it would be cool to see a world where we get a season with Gaimin Gladiators in a team house themselves. Maybe that's a step up for them as well to kind of build that extra chemistry, because I feel like we can even see it when we think about Anubis as well. I feel like even with them, you look at how they've performed since they've been in that team house environment, I'd say they've shown a lot of noticeable improvements in that environment as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point because like I think that was the biggest thing like for me especially like I was being a bit of a critical analyst on this about the fact of like Anubis is the fact that yeah them being in a LAN house I was thinking okay the expectations were quite higher for me just because again the investment they're all playing together I was thinking okay surely we're going to see some good results. Last season wasn't their best, right? I mean I think that was a lot of building blocks, still figuring things out, still kind of building a bit of a system, but we're already starting to see now in this season, I mean, despite that last, disastrous season for them previously, things are looking a lot better. And that's the thing where you have to be patient. You need to get those results. So I love to see a team like Anubis where we got to see the slow start for them, a really, really slow start in comparison to a team like ROC, because ROC were the ones that kind of like got themselves in the LAN house, got themselves kind of, they're already like a top contender, but it just felt like it already got better and better and better as like the weeks went on. Whereas for Anubis, it kind of felt like they were in this like bit of a hole and then they just couldn't get themselves out of the hole. And then eventually now here for 2025, they're getting themselves pretty much out of that hole. It looks like so far, right? But I mean, it's still early on in the season, but it is a cool thing to see. But I mean, again, I'm just curious, I think we're getting back into this game pretty quickly. It sounds like here from production, but I mean, for ROC, I mean, this is a moment. Hopefully this break isn't really going to slow them down. This is good for Gaimin Gladiators, just for them to really just be crystal clear about what they want to do for their plan. But that's the other thing too, for a team that's kind of in the deficit, is it also can be a bit of a demise as well, just because it might just add a little bit of that stress. Because you can see on the player cams for them, they don't look comfortable. They do not look happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, nor should they be. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about on their side, trying to kind of potentially set themselves up not to allow these big round advantages to slip through their fingertips in the second map, because if they can clean that up, I think this is very well a third map series here, but they've had so many momentum killers that it can be hard to overcome that within a single series, and that's what worries me the most. These guys are, I would say, compared to a lot of teams, Gaimin Gladiators, they kind of wear their emotions on their sleeve. You can see it here. Lineclaw especially, he's one of those guys where it's very obvious when he's having a bad time. You just look at the player cam, you can tell he's not vibing with how things have been going so far in this matchup, but it's one of those things where it shows what makes a great team in a match like this, because if you can bounce back, you can take this to a third map. It's not something most teams in this league could do, especially against a team like a ROC Esports. So I'm hoping they have that drive left in them. Hopefully there's some gas left in the tank to push this one all the way through, and maybe they can turn it back around. But it's just one of those things where I think ROC Esports might just run away with it. They've had one of the best starts we've seen in the season, only really looking shaky in that GV matchup, but there's still really nothing I can say too negatively about the ROC Esports side of things. Whereas Gaimin Gladiators, I would say, is a bit more volatile on their season performance. I was questioning them, right out of the gate. They started with a loss in the first map they played this season to 999, who's arguably one of the weaker teams in the league. So that's kind of what scares me for them moving forward. It's like, I feel like Gaimin Gladiators, they're one of those teams on any given day. They could lose to the lowest team in the league, but also beat the best team in the league.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like we always talk about like the expectations, and kind of like for ROC Esports is where we said, look, like, they really are probably, like, I would argue, like the number one team. Like I think it's obviously up for debate about them and Gaimin Gladiators, but I definitely give a bit of an edge here for just consistency factor, and internationally, like, yeah, they didn't win any events obviously, but I've been so impressed to see them firsthand. Like when we were at the Summer Champs last year, it really was cool to see how well ROC Esports were able to bounce back in deficits, how well they played. I think that LAN experience being in the house really benefited them, because even when we got to see them behind the scenes, like just playing at their computers, they really looked like they weren't really breaking a sweat. Like, whereas I think, for Gaimin Gladiators, you can tell there was a little bit of that nervousness getting that LAN experience, them being a relatively new roster together. And I think that's what gave ROC a huge leg up in it. So, I mean, that's where we kind of talk about the experience, but either way, I mean, we'll have to wait and find out. I think we're still kind of waiting a little bit for these guys to get themselves moving, but I definitely think that ROC have a big target on their backs, But that's where Gaimin Gladiators, I feel like that's where they should have the leg up to be able to capitalize and take some anti-strats away for them.
Yeah, I mean, while we're waiting during the break, one thing I was going to get your thoughts on that I've been curious to get your thoughts on, I think it's one of the biggest questions in the league right now is, what are your thoughts on GV? These guys, in my mind, were like, they rebuilt this roster, they got rid of 7 on the lineup, they brought in Loons, and I was like, okay, GV is back, and now GV is currently 0-3, and I'm curious to get your opinions on them because they are going to be coming back in tomorrow. They're going to play Entropy, but I would have to say it's probably one of the slowest starts we've seen in this season. So I'm curious to get your read on, where that lineup goes from here.
Oh man, you're putting me in a bit of a hot spot too, because I'm sure some of them are in the chat as well and probably waiting just to see what I'm going to say. But I truthfully though, I do look forward to seeing what they can bring to this. I think there's a lot of really good players on this team. I think obviously Seven is a very well-known entity on this team, so I think a lot of people are pretty sad to see him out. I do like the fact that Loons gets an opportunity where Lazarus to me was a really frustrating team to watch. I liked seeing them play, but when they weren't playing well, it was just something about it was just infuriating. But now Loons gets an opportunity where he can hopefully have himself better players, where they have had championship level play before, and he can kind of take the reins. But at the same time, it's kind of like I feel like this is a make it or break it moment, just because GV have always been this team where they kind of flop on the rosters a little bit. It hasn't been the greatest start for them, but look, let's also look at the history of this season so far. Is I feel like GV kind of got dealt probably the worst hands ever, just because they had to play some of the best talent so far in CFWL. So maybe it'll be that old Lazarus effect where they have a terrible start to the season. Maybe they make the comeback here, Kyle. So I'm excited for GV, but definitely need a lot more out of them, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the Lazarus effect, I mean, their match is up against Entropy next, so maybe that's a good proving grounds for them. I think it's probably, I would say, the easiest opponent they've had so far, just given the history between those two teams. You would think GV has the advantage going into that one, but I feel like also GV's just struggled to close out a lot of their matches. I mean, looking at, some of their history in just this season already, they've played 7 maps and they've got 7 rounds in 6 of those maps. So it's not like they're getting stomped in every map they play. They're all actually quite close, several even being overtime finishes, and some of those they couldn't close out. So I feel like they're just missing like one little piece for GV to take it to the next level. But I feel like Entropy's kind of in that same boat. Entropy, they have won a series, but they also haven't played a lot of the challenging teams yet, but I feel like they've shown us a lot already in a short amount of time. I mean, they took Gaimin Gladiators into overtime, even though they lost that series. They took a map off Anubis yesterday, even though they lost that series ultimately, but they're kind of working their way up the ladder, whereas I feel like the only team that's kind of carving their place at the back of the pack that might not move at this point is 999, whereas, you look at the GV, TBI, and Entropy group, I feel like they're still very much in the fight right now.
Yeah, I think so too. I really do. And it's, I hate always making it's so early on in the beginning of the season, but I kind of felt like, if I was to do power rankings, I really did put 999 kind of probably near the bottom, just because of, the lack of experience as a team. You have some fierce competition you have to go against. And again, it's nothing against them personally at all, of course, but it's just really, it's a tough road when you talk about all the talent that you have in this division. So, but at the same time, GV really is sitting on the bottom. They are the number ranked 8 team right now out of all 8 teams. So I think if they can, be able to find some wins for them, that's definitely going to help things out a lot better for them, because there definitely is a world where they're going to be able to make the comeback, because like I said, they had to play unKnights as the opener, then they had to play ROC, and then I believe they had to play Anubis, and that's not really a fun, amount of games that you have to be able to start things off, right? I mean, that's where Anubis arguably could be a top 3 placement team, just the way we're seeing them play right now, but that's where I think for GV, they're still figuring things out. Loons is kind of coming into a bit of a situation where he's got, players that have been together for a long amount of time, so that's never an easy task as well, like being an IGL, kind of getting put into a bit of a system where, Seven's been around for a long time. Creeds has called the shots as well. So it's not an easy task for Loons, but I really do appreciate and, can really understand his position right now, because that's never an easy task. It is definitely a massive, massive hill he has to climb right now.
Yeah, they've got an uphill battle for sure in this season. At least their next 2 are Entropy and 999, so I think we get to see probably the best of GV in those matchups, but we'll kind of see how it progresses. But it looks like we are just about ready to hop in here. If you guys are just tuning in, this is going to be map number 2 in the series, Gaimin Gladiators losing 5-10 on Eagle Eye. We've got Port and potentially Mexico if it goes the full distance on the horizon here. We've just been talking through, you know, some of the overall season implications during this break period. It's been a bit long. We had some tech issues, I think, from one of the teams, so they're getting those resolved, and looks like we're just about ready to hop into it. But yeah, I think this one's going to be an interesting close, probably solidifying who's that front runner for the season. But we do have another match after this as well that I'm curious to see Laz later on too, and that's unKnights and TBI. Hopefully they can bounce back, but we'll have to find out on that later, as now we return. It is going to be Gaimin Gladiators kicking off Port on the BL side. ROC Esports defending with the advantage, but not for long. Smoxy, snare taken out right away by him. Flex through the smoke, able to find one almost a second there in the mid, but Horus thankfully able to get that nice little fadeaway shot, but it may be too late to make anything happen here. Horus on the rotation, good for 2 so far, but it's still a 3-on-1 Slayer on the late flank trying to redeem this one, but surely not another ROC Esports clutch in this situation. The smoke screen and flashes are coming down, but Raffin and Dezane, they've got to be careful not to be overzealous. It's cost them so many rounds, but not this time. They secured the trade and the opening round.
Well, it's crazy too, because like, unless again, like, it's, you know, I'm a little bit older here and my eyes deceiving me, but I was gonna say that I think that C4 is literally in the back of spawn that entire round. So those guys in Gaimin Gladiators, they committed to that site with no plan at all to go for the plant. So unfortunately, you know, for Slayer, he was going really, really fast. He was just trying to be able to find a duel. He didn't really play the time in his factor. Of course, he had no idea, but it's kind of crazy to think that Gaimin Gladiators got away with a round like that, where yes, they start things off really nicely with aggression, but man, that could have backfired terribly for them potentially if, you know, Slayer wanted to play that a lot slower. But nonetheless, Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be able to get themselves a good start. That break looks like it might have been able to refresh them a little bit to feel a little bit better going into the second map. And now, like we talked about, ROC have already put themselves in a 1-map advantage, but Gaimin Gladiators needing that double map here for the reverse sweep. But again, Kyle, we talked a lot about, you know, about this during the break, is that, like, this is where Gaimin Gladiators, they've thrived. This is where they've known, you know, against each other head to head, they've been able to reverse sweep. So this is where ROC also have to make sure their mental is almost just picture perfect.
Yeah, for this map, ROC Esports, they've got to keep things cool, calm, and collected, especially after a really shaky first round. This is where they've got to show they can bounce back quickly, because these GR rounds are very, very important for them to be able to establish control in this series. Snake, though, has a chance with Totson to shut down Flex in mid, but he actually gets out of there fairly unscathed, but the push comes to life on the B-bomb side. Slayer rotates perfectly into the counter position. They're going to take him down right away, but the trades from Dezane, pure perfection here to hold on, and now it's Horus left alone for a 1v2. C4 still down, but Horus, the flank, they're not ready for it, and now it is Flex, who had a very rough opening map. He has a chance to redeem himself here and just win this one, but I love the call from him. The quick instant rotation all the way across to the A-bomb site. He'll have that upper site control, so a slight angle advantage when this fight comes to life. And now Horus, it's full retake mode, but he's going for the swing right away himself. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time to waste here, so he's already going to be creeping up on the GR spawn wall, but Horus, he almost meets his maker there. Flex just playing the time, but Horus, he has the better shot to win it, and he'll take the round.
Yeah, that's really awkward. Again, like, this is what I was talking about and being really critical for Gaimin Gladiators, is like these nitty-gritty rounds, or like not even mid-round, like the later portion of the round is just, it's so questionable at times. Like Flex, I felt like he was playing that really, really well. Like he was just, again, kind of spotting 2 different angles he knew that Horus had to go for, but the fact that he knew that Horus was coming on that right side angle, he still kind of like jumped on the railing, which just again put him in such a disadvantage with his player position. So I'm not sure about that one. Again, this is where Gaimin Gladiators seem like they're kind of a little bit slow here in the clutch scenarios. But at the same breath, this is where ROC have been able to really just persevere through this game and bringing it right back. And a big clutch from Horus, and now he's sitting himself at a 4-1, Kyle. So he's having himself a really strong start here. And now, I mean, this game is right back to the 1-1. And this is going to be Slayer taken out early. So this gives Gaimin Gladiators a little bit of that edge here in terms of the players. But again, I mean, you still have the threat of Horus. You still have the threat here of Snare. This could be problematic for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, a lot of this round comes down to trades at this point. They've got the man advantage for GG to be able to win it, but they still have to be careful in this mid-fight flex, though. The drop-down timing is spot on, but he can't connect the shots to find that. And now Totten, beautiful collateral spray down. Gives them a nice chance to win this fight after all, but Lionclaw and Raffin, the jump into the B pit, gives them full control back in their hands. Horus now left in another clutch situation. Surely not here. They've got to be careful, but Raffin makes sure this one goes the way of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and a map like this is where we've talked a lot about it, where Gaimin Gladiators have really put up some really good results. But again, this map to me should be the back and forth, right? Like Eagle Eye, like we said, was kind of a fun little bit of a spice to it. But this is where Gaimin Gladiators really have a good opportunity to bring this back into it, you know, going into the last map, maybe, but not unless Slayer plays the way like that. Finding this double, Snake able to get his revenge, and now the C4 going to be dropped. The IGL of Flex here with the Alm in hand on a 1-on-4 mission. Just under 2 minutes. Has some time to work with, but again, you can see ROC, they're not even going to mess around. They're not going to allow any space to be created, and a bounce back right into this game. And not too surprising turn of events here, Kyle, but you know, it's good to see Slayer getting himself a little bit of a highlight reel there.
Yeah, ROC Esports, I really like the way they're playing this map. Even though some of the rounds aren't going quite their way, they're doing so much aggressive flanking that it's always going to keep Gaimin Gladiators on their toes here, and that's exactly what you need to do against a team like this who's always looking for a wide variety of pick setups at the start of the round. If you can just get one good player to sneak behind them, it can completely disrupt their whole early round strategy. So for ROC Esports, they need to keep up this same pacing here, but find a way to start stringing these rounds, because trading rounds is definitely more favorable for the BL side on this map. So Gaimin Gladiators, if they can keep responding round after round, they're still going to be feeling really good about their chances going into that GR side. But this time, it is a bit of a change of pace. Gaimin Gladiators sending Flex really early on up into the A connector. You can see him taking a bit of nade damage from a quick one thrown by Horus from A top, but it's still going to be very limited in terms of what they can do to execute, but it is a slow grouping leaning towards A from GG so far.
Yeah, and even Gaimin Gladiators still kind of figuring out a little bit of a game plan. And again, Flux, this is what we saw last week, is the fact that he was kind of playing in this exact position. He was the guy that tries to slip into mid. And again, he's trying to just pull in as many, you know, ROC players as much as possible, just to allow that second or two just for, you know, Gaimin Gladiators kind of go right into this B site. But now Snake can be able to find Flex, so now that threat's going to be removed, and there we go. It's just bleeding blue right now, and they're just getting themselves locking it in, and Spoxy, I don't think he's going to be able to have the answer, and indeed he will not. And Slayer, like, look, like I said, I've been criticizing a little bit, just hoping to see more of that beast mode, and we're finally getting it. These guys are starting to play a lot better. I mean, I know he's sitting in a 5-4, but honestly, the fact that he's able to find these multi-kills, just locking it down, just burning the time as much as possible, you love to see it here for a GR side perspective.
Yeah, really good openings so far from ROC Esports the last couple of rounds, but this time it is Spoxy to find the opening here. But look at Snake underneath. He had the timing, actually missed the full connection there on the Lionclaw, takes him down to about 20. Snare unable to trade from down low, but Horus still alive means there's problems to deal with over towards this A bomb site. He's already able to find one, pushing up A long. He's going to find another, finally, Spoxy with the shutdown kill, but Horus finding two makes this a little bit more winnable. Now Snare's already behind them as well. The wraps and flanks continuing forward for ROC Esports in these disadvantages could be the reason they're able to put up these clutch rounds. You can see Totson getting that information on the smoke cross, but Spoxy, this time he's a bit smarter to it, watches the flank, and Totson goes down to Raffin to end the round.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I mean, look, I mean, Totson is somebody definitely on this team that, you know, when you talk about ROC Esports, he can definitely be the clutch factor. But unfortunately for him, he's not able to. But, you know, fortunately for Gaimin Gladiator fans, I mean, this is where they get a bit of a bounce back. And this thing is just going blow for blow, right? I mean, back to an equal 3-3. So you love to see it. Double alms again here for the BL side. And I mean, this is the thing where, you know, even Raffin's had himself a lot better of a game so far. I think map 1, he was pretty absent. Again, just maybe not comfortable with it. But now he's starting to have his pop-off moments. He's sitting in the top fragging position just by 1. And now, I mean, kind of, you know, on the flip of the coin here, you know, even Snare, he's had himself not really any action at all. He's sitting at that 1 and 4. Horus, though, he's been the one that's top fragging the entire server with an 8 and 3. But now Spoxy trying to do something a little bit in B main. ROC actually going to pull back on this now, realizing, you know what, this ain't worth it. Let, you know, Gaimin Gladiators go for more control if they want. That's fine. We'll just reposition. So Gaimin Gladiators kind of back into the default scenario here, Kyle. I mean, we're not really seeing anything different. You know, Flex is going to be the one again that's just going to be in mid. But is he actually going to try to commit to this? And actually, it looks like, no, he's going to join his teammates.
Yeah, it's going to be a full 5-stack on to B. Slayer, the only anchor currently on site, gets spotted out early by Flex, but Slayer, he's ready to double down here. Goes for the wide swing, able to find one. Might not be enough here to hold the line, but Totson's already there on the rotation, able to take down Flex on the entry. Lion Claw sneaks up to the headshot box, wants to fight these players on the backside of Pit, but it's too late! Totson already good for 3 on the round. And the cleanup right there behind him. ROC Esports just fully rotating and predicting this one perfectly. And that's the gamble you take when you go in for the full 5-stack push.
Yeah, honestly, I love the fact that, you know, you could see Totson was close there to be able to help Slayer, but instead of going for that fight and that peek right away, the fact that he just kind of tucks away in Pit like that, waiting things out, that was perfect because, you know, again, Gaimin Gladiators, they have to clear the site. They have to be able to clear so many different angles, and that's honestly one of the most difficult things about, you know, the B site is you have a multitude of angles you have to look for. So the fact that Totson just kind of played it safe, waited things out, was able to find a double kill on top of it, I mean, man, that's just chef's kiss. So again, we're seeing this decision-making looking really good. Snare trying to get a little bit cheeky with it. I actually don't mind this. I know it costs them now, but it's a good mixture that we see from ROC. It's a bit more adventurous, but a rifle here on the top A tower, I mean, is this going to be enough? That's going to be Snake. He will be able to find Flex, so now it's going to be IGL going to be removed, and Gaimin Gladiators looking like they want to go for the B hit, but now can Slayer be able to fulfill his destiny with multi-kills, and now Totson, just again, trying to do what he did before, tucking away, but he's been exposed. They're able to find him, but Totson almost finds the triple kill, but there we go. Gaimin Gladiators right back into this. Round for round we go. This is what we were talking about, Kyle. This was the nail-biter we were waiting for.
Yeah, this one's really anyone's to take away at this point. Final round of the half. Both teams eager to find it, but this time it's back to the A-bomb side, and Snare through the boxes goes down right away. Horus as well will fall quickly, and now the rest of ROC has to try and clean this one up, but Slayer, the patience there, gets past not only one player, but the C4 is down as well, and Slayer sees it this time around. This is going to be huge. He grabs one Spox. He caught out of position, but Slayer, he whiffs on the second shots. Now he has to play this one even slower and just hold on to the bomb. Look at Snake as well. The backstab, he's going to be good for one, but now Slayer, he's going to be caught on the potential reload here, and that is just going to be some unfortunate timing, but at the end of the day, a huge round to pull off for Gaimin Gladiators here, because that means they win this one on the BL side of port.
Yeah, not bad at all. Honestly, this is a lot more of an impressive showing that we see from Gaimin Gladiators. I was kind of getting worried that maybe the BL side was just kind of like lackluster, but they show us that they still got some fuel in the tank, and they get themselves a half win. Not bad at all. But again, still just open for anybody's grab right now. Them being on the GR side is going to be interesting because, I mean, we've always said that they're such a unique team on the GR side where they really like to mix up the pace and they like to mix up their style, but this is where we were really questioning if maybe they're in their heads or maybe it's an off day. I have no idea. But Lion Claw, okay, gets a little bit antsy on it. It's a little bit premature on the shot, but now ROC having a bit of an idea that, look, they're playing aggressive and they have to make a decision quick.
Yeah, there's a lot of forward pressure in this round from Gaimin Gladiators, especially in the lower B tunnels and mid, but the flash perfect onto Flex now. They've got control of spawn. Spoxy is stuck on this A-bomb site, has no idea the flank's coming through. Lion Claw as well, not able to hold the line, and now it is Gaimin Gladiators in a bit of a tough spot for the retake. It's going to be Dezane and Raffin as the bomb goes down on A, looking for anything they can find here, but Raffin going to be taken down. Horus traded out by Dezane, but now 1 versus 3. He needs to have a massive round to steal this away, but that is a big headshot to get things going in that right direction. Totson and Snare, though, two players that do not give up a sight easily at all. They've got that stall utility from the smoke as well to work with, and that's enough to get it done for Totson.
Oh man, that was making me get a little bit nervous here too, because again, like this is what, like when you're in the post plant, you want to be able to just, be able to tuck away a little bit. Yes, I understand you have to get that information. You have to make sure that, the GR player doesn't, get so much control without knowing. But that's the thing is Zane, man, like this is a guy that can be clutch factor on a team like Gaimin Gladiators, and he almost was making things a little bit more interesting in the sense that found a kill through the smoke. All it took was for him to find one more kill, and that could have been a coin toss of a 50-50 scenario of the one-on-one. But either way, ROC will be able to bounce back onto this. A 5-5 we go. Horus now getting the short A control, making sure that the GR player is not going to get aggressive. Snare can't seem to find himself this close encounter, but there it is. There we go. That's the Snare we know. That's the quick shot we need. Now he's actually going to press forward a little bit on this. He's got himself a little bit of interesting footing, but Flex playing the trigger discipline, going to wait things out. He gets the kill easily. So it's a 4-4 as we go with 1:30 remaining, Kyle.
Nice little trade there in mid. Snake able to take down Flex. Now they've got the numbers for ROC Esports to work with to go in for the push. Lion Claw kind of caught alone here. If he goes for the mid peak, he's going to back off and double up on the A bomb side. But this is where ROC Esports is so good in the mid to late round. They're not afraid to take the fights individually, and that allows them to take control of a bit more space and force these rotators to not be so sure where the C4 is heading. And now Raffin, he's going to be that main point of contact here, but Snake goes for the crouch peek, catches him off guard, and that is a huge one in the making here if they can hold on to it. Slayer as well, able to rotate through, and that is going to be a quick round done and dusted for the Blacklist side. So it looks like we are going to see a pause coming out from Gaimin Gladiators, but now is ROC Esports with a 2-round kickoff to the second half, looking really good on this BL side so far.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far. And I mean, this is where, for ROC Esports, it's nice that these guys, again, are, like we said, they're in the LAN environment. They can just kind of have these quick conversations, but looking like they're deep in thought a little bit right now. But for Gaimin Gladiators, it's good to see that, again, like it's not just like a blowout against them, right? Like that was the one thing I was pretty nervous about is like, look, are these guys just, like I said, a really off day, or maybe ROC is just, come in very prepared and they're just going to dominate this 2-0 potentially. I don't know, but it's good to see that Gaimin Gladiators, again, have really been able to bounce back on this game, making it super competitive, because that's what we were thinking. Like, this is probably one of the best matchups we're going to have like all weekend in terms of just like the talent and, the rankings that these guys have been in, countless seasons. So, but good preparation from ROC, looking a lot better now, and some good highlights here that you'll get to see. And again, I mean, I think everybody has been able to play like at a really decent level. I don't feel like there's anybody that's been like kind of a weak point. I think if anything, actually, Totson to me has played himself like good fragging abilities, but also just really smart, right? I mean, I feel like he's just playing his role, especially in that first half. It was just, he was doing everything he needed to for his team.
Yeah, Totson really stepping up in this second map to lead the charge alongside Horus, both having really good maps for themselves so far, kind of establishing that difference between the two teams here. But for Gaimin Gladiators, it hasn't been huge misses for them. It's really just these fights on site where it feels like ROC Esports just barely is able to get the best of them in the close quarters aim duels. So now they've got this potential momentum swing they can steal back on the GR side. The one saving grace here is, even though ROC Esports is in the lead, it's only by one. Gaimin Gladiators, they're on the GR side here, and we've seen teams come back from much worse on this side of the map.
Yeah, and that's kind of the funny thing about both these teams, right? Is like, I definitely give the leg up here for, a team like ROC, where I feel like in my recollection of them is like they're a team that when their backs are, against the boards, they really do have that comeback factor. Gaimin Gladiators, I feel like we've seen it. I don't know if it's been all the time, where I feel like ROC were just like, they were known for that at times. Like they had really, really slow starts. So the fact that this is going back and forth and very like this competitive already, like it's not like there's a blowout lead or anything like that. It makes me wonder though, like if, we can see a bit more of a push from one of these teams just to getting the job done, right? I mean, because let's not forget, I mean, in case folks are kind of figuring out like what was the veto process, like we played Eagle Eye first. This is the second map of Port. And then if if Gaimin Gladiators can find themselves, you know, that big win here to get the second map win, we're going to Mexico, which again, I feel like that's anybody's game. Like, I don't even think there's even a slight leg up for either of these teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Mexico really is a coin toss if we go there, especially because it's a much scrappier map than a lot of what we normally see in the league. It's very condensed, and a lot of teams just don't have it prepared quite as well too. You'll see it if we end up getting there, that I would assume the team strats just aren't quite as strong on that map, because a lot of teams just auto ban that and Eagle Eye out of the pool, so there's a lot less preparation that usually goes on with these two maps in particular. And we could kind of see it in a sense a little bit in the way Eagle Eye played out. It felt like ROC Esports, a lot of the rounds they won, they weren't necessarily as strategically sound as they usually are. It was more just players winning it out on an individual level, which is more of what we'll see if we get over to Mexico, I think, as well. I think the hard part now is the getting there for Gaimin Gladiators, because you can tell they're feeling a lot of pressure in this match, and I feel like for most teams, the GR side would be comfortable in this situation, but I feel like there isn't really much comfort on the Gaimin Gladiators side right now.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Yeah, that's a really good point. It really does seem like the comfortability is not really the same case here for Gaimin Gladiators, which is, it just, yeah, it begs a lot of questions, right? I mean, we could, you know, analyze that as much as we want, and I mean, there's a lot of speculation, but look, it doesn't feel like it. But that's kind of the same thing what I talked about in the beginning, is that, you know, in the previous season, where like in the regular season when we were talking about it, like ROC, were they able to find themselves a 2-0? And then it was funny how, like, in the playoffs, like, it was that situation where ROC, again, like, a really good start, and then they got swept. And that's the thing with Gaimin Gladiators, is that, you know, they might have this weird little bit of a slow start. Maybe it's going to be the same, potentially the same kind of position that we saw last season. But I don't know. ROC are, you know, really showing that they could be the better team in this one. But it's hard to say, because it's still a very close scoreline. But, I mean, these tech issues definitely make it a little bit problematic. You could argue for both teams, but when you're kind of in the lead and there's tech issues, that's always a bit more frustrating, just because you do want to get back into it and you want to finish the job, and it kind of slows you all down. But I guess we'll find out within a little bit of time here.
Yeah, it's kind of a deja vu to the GV match, it feels like, where on this same map they're kind of brick walled a little bit by tech delays, and you could tell it kind of affected the mentality of ROC Esports. They ended up dropping the second map, still winning it in the third, but it can definitely be a bit frustrating to try and navigate for a team that normally is riding that confidence high. So we'll see what happens here as we potentially return here shortly. It is 6-5 at the pause in favor of ROC Esports on their BL side. Yet to lose a round, 2 in a row, but looks like we are having some tech delays. I believe it's on the Gaimin Gladiators side of things right now. So ROC Esports just kind of taking some time, getting a little extra practice here in between things. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here while we get the tech issues resolved. We'll take a pause and we'll return shortly. We'll see you there.
well, you know what? We're ready to go. Looks like we're back into the action. And of course, we're ready to go. 6-5. ROC now in the lead just by one singular round. And now, I mean, maybe that singular round could be enough here because it's a good pick off that's going to happen from Snare. And once again, he's already pushed himself all the way back, or all the way in the back here of A. And I don't even think Spoxy is aware. Like, this is weird. This is awkward. And oh, not again. Oh, please not again. This is a Spoxy, you poor man. Oh, Snare. Oh, you just cheeky little devil. And there we go. It's a free sight for them. Lion Claw realizing, okay, I got to do a big play, but it's only going to be the one kill. And ROC, I think they might have themselves a 7th round here in the bag, Kyle.
Seems very, very likely at this point. Dezane and Raffin looking to try and do something about it, but there's really not a whole lot they're going to be able to do here. The smokes are still flowing through here for ROC Esports. They still have more utility to work with on top of it, so yeah, they've got to be really, really careful in this situation on the retake. But they're running out of time to make it happen. Only 20 seconds to break through. Dezane does at least have one bit of utility left to work with, but not for long. It's going to be a full shutdown for ROC Esports. Coming out of the pause here, they are still ready to go, and that is 3 in a row now for them on the BL side.
Ooh-wee, okay. Well, ROC, not bad at all. Getting themselves a nice double round here in a bit of a comfort. Lion Claw once again going to put himself into short, but I don't know if he made the Q. I don't know if they heard him. Horse though, he gets the jump spot. He's able to get some good intel. Now, Lion Claw has to make a decision. He either presses onto this or he needs to follow off. And instead he tries to commit to that game plan. Not going to work out at all. Really good movement here from ROC. The fact they just, again, look for that duel. They isolate him. They make him really uncomfortable. He had really minimal options. I mean, yes, it costs him a little bit of HP, but it puts him at a huge advantage in terms of the numbers. And now for, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they either just have to tuck tail, hope that they can hit the shots, or they have to make a play. This is a really, really tough choice when you're on the GR side, but it looks like they're just going to gamble it, leave Raffin by himself in B, maybe put a little bit more presence in mid, but ROC looking like they want to go for the A hit.
Spoxy, the key here to holding on to it, misses the first shot. That could be the only opportunity he has in this round. Flex goes down on the rotation. Spoxy, still good for 1, but he's not going to live much longer after that. Dezane still holding on to the GR spawn, but it's just not going to be enough. ROC Esports, again, get what they want out of that situation, and they are still uncontested on rounds on this BL side. And if you're a GG fan, this is where things start to get very scary.
Yeah, for any Gaimin Gladiator fans, this is definitely one of those things where, I don't know, it's a lot of convincing I'm going to need for them to be able to bring themselves back in this game. They're one of those teams that always seem to do really, really well when it's back and forth, or if they have themselves in a big lead advantage, but never say never. But that's the thing, is now we even have, I think that's Raffin. Yeah, he's just kind of cheeky. He's a little bit close on this encounter. I don't know if maybe ROC are to expect this at all. He has to be able to make the big play. He has to be able to find the timing. He's just waiting. He's trying to be patient. Oh, the trigger discipline is so nice. Even Snare had no idea. And look at him just bouncing backwards. I don't even think Snare is aware at all. And man, if he kills Raffin, this is going to be so infuriating for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, Raffin has honestly played this perfectly. He's just been waiting. He's trying to be patient. He's trying to do all the right things. But now he might not even get gifted a frag, Kyle. Oh, this is becoming an issue.
That's unfortunate. Now any Snare kill in this round is one that could have been maybe taken away, but Spoxy still going to hold the line. Lion Claw on the rotation, able to find one. And things are looking better and better unless Totson can find a way to change the pace, but Snare and Snake, the dynamic duo, take it to a 2v1. Raffin now left alone against the player he let get away. It's Snare on A top as well as Snake, and we'll see if it comes full circle here. Raffin does have the HP advantage, but now it is all on to Snare, the one who got away. Can he do it? No, Raffin gets his full revenge here. The 1v2 and the clutch.
Yeah, and that's a huge play too for someone like Raffin, where I was kind of saying I feel like he's been a little bit absent now, and finally a bit of a clutch factor for him, hitting some beautiful shots here with the AK. So you love to see it. Round by round for them. 2 rounds needed to bring this back to a tie game. Totson, though, a little bit of an interesting one. He gets himself an AWM. He's going to get himself equipped. I feel like we never get to see that. And he gets a double. He's able to go for some big fights. He takes down Raffin, takes down Flex. And Flex has not been able to find any sort of success so far since we come back from the break. My goodness, what a turn of events here for ROC. This is a nice little mixture here, Kyle.
It's exactly what I wanted to see, and I think I even said it during the break. The missing piece here was showing they can hybrid here, and Totson just showed us why. He's a key aim dueler for this team. 2 entries with the arm in hand, gets rid of it, trades for the AK with Snare here, and still has 4 rifles on the ROC Esports side for the push, and that is exactly what they were trying to do there. And this is really, really solid here now for ROC Esports to potentially put this on a match point round if they can close it out here. LionClaw has to be careful, almost overextends into mid to meet his maker, but fortunately for him, able to reset for now, but this push is coming directly onto Dezane. 3 players about to just swing onto this position, and he has to be able to hold for at least 2 to give Gaimin Gladiators a fighting chance in this round. The line has to be held here, but the push coming through, Dezane is just going to be playing wide open on this double stack, only going to be good for 1. The quick trade there from, you guessed it, Totson hitting the shots continuously here, but LionClaw, the quick backstab, able to take him down. Good trades here, but it's not going to be enough to matter unless Spoxy can win it out, but Horus doesn't care. There's a smoke in his way. He'll push anyways to put it on match point.
Yeah, I really, really like this. I mean, I like the idea that, we're seeing, for ROC, like even in these post-plant situations, like Horus just, like you said, kind of ignoring the fact that there's a smoke in his face. He's like, yeah, I don't care at all. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to be able to find that fight, not allowing any room for comfort at all for Gaimin Gladiators. And now map and series point on the brink here for ROC. Gaimin Gladiators needing to be able to find themselves 3 rounds in a row to push an overtime scenario. This is a lot to ask right now. It's been a tough day here for the Gladiators. These swords are not looking too sharp, but maybe, just maybe, they might be able to find something. That's a good kickstart. Dezane able to find the opener, takes down Snare, and that's already somebody that's had himself a bit of a good start here in the later portion of this game, but can it be enough? Can they be able to capitalize on these duels, Kyle?
Comes down to the 4v5 here, but ROC Esports no stranger to winning the clutches in this head-to-head today. They've won so many rounds in a numbers down situation where would not surprise me to see them find another here, but with the match on the line, GG going to be playing it a lot safer. They're not going for these aggressive plays anymore. The only one in a forward position really is going to be Flex, boosted up in the A connector, just grabbing that rotational information on mid, so there should be a pretty good sign. This is leaning towards the B-bomb side at this point, so Dezane going to go ahead and group up with Raffin for the hold. A nice counter flash going to be thrown down. Raffin and Dezane go for the full swing. Raffin good for 2, but Totson, is he going to be able to be good for more here? Gets himself 2 kills. Almost a shot at the 3rd, but Spoxy saves the day from sheer destruction. Gaimin Gladiators, they are still in this fight.
Yeah, honestly, and the fact I think it was just because there's like not a lot of bullets in the chamber here for Totson. It's just like a little bit unfortunate, right? Like I think he had I think it was like 2 bullets in the AK, or 1 actually, it looks like. And man, if he would have been able to find that shot on Raffin, maybe it could open something up. But I mean, that was asking a whole heck of a lot for him. But round by round here, like we said, for Gaimin Gladiators, but Horus again just running through, being a menace in the server, able to find the entry into this. And now maybe they just want to, be able to go right into this. They don't even have the C4 in their hands. They don't have anything of control like this, but they got the control of the site. And now Flex realizing, okay, look, Spoxy, I need you to be able to find a shot. It's been a tough one here for Flex on map number 2. And this C4 eventually going to get planted. Flex trying to make a bit of a play for himself. He does. He finds the head of Totson. Slowly and surely, they're picking away on this. Slayer looking like he might even want to tease the idea of going through the smoke, maybe, but it'd be so uncharacteristic here for ROC. They're in such a strong position here for the post plant. And now Spoxy finds himself another one. This has come down to the wire. I can't believe it. And there's Flex right there with a triple kill and a defuse on top of it. Gaimin Gladiators are not out yet.
2v4, not going to stop them today. One of the biggest conversions we've seen all day long as well from Gaimin Gladiators at a very critical moment. And now they've got an opportunity. It's not over yet. 9-8. Overtime, the only option for Gaimin Gladiators to try and win this out on. And then they would still need a second map on top of that to go all the way. But for ROC Esports, they've still looked like the stronger team pretty consistently throughout this series. But for Gaimin Gladiators, they do see that opportunity now, a potential moment to change their fates and send this all the way to Mexico to decide what happens next. But for ROC Esports, they're getting pretty aggressive in this round, especially towards mid. You can see Lion Claw trying to poke around on the other side of it, seeing if there's any opportunity, but at the same time, they're not looking to overextend too much here. There's only one risk in this round, and that is certainly Raffin in this position. You've got to be careful on the boost here, because when you're on the bottom of that jump, they can actually look up and see your feet underneath here. So it's really all about the timing and making sure, if they're going to go B, that they make sure to clear this position for ROC Esports, because this right here could be the difference maker.
Yeah, really could be. Things are getting tense here with the last minute remaining into it. So much at stake for this round. So much riding on this Lion Claw, just holding a tight angle. And he's going to be able to find the one. Is that going to be enough, though? Time is depleting. Totson, though, maybe able to find himself a little bit more, but he's going to go down, and Snake actually gets the reply back. And now, it's just ROC Esports putting themselves in the kill feed, putting them a 3-on-2, going to be able to get this plant through. It's going to be Flex and Raffin now in a clutch scenario, everything on the line. Flex just missing the shot just barely. We hate to see it, but now Snare able to find the connection, and now the IGL himself, the man that's able to run this team of Gaimin Gladiators, needs to be able to find the clutch. Otherwise, this is going to be done and over with in a 2-0, and that is going to be the case. ROC Esports with a big celebration. You can see it. They're all fired up. The passion is there, and they're going to get the job done with a 2-0 in a pretty considering, I wouldn't say convincing fashion, but a very decent fashion.
Yeah, it's enough to get the 2-0, and they'll be happy enough with that. The first map definitely being a lot more in their favor here, but ROC Esports doing what they needed to prove a big point today, and that is this is the only team now that is undefeated in overall matches. It's going to move them to 4-0 on the season, firmly at the top of the leaderboards, and also it hands Gaimin Gladiators their first loss of the season as well. So definitely a good sign moving forward for ROC Esports. This is now the team to beat in this season of the West League, and now they may have a big target on their back, lads, but it's definitely for a good reason, because this is one heck of a performance. And not only was it a 2-0, I also think this was the most clutches we've seen in a single game so far. And this is what makes this team, I think, so great, because a lot of other teams, you put them in these 2v5, 3v5 situations, they don't win near as many times as what we just saw from ROC Esports.
Yeah, honestly, it just feels like, for ROC, they were doing such a good job in terms of the early rounds. Felt like their mid rounds were good. Like, really, it just felt like they were in a lot of control of this game. And that's the big thing that I took away from this, is the fact that really there were some close encounters for sure. And even this map really came down to the wire. But it felt like the clutches were better. Their decision making just seemed to be a lot more up to snuff. It felt like Gaimin Gladiators were kind of at this map were like really grasping, like, right? Like they were kind of in the deep end of the pool. And it just really was too many, deep waters for them to swim on. But look, we're going to take a bit of a break. We're going to get things back into it. We'll let the desk kind of do the rest of the analyst work for us here, and we'll figure some things out here for the last series of the day. So don't go too far. We'll be back pretty soon.
series that took many time and a long time, but ROC Esports managed to get 2-0 in this series, a series that GG tried their best, tried to push the boundaries and get the 1-1 tie, but ROC Esports had a different opinion. ROC Esports, solid performance. Let's say that GG didn't have a chance winning this game.
Man, I love GG defense side. With the down, I love GG defense side. They are just good with it. They know how to keep the site with them. They know how to retake the site once it's the C4 planted. They know how to take over the site, how to retake, how to hold the flank. But the attack side is disaster from Team GG. It's so hard for them. They won most of the rounds on their defense, but on the attack side, it was incredible for Team ROC Esports. I mean, it's all started with Horus on round 2 winning a 1v2 clutch, which he was incredible with it. Moving on to round 4, the default strats from Team GG made Team ROC Esports to stack on one side, which was B side, and getting punished for it and making Team GG win the round. What I'm trying to say here is, as long as they were playing attack, they had two strats, which is either split push P or all force push P, and both were working. Both were working for Team GG. But once the side swap happened, you didn't see GG. Once we were seeing them on the attack side, I don't know what changed. On round 14, for example, the stack on mid was from Team ROC Esports, waiting for the last seconds, pushed B, flexed it, Best followed, and then round for ROC Esports. This specific scenario repeated itself once, twice, and 3 times for Team ROC Esports. When I had the hopes for Team GG, when they got the 8th round, and ROC Esports was at 9, because Flex did a huge comeback. I remember that Flex had a sniper in a 1v3 scenario, and he managed to get the kill for it.
And as we see on the screen, Totson gets the MVP with KD of 2.00, a solid performance from this player. We didn't see Totson much on this MVP screen, which means that ROC Esports, the whole squad is performing really well game after game, and each player gets its aspect of a moment of victory and carrying the game.
What I really love about ROC Esports performance and ROC Esports playstyle is the last thing that they care about is the C4. So C4 is always covered by one person, I think it's Horus, and the other players are all stacked on the other side. So if I'm going to B side with the C4, I only have one player with me, and the other 3 players are on the A side. And the opposite happens if I'm going to the A side. So when they get their first blood, it's automatically killed by Totson or Snare. So I have my first blood, I have my first kill. Now I can go and execute one of the 2 sides when I get the first blood. And it's always insane how they keep the C4 back and they manage to plant it once they get rid of 1 or 2 players from Team GG.
Let's ask him, the man, the legend, Horus, with us on the screen. Hello, Horus.
Hello.
كل سنة طيب الأول.
وانت طيب.
Solid performance from you on the Team GG. I think and I believe it's a hard matchup versus Gaimin Gladiators. Tell me, no. I'm trying being, tell me your perspective on this game.
Actually, every round we lost, it's our mistake. It's not they are good. No, actually, we studied them so good, and we know everything about them. And every mistake we made, it's our mistake. Not,
raise your voice, man. You're an MVP. Raise your voice. I wanna hear you, bro.
You can't. You can hear me well now.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
That's all. It's our mistake. It's not a hard match or anything.
So
every round we lost, it's because of us.
When you make a mistake, GG gets it, and I think it's the core of the gameplay. You make a mistake, the enemy team gets it and build on it, but you come back and you recover yourself and recover your mistakes and go back again on the winning and victory screen. Tell me your preparations throughout this tournament. Right now, you're not losing any single series, and you're performing really, really well. You're really number one contender for this competition. Tell me your preparations over the...
And we will not lose any other match. Anyway, let me tell you a fun fact. Every team right now is when the schedule they put for us, and they saw that we are going to play against ROC Esports. At the beginning, they started to cry, and they said no, why it's we are going to play against them at the beginning, and it's not a logic anyway that you are going to play against us anyway. So it doesn't matter. It's now, it's later. I don't know why. So they are crying. But anyway, our preparation for everything is we are anyway we are practicing so hard. We are seeing our mistakes. Our coach every time, like when we finish the match, let's see the mistakes, let's fix it, and let's go next. So this is our preparation, nothing else.
Horace, you are the man of the match. You're the MVP. You're everything, man. I said the same thing to Anubis said. I want to say the same thing to you. Give a message to your fans. I'm sure lots of people watching you now, especially it's ROC Esports playing. If you wish in Arabic.
خالص. شكرا يا رجاله حبايبي. يعني مش عارف يعني كل حاجه بتوصل لنا وكل تشجيعكم بيوصل وبجد بيفرق معانا جدا. شكرا لكم وان شاء الله يعني هتبقى عند حسن ظنكم. مش باجي في الحته دي طبعا. ايوه وان شاء الله يعني هنفضل في وين ستريكس كده على طول باذن الله وهنشرفكم.
We wish you all the best in the world. Horace, thank you for this brief interview, and it seemed like ROC Esports are very, very much locked and ready for this season and this split.
He's a confident man, I'm gonna tell you that, man.
I'm terrified right now.
Yeah, I can feel the aura, man. He's a confident man. And man, I'll be confident if I'm in the same place as him. First place now, officially first place by 2-0. And his message and statement was just clear. I'm not gonna lose any game, man.
And it makes ROC Esports, it makes it so funny and so, let's say, I'm looking forward to see, not hoping, but I'm looking forward if ROC Esports will be defeated one series, and because this would make another story and another, let's say, hype moment, and we'll get Horace back on another interview. So this is for the third series, right?
The second
is over, and third series is about to begin in this day 2 and day 5 of the second week, or day 2 in the second week. UNK versus TBI. This is another story. This is another matchup between some of the top ladder standing and one of the, let's say, mid performance right now. TBI won a game and lost it.
See, the thing is with TBI, they used to be in the same place in the brackets with Anubis Esports, but Anubis escaped the whole losing-winning situation with the winning scenario, with the winning streak right now. But with TBI, they need to escape the same scenario. Unfortunately for TBI, they're playing against one of the best up there teams, such as unKnights. I don't know what to expect for them. But I have high hopes for unKnights because last time we saw unKnights playing, they absolutely demolished the team that was against them. For TBI, they lost their previous games against GG, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was Entropy versus TBI. They lost 2-1. Yeah, and I had a call with Penguin. He was like, okay, wait for us next game. We will show off, we'll come up with a better scenario, better preparation from their side. I'm wishing Hunt and the rest of the boys from TBI better performance, especially they are playing against one of the most scary teams out there, okay, unKnights.
I'd say yes. Place for the 4th place for UNK versus the 5th place in the standing TBI. UNK suffering from a loss last yesterday, facing GG. So will TBI work on that? Will TBI try to make UNK suffer more? Did they study UNK's performance yesterday, or UNK it was just a hiccup and UNK is coming back?
Judging by the players from TBI and the previous games, I mean, the players have the utmost potential to win more and more games and to show off more and more skill. But throughout the games and stats, it's just a disaster for the team TBI, if I'm being honest. And the opposite for unKnights. unKnights win and lose, but for TBI, it's straight up losing without one single. They only won one single series. Yes.
I think TBI played only two games, two series.
Won and lost another.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the best scenario for them. Yes, tonight they're playing versus unKnights, and here is a quick comparison between Dirty and Jinzer.
We saw Dirty coming up and shining in their last game, last series, and getting bad intentions to the first win in this split. So CrossFire West League 2025 Season 1 is on the go, and TBI facing UNK, who suffered a loss versus GG Gaimin Gladiators, whom suffered from ROC Esports right now. So UNK has a message to deliver. We are not losing again for anyone. This game means a lot to them to stay up in the standings. But TBI, like you said, they saw the potential from Anubis Gaming. They saw the comeback they did, and they want to go with them.
Man, to be honest, seeing the names from team TBI, it's some scary names out there.
Scary in the shadow.
Yeah, they like to play when it's dark, but can't remove the fact that I'm actually expecting a 2-0 for Team unKnights. Can see Alucard, Pietro, and Kiko back for sure, and say there is hope for Team TBI. Now, we can see close matches between both of them, but sadly, Team unKnights have this edge when you have someone like Alucard, Kiko, with you in a team. I can't see, maybe TBI would get a map, but in the sense of who's better, individually at least, I'm gonna give it to unKnights.
Okay, so we have the map drafting, banning sub-base Mexico, Black Widow and Compound, the Ankara and Port Eagle Eye will be the decider for us. Port Ankara, starting with Ankara, UNK knows this map and will be very comfortable facing TBI on this game. Port for the second from TBI, which makes it okay for me.
Yeah, okay, Ankara for unKnights, their comfort map, I guess. Again, Ankara works for both teams. We've seen TBI play on it. We've seen unKnights play on the same map. So it's all up to the micro and macro gameplay from both teams, who can put the other team to the end of the first map. Now, with unKnights, they're gonna suffer with TBI. They're gonna suffer a lot with someone like Kiko present on the map. He's such an insane player, and his presence all around B and A side, on the defense side at least, him and Alucard, they play like Joker and Batman.
But seeing Eagle Eye on the decider map makes me feel like if TBI reaches this map, there's a huge potential for them to win this series if we reach the decider map. But what's your player to watch this game?
My player to watch is Penguin, to be honest, from TBI. He plays like the Joker. He can IGL, and he can also focus on getting enough kills. Because, the IGL is not ultra focused on getting kills. He doesn't have enough time. He just rotates the players more and more. But this guy can do it all. That's what I love about Penguin. And if he can IGL the game, if he can take them one step ahead, at least for the first map, though it's a nice map, maybe we could see a map 3.
I think it comes all to Laz and Kyle on game 1 in this last best of 3 series.
All right. Well, thank you both. We're, like you said, in the final match of the day here on the weekend. And yeah, this is an interesting one because, Kyle, I got to get your perspective because for me, I feel like if we look at this on paper, I feel like unKnights should be able to have the job done. I would think with the 2-0, just given on the maps, given the way we've seen this. But do you have any sort of a different take, or are we going down the same path together?
I think it's kind of the same here. I feel like unKnights, it would be a bit of a slip up to see them go down on any maps in this series. When you look at, just the records within this season so far, unKnights, they've only loss to Gaimin Gladiators, which a team you might expect them to lose to in the matchups they've looked pretty polished against, whereas TBI, they've been a bit more. Their only win against they lost against Entropy, which I would argue is a weaker Knights when we've seen what both serve. And so I feel like it's going to have to be their best performance we've far if they from this series. And for me, a lot of that matchup is going to come down to how is Dirty going to play against Alucard. For me, that's the key in the series is consistently on this new TBI lineup, but going against Alucard on these maps when you look at it and Port is the start series and the keys, it's going to be very.
Yeah, I mean, no, I definitely. I mean, the one big thing for sure is the fact about like Alucard is somebody who has been able to really be a good performer, but the same like Dirty is Bruce in this 2025 season has done such a great job, and this he's been playing a really good game, and like I feel like his trajectory is going a lot. Right of like late last year that was a problem. I think somebody was a lot to the positions that maybe they needed a bit of a system change and kind of roles just to be a little bit adjusted as well. But either way, I mean, looking really good for him. So we'll have to see. But this is again a very unique matchup when you kind of turn into the facts of the rankings. TBI have kind of been able to put in a decent position, but now we're ready to go. Here we find it, and now Knights are able to hold things down, and TBI trying their darndest to get through, but Kiko now finding maybe a triple, not indeed, but at least find this double. So Knights have put themselves in a great position now. It's all about, the timing here for TBI to maybe get down. They still have to pick it up. Knights now just waiting patiently. They're antsy on this one.
Yeah, now on the 3-on-2, it's going to be Penguin and Dirty trying to find a clutch to kick off this best of 3, but C4 down, they don't seem too sure about scooping it back up, but you can start to see the rotations around from Penguin, trying to kind of poke and prod to see where the retake is going to be coming from. But unKnights, I really like what they're doing here, playing this one extremely patient, waiting for that plant before fully executing this retake and just slowly shifting in a position where they can pounce as soon as they hear that plant happen. And there it happens. 3-on-1 for the site. There's no one to help here for Dirty. He has to frag out, gets the first right away, able to rotate off, calls for the support of Penguin in this position. You can see Pietro struggling to hold on from the top of site, but Pietro, that's a huge kill to get the C4 getting defused, and Penguin with 1 HP is too scared to take the fight.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, that's the crazy. Like, everybody was really, really low on their HP, but yeah, Penguin just being a little bit more reserved on that one, not really to go for the fight, so it costs them the round, and it's so unfortunate because he obviously had no idea that he was going to be that low. But unKnights, they're going to take it any day of the week. They're going to be able to find winning round, and now TBI back at the drawing board to figure out what they need to do a little bit differently. And it looks like they're going to just kind of play this a little bit more slow, get this A main control, maybe even try to like squeeze King into vent, maybe. And that's going to be where Kiko's been able to hold things down really, really nicely so far in this game. Kiko and Jin now together. The two players going to be holding hands in the safe site. A lot of tall task here. Kiko going to be playing behind the tall box, and TBI just going to go for the big old fight. They don't even clear it. They don't even expect it at all. And Kiko again able to find himself a double, but Jin not able to find any sort of kill to retaliate. It's just some damage inflicted. So now TBI got themselves a little bit of an opening. Smoke's going to get thrown. They should be able to get this ton, but nonetheless a nade lands on top of you. Oh, that's just going to be a touchdown. And now Penguin tries to get a little bit more assertive and aggressive, but maybe it's just a little bit too late. unKnights are going to, again, just wait things out. C4 still has not been planted. Penguin just trying to be the playmaker. What on the heck is going on here, Penguin? And he puts himself up with multi-kills.
Yeah, big plays for Penguin here. You can tell he was ready to answer back after he kind of let things slip in that previous round. But now he's 6-0, looking good here so far in this one. You can see unKnights changing the pace here on their end, putting a lot of early pressure towards that B-long player. It's going to be Booker on the other side of Arches, just kind of locking things down. But TBI still for a third round in a row. They have their eyes set on this A execution. It seems to be one of their comfort pockets on this map, but unKnights, they are starting to get enough information where they could even rotate a third player in that direction. And you can see Beck slowly moving his way to join them on the A bomb side. And this is where TBI has to be careful. They're not putting any real forward presence towards B, so it allows a 3-stack to be set up here from unKnights.
Yeah, things get a little bit more calm in the waters here for this third round. And single actually, I was kind of hoping to see maybe unKnights, a little bit cheeky. I feel like, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like unKnights are probably one of the only teams I feel like that never really double Am I right?
Yeah, it's pretty rare we'll see them do it if they're going to. It's usually just on a very, very rare one-off round situation. But Dirty, he's going to find an Am himself there. Nice little kill onto Pietro to get the ball rolling for TBI. So even though they've slowed down the pace here, things are actually working a lot better for them now as they set their sights back onto the midsection of this map. But unKnights, you do got to be careful with them. Most teams will give up mid on this map, but unKnights is not one of them.
Back. Okay, he's going to be able to find that. All right, not bad at all. Takes down Booker. So now, the 4-4. But now you can see the aggression of TBI. They have to get moving. 25 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They should be able to get this plant down. That's going to be the important part. But now, what do we do with the post plant? This is the thing. You can either post up, or you can actually press forward like what we saw Penguin do before. But he was the one that did it. He's going to go to the grave quickly. So instead, they're actually just going to post up. They're just going to sit themselves in the site. King looks like he wants to be the one that might be able to go for a big duel. 23 seconds now for unKnights. Needing to work something here. Beck's going to get taken out. Hunt with a really good frag. So now things are back to an even Stevens, but time is dwindling, and this is where we just need to see these shots land, and that's Hunt now, putting himself with a triple, leaving it to Alucard by himself. He's going to get the backstab against him, and there we go. TBI, once again, will be able to find themselves a pretty dominant post-plant situation, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, in this round, Hunt doing so much work here. Big triple kill for him to be able to hang on and obtain a lot of advantage in the post-plant. And now TBI, they have a chance to run away with the lead, but Alucard going to try and slow that down. Takes Dirty out at the start of the round, and you can hear the radio calls for A side instantly on that shutdown frag from Alucard. They want to avoid him at all costs, and honestly, that's kind of how you got to play against Alucard. He's one of the best anchors on this team for unKnights. He's so hard to get caught out of position, and does give a nice opportunity to go back here towards A. You have Kiko already on the anchor, though. The rotator of Jin coming through, but Kiko is ready to get aggressive here. Jin's on the lower bomb side, pushed out in the open, able to find one before going down, but Kiko, his position completely compromised there. He cannot hang on, and unKnights again stuck on an A retake, but the smoke screen is going to make it so difficult to get back through. Alucard just has to throw a nade over the top and hope for the best, but it actually has a solid connection there onto Booker for half damage, and it's all about the retake setup now.
Yeah, it really is. And this is the thing where, like, again, for unKnights, like, I mean, we've said this before, but when we talk about last year or even the year before that, I mean, this was a really, really strong GR-sided team. Like, retakes were always great to watch. This is a lot of textbook play, but now it's a question if they can do it here in 2025. And it's a 3-3, so, I mean, again, bad situation here with 20 seconds remaining, and this is where we need to see these duels starting to come through, and it will come into the side here for the GR. But now, hang on. TBI able to find themselves this kills, and now Alucard by himself with 10 seconds remaining. He has to get moving. Booker just posted up. Booker overexposed, and once again a clutch scenario with a defuse with just minimal seconds remaining, and unKnights are going to be able to bounce themselves back into this game.
Yeah, really close round here. All of it comes down to Alucard, though. He had the 1-on-2. TBI, though, Booker, he had a chance to trade Alucard before he actually got up close there on that first kill. He just played it a little bit too safe, but for TBI, that's been kind of their miss so far on this map, is not knowing when to be a little aggressive when they need to be. This time, though, it's going to be Alucard and Penguin going down very early in the round. Dirty's still in the fight this time, though, out of that opening duel, but look at the positioning from Jin here, all the way pushed up mid-garage, and that gives them an indication this A-bomb site could be fairly open for the taking, and they're not entirely wrong here. It's just Kiko on the backside of the arches.
Yeah, this gets interesting too, because now even Beck, he's the one that's going to be with the Alm, so this is interesting. TBI have really just, again, put their sights a lot on this A site. Really have. So I don't know if they've been able to do some homework or if they're feeling really good about it. Dirty already pushed himself in the corner event, so he's actually got himself some decent control, but Kiko once again just playing in the stair position. Waiting things out. TBI not over antsy on their decision making yet, just waiting things out. The C4 actually going to make its way all into the back skirts of mid. They're going to drop it, so they're actually expecting to see unKnights go for a bit of a fight, but now what they've actually done is gone for the 2-and-2 split, so they're just going to play the buddy system. They're going to play the partners, leaving mid open, and they're just going to gamble this with the double players to lock a site down. But TBI, they kind of need to make a play here soon, Kyle, because again, I like the idea of what they're doing. They're just making sure nobody's over-aggressing, but now this is where they need to group up. They cannot wait any longer.
Yeah, the big risk right now is Dirty. He is so far gone from the rest of TBI. If he goes down without a fight here, it's pretty much the round at that point, and there you have it. Beck finds him alone, and now the C4 only has 20 seconds. They're forced to go to this A bomb site that is not really a comfortable fight for them to take. They get the nice smoke screen on the stairs, and now they just play the smoke perfectly. That's going to be a clean round for unKnights, only losing Alucard in the process, but that's that high risk of the TBI playstyle. If you wait too long on the clock and one thing goes wrong, that's the round.
Yeah, it really is. And let's not forget, too, because we were just talking about ROC Esports, right? And Penguin's been with that group for forever, right? And that's the thing where they always played this, like, slow, running the clock down, very methodical Crossfire. And that's the thing where you kind of have to reinvent the playbook a little bit here, right? Because it becomes a little bit predictable. So unKnights have been able to respond to this really, really well. And that's the thing, like, it's so hard to see teams always just go for these late round executes because, like, there's so many other layers of complexity you have to worry about. And like you said, the fact that Dirty was getting a ton of room to move around, it really wasn't beneficial because, yeah, if he would have found a duel, maybe that could have changed something around, like, I guess, but it just felt like it was a bit of a gamble and a kind of a, a very high risk for, like, not really much of a reward. But, I mean, look, TBI doing some good work right now, getting some map control as we speak. They're able to get themselves close into Hotel, just on the outskirts, on the left-hand side of Hotel as well. So Booker already now got the mid-cross. But looking on unKnights, a good setup here at the B site.
Yeah, really good coverage here. You can tell they're playing for info perfectly, and I had a feeling this might be coming. There were so many A pushes from TBI. You think at some point the stack towards B is coming, and this is a really good read from unKnights. It's all about just hitting the shots at this point. They've got all of the positional advantage. There's no high risk here in how they're playing. On top of that, there's also a chance it's going to be almost everyone coming through the underpass, which is a really tough angle to fight if there's more than one player on the GR side waiting for you. So it's all going to come down to the timing here. Beck, though, might peak a little bit too early. He's going to get caught by Hunt and Penguin on the mid-peak, and now there is a sense of opportunity to push here for TBI, but they have to make their move quickly. Pietro as well, getting a little bit antsy, pushes out, gets caught, and now it's only a 2v4 on the bomb side for TBI to deal with. But do they know it was a full stack here? Yes, they do. They just mow it down right away, and Kiko, no way he's getting back on side in this one.
Yeah, really impressive. And again, I love what I'm seeing. Like, and again, this is the thing that we talked about with TBI is the fact of we wanted to find a little bit more from some of these players because I think even last week it was Penguin that was really putting up some big numbers. Dirty was there with him, but we were saying, look, like Hunt had himself a really slow start, but as soon as we got to that map 2 and 3, that's when he was starting to cook. Now we're seeing TBI just cooking right away at map number 1, but unKnights now, they're trying to get a little bit spicy, adding some flavor into this round here. They try to push into A main. They're doing a lot of pressure on this. So the pressure cooker's not too bad. But now you can see TBI, they don't like it. So they're going to reconvene. They're going to make a new game plan. But unKnights, now they got some time here. They can get for these rotates. Good aggression here from Alucard. He's already posted up in case A is going to be the name of attack. But now you can see they're actually going to double commit into mid. Having these players close as well towards that B site. Already spawning one player, Kiko. So TBI kind of getting a bit of an intel that the repositions have been huge, and this is a problem for TBI. They have to be able to find a fight. They need to be able to find an opening, and it's getting less of a chance to that to happen.
Yeah, the interesting thing here with unKnights and how they like to play across the map is they know it's going B, but they have no player directly on the B bomb site anyways. They're more just trying to catch the lurkers first and then re-engage together, and I do like that approach, but they also have to be careful not to get caught roaming too aggressively, because now they've got Kiko down to 5 HP, they lose another player on the retake, and there's actually a pretty good bit of advantage for Booker in this position if he can get the bomb down quickly before that rotation comes onto the bomb site. But the positioning of Jin is also another one they have to look out for. He's going to be the player setting up for the flank. He's the distraction here, but Kiko instantly naded out of the conversation on this retake, gives even more advantage to TBI to try and lock it down with only 20 seconds. Alucard, he needs to find a pick in the next 10 seconds, otherwise it could already mean the round lost. Jin, he's taking way too long on this flank, and now he's going to have to just frag out here, but Jin able to disrupt with one. Alucard knows he needs to get moving, but there is just no time on the clock to make this happen. He's going to have to get the kill in the next couple of seconds, but King, that is exactly what you do there. You hug the wall, since even if you go down, it means the round goes your way.
Yeah, really, really good play from TBI. And again, that's, like you said, a bit of a, not a small detail, but it is a detail, because you can see, like, just tucked away in the corner of the wall, it's like, yeah, you could easily go for the duel. But, I love the fact that, they just tuck away. King's just like, I don't even care if you, take me out. It's not going to matter. If we get that C4 to explode, we're going to win the round. And really good play from him, just knowing his situation, realizing what he had at stake here. And time was just completely against unKnights. So it's a bit too slow on it. Like you said, Jin was in a really good position to disrupt, but unfortunately he could not find any sort of the double kill. If he would have been able to, this could have been an unKnights round any given day of the week. But now TBI put themselves in a great position, leading the half right now. We're getting closer and closer to the end point of this. And this is not the best unKnights we've seen, right? But at the same thing, I got to say that TBI has been playing a really stellar game. I feel like their execution's been a lot more up to snuff. I feel like this is very much an improvement than what we saw last week.
Yeah, right now TBI doing a great job of leading this one the way they need to across the board. Everybody having their key moments as well, and it's a nice change of pace to see. But unKnights, this is a round they need to try and break the push on. Otherwise, it gets a little bit scarier for them moving forward. You can see Beck gets the jump spot, sees a couple players in the underpass, but do they know there's already one who snuck past? It's going to be Booker, who files through underneath to find two players on the back of this bomb site. Pietro now stuck on the other side of this smoke, but are they going to clear him out in time? Yes, they are. Hunt and Booker doing a great job of taking full control over the bomb site, now leaving it in a 2v4.
Yeah, this is a good position, and now even Kigo, a really big task. He's able to find himself a double. Okay, I was going to say, if he found one more, I was like, oh boy, it's going to be a 1v1, but yeah, TBI looking really, really good. And again, like, we talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, as we said, look, like, for a map like this, TBI, they were able to get a 10-7 victory against Entropy, which would, I felt like was a pretty big victory for these guys, but I was thinking unKnights were going to be able to show us a little bit more life to this, just considering what we've seen before, where unKnights, I feel like their BL side is not bad on this. I know they had a 5-4 against, a team like Anubis, or, against Anubis. But right now, it just feels like they are just not playing that same GR side that we normally see.
Yeah, unKnights definitely a bit quiet, especially someone like Pietro, who's usually pretty crucial for the entry frags, has been very quiet in this match so far, but there's still a lot of time left for redemption. It is a BL-sided map as well, so it's not to say it's out of the cards for them to take it back quickly in the second half, but a fourth round here, pretty vital for unKnights to try and hold on to. And TBI, it's back to the A execute for them. It's all 5 players, flashes are out, and it's already one down for unKnights. Jin falls very quickly. Beck, Kiko, can they find anything? No, they cannot here. A lot of damage is dealt. There are just no kills going the way of unKnights. A couple well-placed nades might be able to do the trick, but not if they're ready for King dancing on the A staircase. Alucard, he is all alone, and this one needs a 1v5, and it's just not going to happen. 6-3, a very big first half closes out for TBI.
Yeah, this is really, really nice to see for TBI. Just like, again, like a lot of improvements from what we saw last week. And this is the thing where everybody's starting to contribute a lot. I'm really happy to see like someone like Hunt. He's been able to have himself a pretty decent, bit of a first half. Like he's not maybe the top fragger, but he's definitely put himself in some pretty high numbers. And everybody else is pretty much equally contributing, which is a good thing to see for a team like TBI. Now we're going to be seeing them on the GR. This is going to be interesting just because again, unKnights, I mean, we've seen them on this side before in the blacklist when they played a team like Anubis. They were able to win it like a 5-4. But we'll see if they're going to be able to find these connections and that success. Kiko with a beautiful opener, taking down Dirty. It's been an absent game for him here. He's been getting a little bit bested, which has been difficult here for TBI. But thankfully, he has his teammates pick up some slack.
Yeah, Dirty is kind of the missing factor for TBI, and that's what worries me about them on the GR side. He's normally their key entry on the defensive half. If he can't find his way through, it's really going to be up to players like Hunt and Penguin, who are hitting the shots today, to make things happen. But also unKnights, this is just their better side on this map, so there's definitely a lot more work to be done for TBI to find the full win on this first map. The round, though, going to come down to potentially this duel in the lower B tunnels. Alucard versus Penguin. And Penguin, he is going to win the fight, but not for too much longer. He's not going to get out unpunished. Kiko there for the trade and to keep the numbers strong for unKnights. Now they look their way towards the A bomb site. And again, it's that solo player pressure. Only Booker there right now, but quickly that utility calls for the rotation, but that is exactly what unKnights wanted here. They're going to go ahead and rotate their whole team through the underpass, leaving one in mid. But King, is he ready for all three? No, he gets the first. He falls to the trade, and the trades play in favor of unKnights more and more as they take control of this B bomb site. You're going to see Hunt fall to the lurk of Jin in mid, and now that gives them full control. C4 will get planted, and it's a 1-on-3 for Booker.
Yeah, not a good situation at all for Booker. Not fun at all. 1-on-3. One piece of utility in his pocket if he wants, but for him, he just needs to be able to find some kind of an opening. Jin actually getting a little of interest, a little cheeky on the top ground, but can't seem to capitalize with it. Booker now actually going to try to beat the smoke, and oh man, he finds an easy kill against Kiko. I'm not sure why he went for that peek. I'm not sure why he went for that jump, and now Booker has made the impossible look like it could become a reality, and now Beck just needs to burn as much time. He's just tucked away once again. They're not going to peek, and there he is. Peekaboo, Beck, and he's going to be able to find himself another round, but boy, oh boy, that was becoming a bit of a sloppy Joe.
Yeah, Booker, a really good attempt there at the last moments, especially with that first peek. I'm not sure what Kiko was actually thinking on that jump swing. Playing it a little bit too risky at times, it seems, for unKnights, but they still get the job done nonetheless. And this is where it's going to be a huge test on the round for TBI, because it's going to be the first full quick execution they might have to deal with. All of unKnights grouped up for this A-bomb site hit. You can see Booker playing the jump spot, Hunt nearby for the support, but they have to hit something big here to hold on to this bomb site. Hunt going to be good for one. Hunt good for two. He's still alive. How does he get all the way back into the GR spawn? Now he holds the numbers for the retake. The C4 may have been planted, but Hunt has done a lot of work already.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of talking about, is the fact that he's really come alive in this game, and now Jin trying to see what he's able to do, but him and Alucard together. Nice little bit of the connections and the 1-2 punch, and now unKnights look like they just want to be able to get this round in their favor, and indeed they will. Despite Hunt's efforts, it's just a little bit it's just not enough there here from the rest of his teammates. But unKnights slowly and surely climbing themselves back into this game. We're talking about a one-round differential where TBI, let's not forget, this was a 6-3 first half, and now unKnights have been able to be flawless so far as we got them over on the BL side.
Yeah, TBI struggling on the defenses. You're going to see the change because of it. It's Hunt who tries to snipe in this one. Not going to work against Alucard. You've got to be ready to go to hit that one. And Alucard grabs the early advantage for unKnight. Dirty still very quiet on his side of the map. 3 kills only in this 12th round underneath him. And it's going to make it that much harder if they can't find these duels, because Alucard, he's finding them every which way he can, which makes everybody else second guess the next move for TBI. 4v5, a lot of pressure towards A, and it's really only Booker on this side of the map for them. So if the push comes through, Booker needs to find himself at least 2 kills to get that potential set up for TBI. But I really like this approach from unKnights. Even though they have the advantage, they're not trying to overforce their hand just yet. They're trying to find even more on the lurk.
Yeah, I like the fact that unKnights, despite them being in the opening duel advantage, I mean, they're just going to, again, just take things nice and slow, wait things out a little bit. A nice little bit of a 1-3-1 from them. I like the fact that we actually have the 3 players that are going to commit towards mid potentially with that C4, but actually instead playing a little bit of mind games, just trying to make sure nobody's going to be peeking through connector. And so, no, they're actually just going to go for the A hit. So this is a big test for Booker. This is somebody that really needs to be able to shut this down. He has to be able to find bare minimum a kill, but if he can find 2, now might just be able to survive enough for his teammates. And there's 1, but he can't seem to find more than that. This might be the opening. This is now unKnights taking full advantage of it. They found that kill against Penguin, which even more accelerated them to get the C4 down. Dirty and King. It's been a tough one for Dirty now. Needing to rely maybe for him to finally show up and get himself back into this game, but King is just taking so much damage and Dirty needs to make the play. And it's all down to him now. 1-on-4 with Jin surviving. Minimal HP. Dirty just waiting. Trying to spot something through the smoke. Nade's going to get thrown. Dirty's just getting overwhelmed by utility. And he's got so many players to go against. This is not looking good right now. He finds himself 1 little bit of a kill. Is that going to be more, though? He needs to get a multitude of kills in such a short amount of time. And there we go. unKnights bring it back flawlessly so far in the second half. They don't even look like they're breaking a sweat here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's getting even easier for them as this one progresses, and now TBI, all of the work they did in that first half to grab the lead has been taken away. Jin, though, I have to give him a shout out in that last round. 1 HP, he jumps off of A top, double jumps at the very bottom of the jump, so he actually takes 0 fall damage because of that. Very hard to do under that kind of pressure, and he gets a kill after that as well, so that was a really cool, just a low-key play to see unfold. It's not something you see every day, someone double jumping to keep themselves from that fall damage, so very fun one there. But yeah, now for unKnights, they're in a position where they don't really seem like they've got much to lose on this side of the map. All of the pressure they're creating is working nicely, and TBI, they're getting more and more nervous to take these fights as the match goes on, which if you're unKnights, that's exactly where you want TBI to be feeling it right now.
Yeah, definitely. Now King, he does a little bit of a peek through the window of hotel, and now he's like, you know what? I'm just going to hang back in the room, and I'm just going to see if I can be able to find these multitude of kills. And now unKnights trying to take the vacancy of this, and Penguin just on the other side. King gets the better of it with a beautiful double. Gets that spray down. So now unKnights, unfortunately, not able to get themselves access to this room. So now they have to go back to the old faithful, potentially, of just going for an A hit. You can already see TBI doing a little bit of review to see if anybody's close onto the B side. Not going to happen at all. So now it leaves it here for Booker and Hunt. He's going to get caught, though. So Jin's able to find himself another big impact frag. And Booker, he needs to stay alive. He just cannot be overextending like this. He's still trying to go for a fight, but his teammates are getting dropped like flies. And unKnights, how in the heck are they being able to win these kind of situations? And now, thankfully, the IGL of TBI coming alive to get things done, maybe with a triple kill. He's just trying to get the icing on the cake to put themselves back into the lead. And Alucard now is just going to run. He's got the laces on. He's got 30 seconds. And he's got to make a play here. He's got to get this plant. The smoke's going to get thrown. But he's not going to be able to. And Penguin catches him in the crosshairs. And there we go. The IGL will find the triple. TBI will just barely slide into a lead.
Yeah, they find themselves a first of the half. A lot of it came down to that initial trade not going the way of unKnights. Beck and Pietro just getting nothing done in the B Hotel, and it almost came back with a full swing thanks to Alucard finding some good openings there, but just not quite enough to turn it around. But still 3-1 on the second half. unKnights only giving up 1 round so far on their BL. So TBI still has to keep that pressure going, and this is exactly what I was expecting. unKnights doubling down to try and put that A pressure on. Booker has had a super hard time holding onto this bomb site with Hunt. It's going to be an even trade situation, but the problem here is this site is incredibly challenging to pull off in the retake. Alucard, though, tries to force the plant, gets it off just in time. Beck and Alucard somehow holding the line, but Alucard gets the jump spot as well onto King, trying to sneak underneath. But it's all about the timing to secure this trade here. King, can he possibly fight his way through. Alucard with the spot, but a huge miss from Beck. Thankfully on the repeat, he's able to connect, but that was a very scary situation.
Really was, and again, it comes down to a situation for unKnights where it's Beck that's coming down to the 1v1 clutch. So this is a couple times, I think 2 or 3 if I'm not mistaken, where he's the one that keeps them in this game. But I don't know, man. He's got those gunners on. He's equipped. He's locked in. He's dialed in. And right now, I mean, TBI have really been able to showcase themselves as a good contender, because we were wondering about that, just considering the fact that right now, as we're going into this weekend, we were saying, look, like, they were sitting in that number 4 spot. They were kind of a split 1-1, which we were wondering if they can maintain that kind of performance. But, I mean, already looking like they could be a really serious threat. They're pushing, unKnights to a pretty big boundary here. Like, kind of surprisingly, in my opinion. I thought unKnights might have been able to have the leg up just considering their international experience and just kind of the players on this roster. But I got to give it to TBI. They've really, really been able to execute a solid game plan so far in this game.
Yeah, TBI, they've got a big opportunity on their hands. If they could take down unKnights here, it really could launch them up comfortably into the top 4 for the first part of this season. And for unKnights, it puts them in a much shakier path moving forward, knowing they already had that loss yesterday against Gaimin Gladiators, could potentially have a second loss here on the weekend already today against TBI. But I would say the big benefit right now is them being on the BL side. You can tell, at least on this half of the map, they look extremely comfortable compared to what we saw in the first half. And it does seem like as this one is progressing, that unKnights is becoming more and more in charge of what happens round for round here. But that could quickly change, because the big component we've seen missing throughout this one, Laz, is actually statistically the best player for TBI, Dirty, has been very, very quiet right now.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, because that was the biggest thing we talked about last weekend, is just like the impressive improvement we've been able to see from him, and the fact that he was starting his debut in 2025 really, really hot. And I mean, this first match has definitely been a bit of a cooler for him, a bit of a on the ice, but at the same time though, like what I've been really happy with is my biggest criticism was like, players like Hunt and players like King, where like they are very good players. It just like they weren't really putting up the numbers to support that, right? It kind of felt like they were a little bit sluggish as well. But now with Dirty not really playing the way he should be playing, we're seeing these guys starting to pop up too. So that's where it's interesting, because despite Dirty, being lacked in his on performance, I mean, the guys here are really able to kind of, again, like I said, put him in the backpack and everything will be fine. And it's still a very close encounter, because I think if Dirty was playing what we saw last weekend, Call, I mean, this could have been an easily TBI game, I think, a lot more convincingly, just because he was just hitting every single shot and he was making so many plays that it really did create a lot of opportunity for TBI to get a big W.
Yeah, hopefully during the pause here, Dirty can find a way to jump back in and add some extra value. That could be the missing piece that gets this one to be a TBI win on this first map. But on the other side, you've got to deal with Alucard. Part of the problem isn't necessarily just Dirty having a bit of an off performance. Alucard is also extremely hard to go into 1v1s against. He doesn't often lose, even against the best snipers in this league. And in my opinion, he's probably the hardest player to shut down on this unKnights lineup. And we've actually seen more success in the teams that play around Alucard's spot than the teams that try to actually contest him. And I actually think that might be the path they want to go down here, because if you go toe-to-toe with Alucard, it's hard to say that TBI is going to win that fight.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, just given like all the experience and everything that Alucard can bring to the table, yeah, I definitely agree. He's definitely one of those on players that is just, he's so rock solid. That's the thing. We'll find out and see. We're back into the game. 7-7 we go. And it is just going to be single arms. I was maybe curious if we saw somebody want to tease an idea of it. I feel like both these teams not really best known for it, in my opinion, but King already got himself in a strong position. Oh man, he gets exposed. I think he was actually blind. Some utility getting thrown, so he was kind of caught with it. So now unKnights, despite them getting the first, opening duel, it's going to be, I think that was actually Dirty that was able to find himself a reply back quickly. So now a little bit higher pace here for unKnights, just trying to get some utility damage if they can. This is an interesting position. Smoke's going to get thrown, so this is going to block onto the connector. This might allow the split to come through into the B site, so now putting a little bit more pressure for Hunt. He's been having himself a very strong game so far, but now it's a moment. It's a big test, and unfortunately, it's going to be a fail on this one, but now maybe his teammates can be able to ace this test, because it's a 2-on-4 here for TBI.
Yeah, Penguin and Booker, they've both been good in the clutch situations, but now more than ever, they can utilize a really big play to get themselves around. Alucard and Pietro both on just limited HP. It's Beck and Kiko who have to hold the line. Pietro goes down quickly. Booker, Penguin, they are going very fast on this retake. They still have 3 more players in their way. Penguin goes for a jumping swing. They try to stick the defuse, but that might have been the downfall there because unKnights wins the round. But Laz, I'm starting to think if they maybe just didn't stick it and went for the trades, they actually could have won that.
Yeah, maybe so. Absolutely maybe so, but boy, oh boy. Yeah, this is where things get really tense, right? Because the game is just so close and both these teams have just been throwing punches, but now we're going to start to see TBI maybe even getting a little bit more aggressive. They tried to just, be the surprise attack, but it's Kiko able to find himself more multi-kills. He's been having such a stellar performance, and now King does get himself a quick little blip of a reply, but now Dirty, the player we've been all wondering about him, to really shine bright here, needing to come with a quad kill, and unfortunately it's going to be unKnights that are going to be able to find themselves more of a lead. I like that both teams actually went aggressive, and it was just like a quick encounter, and now we're talking about map point so quickly after the pause.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer for TBI. They had a 6-3 lead at the half. Only 1 round, though, so far in the second. Meanwhile, unKnights, they're already sitting at 6 rounds themselves in the second half, looking for a 7th to close this one out, and they may just have what it takes to do it. This is a big gamble from TBI. 3 players stacked aggressively towards this B side of the map, but King, he was the only one actually anchoring directly on B, and now it is fully exposed. You see Dirty trying to slide in, but he's too late to hold on, and now it's a 5-on-3 situation, Laz. All the cards have to be on the table for TBI to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, Penguin's able to find a little bit of a backstab, but again, it's just, I don't think that's really going to make it a huge difference. I mean, potentially it could, because he's got himself hotel control. And you can see unKnights, they're actually grouped up in the site. They're not actually really extending too much on this. Beck's the only one that's really going to try to go for the fight. He actually does win it, so I was thinking that's a big risk, but I mean, it pans out nicely. But look, the HP's low. Pietro and both Beck, critical in the red HP column. Booker and Hunt now need to come alive with a big clutch, and unfortunately there it is, just down to Booker, and it's all over, and unKnights going to be able to find themselves a 10-7. It was a bit of a bumpy ride in the beginning, but as soon as they got on that blacklist side, it just felt like that's when the comfort was really starting to kick in.
Yeah, a huge burst of momentum into the second half. unKnights going 7-1 on rounds in the second half, and really just making a big statement moving forward as to what they might be able to do in a second map on this series, because it's not really about how you start, Laz, it's about how you finish here, and for these guys, it was a stellar way to close out the first map. Heads held high, they can move into that potential for a 2-0 sweep, and that's where I think things get that much harder for a team like TBI, because they had such a big opportunity to kick off this series with a lead, get themselves out in front, and maybe push the full distance. But when you go down like that in a 1-7 performance in the second half, it's going to be a really hard recovery now for TBI.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was just looking because it was a 6-3 first half for TBI being on the BL side, but really, like I said, like it was impressive to see unKnights on a map like this previously against Anubis, where like they were able to get themselves a pretty big lead. But look, I mean, I could talk about this for hours, I could talk about this for days. We're going to take that little bit of a break, we're going to let the desk do what they do best here and analyze what's going on, and then we'll get ready for map number 2, so we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Laz and Kyle. What an adaptation from UNK on this map, on this game. A good start for TBI. It made us look amazed from how they improved, how they get some confidence into this game, the first game of this series. But UNK managed to get the first one.
Yeah, UNK managed to get actually the first win, and although the map element was there, but the surprise element was also there from Team UNK. So the game started back and forth, back and forth. I'm gonna take a round, you take a round, and it went for like this for the 8th round overall. And when the 9th round happened, there was a clutch by Beck in a 1v1 scenario. That what helped UNK to get this victory. So once you break this random and boring routine of rounds where I get around and you get around, Beck shines with 1.38 KDA, and that's what we need, a clutch like this. After this round, the 10 round for both teams, when it was 5-5, I guess, a push through B happened. Once they pushed through B, smokes out from the defenders team, shooting through smokes happened, and once that happened, another round for Team UNK, meaning they got 2 rounds back-to-back UNK, which made the momentum all the way for them.
The shift in this game is super. If we have a look on this set summary, we see how things shifted up for UNK on the second half, and they managed to get the momentum for them. At least 4 rounds for you.
Yes.
But shifting the side, it means a lot. It means a lot, and it shifted hard for them, getting just 1 round for TBI over like 7.
Yeah, so when it's a back and forth game, when it's one round win here, 1 round there, when you have to break this momentum as soon as possible, and that's what UNK did. So when it was 5-6 and UNK was the winner by 1 round, they had a gap of 1 round. Alucard managed to get 1 with a sniper, and by the way, Alucard is one of the important players in this match, because he was with 16 kills when it was 5-6, 16 kills. The guy was insane. He went to mid, killed 1, so he had the first blood. And he pushed on when it was 50 seconds of the counter. He pushed with his team, rotated through A, and then got himself the round. Thing is, with UNK, they don't just play on straight A or split push A. No, they use the B side to make some noise, go to the mid, and rotate back to the A side. That's what I love about Team UNK while they play on the attack side. And it's so hard to read such playstyle from Team UNK because it's so diverse and it's so I don't know, it feels tricky to read such rotations. It feels tricky to read such movement when you go split push B once, split push A once, it's readable. But when you make some noise in B, come back to mid, then plant the C4 on A, that's where it gets tricky. I think that's one of the important elements that made the boys win.
I think TBI is in a great test for them in this series. TBI needs this win to get up in the ladder, but UNK needs to stay put and stay in the top part of the ladder. So TBI, I mean, what is the biggest issue in this performance? Because first half, you're seeing dominance, you're seeing execution perfect, you're seeing everything TBI had in this first half, but UNK, we know the adaptation is here.
Yes,
how
it was
the execution come back, like you said, Alucard wakes up and gets the 7 rounds with his team for UNK.
I mean, with TBI attack, superior. It's good. If they kept the same play style on the defense, but the thing is, when it comes to defense side, when it comes to defense, it's the better sniper, no? It's the smokes out, so the sniper have to rotate through A to the mid, to the B side, and start finding new angles to get himself some new kills. So if I smoked A, you gotta try mid. If I smoked mid, you gotta try B. And that's what Alucard did. I mean, getting out of the game with 16 kills is just insane. When it was 5-6, I think he ended the game with 18 kills. And that I did not find in TPI defense side, but vice versa. I didn't see much from TPI. Actually, Penguin, I think, had the most kills, which was not enough to make them win. But game ending 10-8, I think it's doable for a comeback, if I'm being honest. So if you're going to speak about the second map, I think chances are there still for team TPI. By the way, I did not expect a close match between both teams.
Yes.
King, Dirty Hunt, and Penguin, all the boys, they just surprised me to get this game this close against one of the teams that is said to be number 2 on the standings. So why not go to map 3? Maybe TPI would change the element.
Rearranging some cards and getting back in game 2 in this best of 3 series on day 5, week 2 in CrossFire West League. We still at the very beginning with just 2 weeks over, and we are getting up with 6 weeks upcoming this month. So this tournament, may we say that yet some teams need some time to adapt, to progress, to develop their play style.
Yeah.
So it's the third series for TBI, while Anubis played 5 series. So it may be slower, but I think TBI needs this game to ensure us that they are coming back.
I mean, some teams do appear slower than other teams in sense of progress and sense of achievements and sense of being their showing their full potential.
True.
That is true, but we're going. Come on, man! We're going to the third series. You're playing your third best of 3. When are we gonna see a TBI, the real TBI, the full potential of Penguin, the full potential of Hunt, Dirty, King? That's the real question here, Zika. We really need to see the boys. I mean, if you have cards, you need to reveal them all. We're going into the third week. Third week, if you're at the last place, there is no place, to go up there. Maybe you can get the 4th, the 5th, but surely not the 1st and the 2nd.
True. Okay, so game 2 is to reveal everything with Laz and Kyle. The mic is yours.
Well, thank you both at the desk, and now, yeah, we're ready to go potentially, maybe not, the last map of this third series. And look, like, it was really interesting just to hear the desk, like I was listening, I think it was Sazim that was kind of saying, like, look, like, I want to see the full potential of TBI, and I agree, like, I think there is a lot of things that are working out well for them, but I think we're still not really quite there yet. But I do gotta say, I have been impressed to see how close they made that game. I didn't think it was going to be that close. Like, I really did think unKnights were going to be able to have a pretty dominant performance on that map specifically. But honestly, despite them losing it like TBI, I was really impressed to see what they were able to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, an impressive performance across the board for TBI. I feel like the only player who played slightly worse than usual was Dirty. Everybody else actually played a little bit better for TBI in that first map. But for unKnights, across the board, everyone looked pretty solid. I will say Pietro still kind of underperformed a little bit in my eyes, but everybody else really hitting their element perfectly for unKnights, especially in that second half when we talk about, Alucard, Kiko having some really big openings to get the ball rolling and keep things going strong for this team. And that's where I think TBI has to show very quickly they can bounce back in the second map, because in unKnights' mind, they're still thinking about that last half. They had 7-1 on rounds to end that last match, and I think they want to ride that wave as long as they can coming into the second map.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And the fact that, like you said, going into like a 7-1 is pretty remarkable, right? Like that's a huge statistic in your favor. So that's something that TBI are going to have to just, again, brush off the shoulder and just ignore it. But we're going to go into the second map. It is going to be Port. And already now, Beck's going to be able to get himself a nice little bit of a dinger. He's going to be able to find that spam, taking down Penguin with an unusual way to get an opening duel. But look, unKnights, they'll take it any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid start here. unKnights, though, I would argue this is a much stronger map for them than what we see from Ankara. So for unKnights, the way they play, especially on the GR of this map, is so hard to deal with. So starting on the BL for TBI is not going to be easy at all. So they're going to have to really try their best to get some surprise plays to catch them off guard, because the way this map gets locked down for unKnights is usually very aggressive. They're not afraid to take the fights when they feel good about the positioning, and now you can see it here. They've got the numbers advantage. They're just looking to hold on to it, but they still have Beck playing that role of info along with Jin slowly creeping up on that A-long position for info. But if you're TBI here, this is where they have to play, I think, a little bit more assertive. They get to the mid-round when they don't have the numbers, and they kind of just run down the clock and hope someone's going to give them a chance.
Yeah, it makes me kind of wonder with Penguin being down already this early on, like how much he's in their ears. Being able to just kind of talk to them. unKnights actually do have Beck kind of pushing down long a bit here. Nothing able to find yet. Alucard going to be able to try to support him as much as he can from the back. 40 seconds remain though in TBI. Need to get moving. Need to, again, this is where we talked about these slow plays. Can be problematic. It hasn't been great for them before. Now they're just going to run on in. They're not even going to go for the execute. They're just going to go and dry. Oh, they're just going to try to run on in. But look at unKnights. Despite that, the surprise, a little bit of attack. I mean, they reacted perfectly to this. And Pietro, you said he was underperforming. Boy, oh boy, he's able to find himself a triple to get this first round done.
Yeah, unKnights, I really love that setup too. Most players play peeked on that headshot box instead. Pietro just crouched behind it, waits for the pit counter flash, and then perfectly capitalizes to grab those kills. And this is where TBI has to come back swinging, because unKnights, you can feel that momentum still very much in their corner as this one goes deeper into map 2, and TBI has to find a way to stall that out. Otherwise, this could be a much more difficult map on their hands to deal with, especially starting on the harder side of the map this time around. So if you're unKnights, you just got to keep applying that pressure nicely, and you can see, look at the mid peak. 4 players for unKnights just go swinging for the fences down mid, and they find 2 kills along with it.
Yeah, and the fact that unKnights get to be on the GR side for this map is just, for TBI fans, you definitely got to hope that they've come with a good game plan on the BL side, because this is a map where I feel like unKnights have shown us in past seasons, you know, they're so scary on the GR side. So right now we're starting to see it, right? Sitting with all 5 players alive, they've done some really good utility damage. They've been able to find 2 big duels, taking down Dirty once again. So Hunt's going to actually go for the on this one. And now you can see Pietro. He's kind of just playing with his food a little bit. He's kind of just being fun with it. He's just, you know, like peeking a bit more. Now he's going to pull him back. TBI going to try to go for this mid flank, maybe potentially on the bridge. And Kiko not prepared for it at all. I think he thought the communication was his teammate was going to be able to have his back, but unfortunately he goes down. So already now, a little bit of work coming in from TBI, but Penguin needs to be able to find, he has to be the difference maker. But again, man, he just gets spammed away. And already now, 3-on-2, HP's critical here for Hunt. He is down into the red, and this is a tough position to be in right now for TBI.
Yeah, they really need a pick here, but again, TBI, it's the classic problem of not enough time on the clock, 20 seconds to get in and get the plant, and they have no forward control. They have to try and just force their hand in mid, but with 20 seconds, if they got caught up by even 1 player here, there's just no time to get in. Thankfully, King able to break through with 3 HP and 5 HP between the 2 of them. This is going to be a very difficult post plan. Even when you've got an even 2v2, it's not so even when it comes to HP. It's already Hunt going down. King stuck in this smoke, but not for long. Alucard keeps unKnights uncontested so far on the second map.
Whew, okay. And this is the thing, like, again, like for a map like this is really a really good strong point, I would think. I mean, unless you think otherwise, but when I think about Knights, I really do think about this map. And the fact that, you know, this is interesting because this pick is from TBI, which I kind of thought was a bold move, just because when like I said, when I think about Knights, I'm like, man, they're a good port team, especially on that GR side. The BL, I'm trying to remember, but like, I feel like it's not nearly as good, but I feel like we just seen so many win columns in here for unKnights, but finally Dirty, he gets himself a little bit of a connection, and rightfully so. I mean, I was getting worried that it might have been fizzled, but looks like he's still got a spark.
Yeah, Dirty, that is a huge follow-up kill to get. Unfortunately, they already lost Penguin again in this round, so it doesn't settle the score completely yet. Now they've got to find a way to crack through, but Dirty finds another, and that is a huge boost of momentum. Beck goes down as well, and they've got that opening to work their way towards A. It's really only Jin boosted on the A connector box, and he's kind of just hanging out in this corner, waiting for someone who's going to go for this drop-down play. It's actually a really good angle he's playing. Most players don't go for the jump straight onto the box. They just try and drop down and sneak underneath for the pick, and King is on the other side of that angle. You can see Kiko as well battling it out in the B tunnels, but Hunt actually goes for the jump up onto that box at probably the worst timing possible, but now Jin, he's going to have to be the one to hold the line here. This is such a risky position, especially because King goes jumping over the top. Now it's going to be all set up for the 2-on-3 retake.
Yeah, I like this position for Pietro. They might not even expect him here at all. Ooh, King, actually, I think he might have heard him. And look at that, Pietro gets the duel. He can just fall on back. Perfect. He's not going to just overpress on this. He's actually going to play this smart. Now look at Kiko. Oh, look at Kiko. That's going to be the C4 dropped. Perfect timing on it. A phenomenal game from him so far in this series. And now Dirty, someone that's been absent, needs to be able to pop off. He finds this first. Now Pietro's been compromised. His position's known. Down to the 1v1, the rifle versus the and now Dirty looking for some redemption. With only 18 seconds remaining, everything is against Dirty in this situation. Pietro just needs to buy his time. He might be able to just single-handedly win this, because Dirty still has to go for a plan, or he has to go for the hunts, and there it is! Pietro will be able to take him to the meat grinder and mince him down, and there we go. unKnights once again continuing their streak of terror.
Yeah, really unfortunate round for TBI. They had the 3-on-2 advantage, but it all started with Pietro on the lurk in that A connector, grabbing 3 kills in total on the round. This time, though, it's a nice little quick play to take down Pietro for that revenge kill to kick off the 4th round. But the problem they run into here is, even with the numbers, it might not be enough against unKnights in the early round. They've got to show they can do it on the execution as well. That's where unKnights have been picking up these 2 or 3 kill scenarios for themselves, so they're not quite as worried just yet, even without having the numbers to work with. And you can see Alucard trying to lead the charge to help convert this one, looking around mid, looking for A long. He loves to take these early fights.
Yeah, and when you, again, like Alucard, like, you know, you talking about this in map 1, like just saying, you know, somebody to look out for. This is a map that Alucard, I feel like, you know, when he's on the GR side with the I'm like, man, just look out. But now with unKnights again losing Pietro, I mean, that's fine. They're just going to, again, just have the double player in B, the float of Kiko, and then just leave the sole responsibility here for Alucard. And now it looks like with great power and great responsibility, he's going to get tested on this. Playing the low ground this time. He's not going to just be on the classic position here on the high ground. Now he repositions. A little bit of utility maybe to catch them off guard. Good flash. Actually does connect onto 3 players. Despite that flash, they're going to commit to it. They're just going to swarm on in. They're going to try to overwhelm them. But Kiko able to at least find 1 duel, but the trade back, that's going to be good for the BL side. And there we go. The AKs are just starting to sing. It's a great lullaby. And now Jin, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to fall asleep to it. Indeed, he does. And now TBI finally get themselves back on the board with a single round.
Yeah, unfortunate for Alucard there. The timing just worked so well for TBI to catch him over committing to that peek on the GR spawn wall. And now with the pressure on unKnights for the first time in this one, we're going to have to see if they can still remain strong in their early lead. But TBI 1 is definitely not going to cut it here. They need to keep this moving forward if they want to get the lead back into their hands. But when you're on the BL side of Port, it is so hard to break through. A lot of their wins just come down to getting a couple players caught off guard, but for unKnights, it's not an often occurrence on this one. Now they're going for that extra pressure for these trades in the B tunnels, and they kind of just leave Alucard over here on this A bomb site, which is, I think, a luxury most teams don't have, because you see every other team in this league generally plays a support player with their on that A top position. But when you have someone like Alucard here, it allows you so much flexibility across the rest of the map to add that extra bit of pressure. But Dirty, that is a beautiful pick onto Jin to get the ball rolling towards mid, and now they can at least open things up a bit and get some map control.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little of that momentum getting built up now from Dirty. This is what we wanted, right? I mean, it's not the same pop-up performance, but at least he's able to find these connections here and there. So it's just allowing just that extra little bit of oomph here for TBI to be able to find themselves something. But so Jin's going to go down, and the defense is going to have a little bit of a kink in the armor. And TBI, despite even winning the opening duel and getting that pick, I mean, they're going to still play it safe. They're going to hang out. They're going to wait things back just a little bit longer. Now unKnights, a question of what do they want to do with this. I mean, you get the double A or the double player in A. You got the single of Pietro just kind of lurking in the mid bridge. And it looks like TBI once again. They want to go for this A hit. They felt like they were robbed of it before. They want to try it again. A player has actually made his way across, and Alucard, oh no, he actually does go for the miss, but Beck able to find himself the retaliation of 2. So now this thing is right back to anybody's game, and now Booker, he's able to book himself a double kill, leaving it to the young gun of Kiko. Now he's coming through short. Now he's just able to maybe get this timing. They might not expect him to be here this quick and swiftly. Oh my goodness, this positioning could be everything. They may not expect him to ever be here. Why would they? And look at what he's been able to do. He's been able to slither himself into this, trigger this one. He's waiting for the secondary player. You love to see this. This is such an amazing amount of work on the trigger this one. He's just waiting, hoping for the other player to peek. And there he is. He finds the one, finds the second, and Kiko, bigger than all of them. And look at the young gun go.
I love the Alucard reaction here too. He is just laughing it up after that one, because that is just a beautiful way to keep this one in their hands, because that is a round where TBI should win that all day long, but Kiko, the discipline to get behind, play the timing perfectly, just lines them up, and now it's a 4-1 lead, and this is where TBI really has to show what they can do. Otherwise, it starts to look more and more favorable for the unKnights 2-0 close in this series. And we can see it already in the round, the way the actual positioning's playing out here is it almost feels like they're pulling back as far as they can. They don't want to take any fights here on the TBI side. They're not extending really anywhere just yet, but that's to the benefit of unKnights here. You see Jin is already pushed up to lower a connector. He has full control of this forward positioning in mid. They've also got Kiko on the other side of it for lower, and they can just fully fight anyone who comes through underneath the bridge, and already it's Jin to find one. Gets caught surprisingly with a nade out there, but King, what a second shot, finds Beck on top of it.
Yeah, really nice for TBI to be able to find these like double kills and the double openers. So this is a really, really good start for them. And again, unKnights getting pushed onto the back of the boards. But that's the thing, like when we see these positions before, when they, you know, down in the numbers, again, a team that just shows so much resilience. But maybe we'll see if TBI might be able to take advantage of winning these double duels with the cost of their IGL. And now they go for a swing. Alucard with a nice connection against Booker. Nice little bit of a coordination. That was him and Kiko that were able to just, again, play the buddy system, able to get a nice little bit of a tag, and there we go. Back to an equal footing with Hunt still low. Let's not forget Pietro still just going for dry swings. He's looking for that intel, and oh my god, he's able to find it. There we go again. Oh no, TBI, they're playing these one-on-one duels. This is a team game. You can't be playing individually. So now it's cost them, and now Hunt here with 14 HP has to be able to make some magic happen. He has to get into the site. He might be able to get the plant down, Kyle, but it's not going to matter at all because he has to go against 3 players here from unKnights.
Yeah, this is a really tough one. 19 HP on the post plant. Has essentially no room for error. But Hunt, this is a huge gamble. Actually pushes up to the bridge right away. They might not anticipate his position. Hunt, good for 1, good for 2, but Kiko there to play spoiler as usual. Gets the job done for unKnights to put this halfway to a victory already on map 2.
Yeah, look, I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like Kiko's just like trying his darndest to fight for the MVP title. I mean, the guy, like the young blood, he was one of these new guys that's added to this team, and he's just doing magnificent work. He's just been able to be the clutch factor, the multi-kill factor, everything you need. And now it's unKnights sitting at a 5-1. TBI now putting themselves in a position where they've had enough. They don't want to play it slow anymore. They would just want to press on in, but they might even have to backpedal on this, despite them winning the opening duel. Kiko, once again, the MVP. He wants to get more blood.
King gonna grab another TBI. Early advantage, but that hasn't seemed to help them too much in these last couple of rounds, so it still has to be won on the execution, and this is where TBI needs to adjust in the mid-round. They have a tendency to get caught alone looking for additional advantages, and this is where the full group up might be the play. You can see already a little bit of overexposure in the B tunnels for King. He could get caught very easily by Kiko in this position, but it's actually Kiko who gets caught by Dirty on the bridge peak. Great timing there to potentially give TBI a chance at their second round, and now all they've got to do is work through Jin and Beck. I do like the change up from Jin, though. Picks up the dropped from Alucard. Could be something that helps them in this situation, and they're also going to go ahead and gamble stack together and try and win this one on the B bomb site, which does seem to be the right call. All 4 players leaning in that direction for TBI, so this could potentially give them the best chance at winning the round.
Yeah, they need something. Just feel like unKnights have really shown themselves to have the true colors on this map. Really making a stamp on this one, but TBI maybe now might be able to find something. Beck actually trying to get a little bit cheeky here, just through that little cubby. Jin, though, equips the He's able to find himself one. Him and Beck alone, I don't know. This 4-on-2 has turned into a 2v2. This is not good. Now we need to see one of these players from TBI. They have to be able to create some space. And oh my God, Jin! Are you kidding me? He's able to find a double in that kind of situation. TBI cannot buy around at this point, Kyle.
Yeah, that's a sign that it might be over here. You've got to be able to win those if you're TBI in those situations. It's a 4-on-2. Both players not even in that good of a position. Doesn't even matter. They hit the shots, they get it done, and this is why unKnights is kind of just fully controlling this one. You can see back here, that is just a crazy way to survive. Just crouches deep into the corner. There's no connection in store, and the opening pick held by unKnights means this one could get pretty devastating pretty quickly. Only one to work with, and they still don't have any forward momentum in this 8th round. Looking for 7, it's going to be unKnights just slowly but surely starting to back off here. They know they've done a lot of early round damage. They're going to move back into a high-risk, high-reward position. Great thing to do when he's already on low HP, and it does seem to be the bomb heading towards that A-bomb side, and when you're a player down, going right into Alucard is going to be a big, big challenge in this one.
It's just like, it's one of these things where, like, you know, it's like an unfortunate event, and you just like, you don't want to look, you just like can't look away from it. And that's kind of how I feel right now for TBI, because again, like, you know, they win these opening fights at times, they put themselves in these like man advantages, but then it's just like a clutch factor from unKnights. And like you said, I mean, the fact that some of the players, they're just smirking around, they're just, you know, this is good vibes. Like, they know they're just getting away with murder at this point, and TBI trying everything they can to just find rounds, but they just cannot seem to. Penguin low, Booker low, King's the only one with, I think, full HP. And they still have 4 players they have to worry about right now. C4 in the back of Spawn, so again, like, no sort of an idea on their mission and on their task, and unKnights have really starting to get into their heads. And it makes me wonder if TBI are maybe losing their cool a little bit. Penguin might be able to find one more. That's a decent duel, but Costa Pietro still might be fine. Now maybe looking for the C4, but only 80 seconds. Kyle, like, they don't even have an idea at all. This round's over. There's just no way. There's not enough time to go for the plant. They would just have to rely on getting these duels, but TBI, I think they're just in their heads now.
Yeah, there's no time to even plant, even if for some reason Kiko just goes down here. That's the round, and Kiko, he doesn't even have any failure there in mind. Back turn, doesn't stop him, slowly turns around and grabs the kill anyways, and that is just going to make things even more difficult now for TBI to deal with. It's 7-1. Unfortunate for TBI, but it might be the end of the road for him, or for them, but it's going to be a last round necessity at this point, I would say. I mean, if they can't even get 2, there's almost no hope.
Yeah, it really, like I said, it really does kind of feel like it's just, no matter what TBI try, it just doesn't seem like it ever is going their way. And now, finally, it is kind of going their way. Dirty gets himself the double, and now putting them in the 4-on-2, but now Pietro's even getting aggressive as well. And I mean, that's going to be the C4 carrier down, but I don't know what's going on, man. The confidence is just oozing out of unKnights right now. Booker is going to be able to get himself in the low grounds. Beck's still able to win that fight. Oh my dear goodness, and now Pietro. Does he have it in him? A little clutch, maybe. A 1-on-2. Decent HP. Got the rifle in his hand. He's got the AK. Now King has spotted him. Pietro can't seem to land the shot and then gets overwhelmed by the numbers. So TBI finally get themselves something. But goodness gracious, it's been the cost of so many rounds here for unKnights. And this is the thing. unKnights have really just, again, played this loose style that's really just seemed to got TBI kind of questioning everything they're doing on this one. But either way, at least they can find themselves a second round.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they'll take what they can get, but now the uphill battle begins. The GR side has to be pretty close to flawless from TBI if they want to win this one. Otherwise, unKnights still going to have a really good chance to just run away with it, especially if they can find themselves a round or 2 early on in the second half. And that's the big difference in this second map. unKnights, when everybody is playing well across the board, they are so hard to handle, and TBI just not going toe-to-toe with them well at all. You can see Penguin here, who had a really good first map, only 2-9 in the second currently. Hunt as well, another one in double digits on map 1, 3-9 in map number 2. So definitely some of the bigger hitters starting to fall off in this series, and this is the time they need the most to shine, as right now it's only 3 away from a 2-0 sweep for unKnights, and this is where they're going to slowly burn the candle in this first round. And normally I am pretty critical of teams playing slow, but in this situation where you have this big of a lead, it makes a lot of sense because it just makes the other team that much more anxious.
Yeah, completely. Absolutely. And I mean, that's the thing, is like when you're down in the round numbers and just things are not going your way, it is a mountain to climb, to say the least. So this is the thing where unKnights, again, they can't lose their cool. Just gotta stick to the game plan, but the same thing here is that TBI, they need to now just go full NOS. They just gotta put everything maximum gear. Not bad at all, because Dirty's gonna be able to find a good cross, and now King trying his best, but he gets caught with the utility, and Dirty now finding himself a secondary kill. This is starting to sing a little bit here. And unKnights down to the 2 players, Kiko and Beck. 2 players that have been clutch factor here for unKnights before. Kiko once again, the reign of terror. The reign of terror! He's the Doombringer, and now he might just be in their nightmares. He's just tagging them with damage, but Dirty's going to be able to keep things interesting with a 4K. Finally, he gets resurrected, and he brings back a multi-kill to keep them in this game.
What a round there. It all came down to Dirty with just a single point of HP staying alive. I'm not sure how he pulled that one off, but honestly, this one already way too close for TBI. That was a 5-on-2 down to just a single HP of difference for them to hold on to, but this time it's a double kill from King to get the ball rolling, and now the GR side starting to feel a little bit more comfortable for TBI, and this is where you've got to be a little bit cautious if you're unKnights. You may have had a spectacular first half, but this is still a tough map to play on the BL side against a team like TBI, so they can't afford to count their eggs before they've hatched just yet, because that could be their ultimate downfall here.
It could be. C4 going to be dropped for unKnights. I was kind of questioning a lot about their BL side. I mean, like, again, I'm really impressed with what we saw from an Ankara, but again, this is a different little bit of a landscape you got to work with. You've already lost Beck. You lost Kiko. Kiko managed 17 kills. It's wild. Not bad at all. Not bad for the young one. But now you got a full roster of TBI alive on this. Again, just leaving the full anchor of Hunt into this B site. You got the float of Booker, so bit of a more passive setup, but it makes a lot of sense because then they can react to this. Right now on Knights, they have to be able to find some opening duels quickly, and Hunt, not bad. He was not able to really do too much damage. At least he can keep himself intact, though. Oh, and even Booker gets the better of Alucard. I thought Alucard was going to have him dead to rights. And now 2 players in the pit, leaving it to Pietro. This is going to be a TBI round, and indeed it will be. Slowly and surely getting themselves round by round into this game, and unKnights, I mean, they were laughing and giggling a lot, and now things might get a little more serious.
Yeah, 2 in a row for TBI makes it a lot closer. They still have a nice little lead to work with, but now they've got to show they can lock things down on the BL side. If they don't get around up on the board soon, it's going to build a lot of confidence into TBI on this defense, and that is the last thing you want if you're unKnights here. They've had so much momentum carrying them since the second half of the first map, and to have that breakdown now as they hit 7 would be a huge bit of loss for them to try and recover from, but this time unKnights, they are going to change things up here, putting 4 towards the A bomb site, having Pietro lurk into the B tunnels, and they could even potentially go for a mid play here. You can see a lot of smokes being thrown onto the middle of this map, and this is going to be a mid-B split. I actually love this call here coming through from unKnights, but they have to be careful. There's 2 players already on the other side of it. Hunt picks up the double. Penguin swoops in to try and hold on here, but Hunt, he's doing all the work underneath, able to find himself 3 before finally going down, and Booker right there for the cleanup. It's 3 in a row now, and TBI, they're back in business.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit worrying for me, like especially with like such a dominant lead in the first half of the 7-2, and TBI have just been able to round by round this. They've been able to find 3 in a row now. what was looking like a 7-2 could have been a quick day at the office here for unKnights. It's starting to build up to be a little bit more suspenseful than that. So unKnights, a lot of work cut out here for Beck. He has to be able to figure out the game plan. He needs to be able to call the strategies. Triple player setup on the defense at A. This is interesting. This is an interesting read indeed. Mid control for unKnights. A lot of utility getting thrown. Hunt just trying to see what he can find through the cubby. Not going to find too much though. And Jin not able to find that opening duel. He needed it. Hunt gets the better of him. And now he can just play back. He can play the numbers. And that's exactly what they'll do. unKnights, once again, going to go for this B hit. But they have to be able to create the space. Pietro needs to be able to find this. Look at this. Right from the back lines, he's able to find himself that double. That could just be enough for them to find their first round into the second half. Dirty and King, though, alive and well. But now Dirty, he's been quiet. He's been able to find himself a little bit more effect on the second half, but it's just not going to be. And Pietro, I believe that was a quad kill, if I'm not mistaken. And what a way for unKnights to finally get themselves something moving.
Yeah, 4 on the round here, but it all comes down to that initial decision on the very quick drop down from Pietro for that first 2K, and now that could be the difference that gets them all the way to that 10th round. And TBI, they may have had 3 in a row, but now the streak has been broken, and they have to show they can still hold strong on this side of the map. And for unKnights, they're only 2 away. They're still playing this one very, very carefully. You can see Beck slowly sneaking into that A connector forward position. Meanwhile, you've got Pietro and Alucard working their way slowly through the B tunnels. Booker on the other side of this smoke, trying to catch a headshot if he can, but not going to be able to find too much here. But it's really just going to be unKnights running down that clock slowly, trying to apply that pressure and see who takes the bait. And King, he may just take the bait after all here. He pushes up underneath the A connector, but if he goes checked, he could go down very quickly.
Interesting position for Beck too. Oh, maybe the nade. Oh, it's actually not going to connect. I thought maybe that would have been able to just reach, but I guess not. I guess a little bit too short. Now Booker holding the tight angle. Oh, he's not able to find more than that one. Takes down Alucard though, so that's going to be the arm removed here from unKnights. Flash is getting thrown. Hunt looks like he might even just try to book it in there, but no. He's going to play patient. He's going to wait for his teammates. Penguin going to be able to find another one. unKnights down in the deficit. C4 going to go down. Pietro, do you commit to an aggressive angle or do you want to tuck away? Looks like he wants to be able to bring the fight. And now TBI just kind of waiting things out with the smoke. Jin able to find the lurk, which is a good duel, but again, still a problematic situation here because TBI is sitting pretty in terms of the numbers. Pietro needs to be really careful, and that's exactly why, because his head's going to get removed. And TBI making this thing closer and closer, Kyle. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 2-round differential, and indeed it is.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension at the end there. A lot of it just came down to a bit of a misplay from Pietro, knowing he had that previous 4 kill, maybe had some extra confidence in going for those fights on the GR spawn, but ultimately he overextends and costs them around there. And now with only 2 separating them, it's going to be up to unKnights to show they can close this one out. They had all the advantages, but they've been quickly taken away, and now they've got to show they can hold on to the lead here. Booker holding the upper B barn, and this is a tough position to fight onto for Alucard. He thinks about going through the smoke, but going to second guess it and back up. Probably the right call here as they reset back towards A long, and this is where TBI might have their chance. They've got this 3-player stack again on the A bomb side, and I actually kind of like this play call. It puts a lot of pressure onto unKnights. If they go to this side of the map, it makes it almost impossible that they'll break through, and especially as they group 3 players up in the A connector, this could be a perfect play call from TBI.
Yeah, the numbers are looking really good, and the positioning from TBI, I love this positioning. I love that King's just going to, again, just be like the guy that's going to go for the first duel. Even if he finds the one, this is going to be good. Because unKnights then have to make a decision if they want to commit to this or not. Double smoke's going to get thrown into mid. Interesting. This is going to pop them out. And Hunt, oh man, just annihilates the 2. Almost able to find that 3rd kill. So now unKnights, that plan's not going to work. They try to go through the funnel. And this is why you don't really go in that kind of a position. Alucard's going to be gifted a kill against King, just overextending his welcome. But now, 45 seconds remaining. This GR side from TBI is getting a little bit more spread thin. This is now where things are not looking the greatest. You have to play these 1-1-1 setups dirty. A big mission at hand. I don't know if he was able to spot Beck. I think he might have just seen it, but takes down Alucard. But this play from Beck, this could change everything. He might be able to find the positioning of this. I don't think he knows. Oh, here we go again. The trigger discipline. Oh my God, Beck! You have to be able to find this kill. He finds Penguin, finds the first. It's labored. Needs to find the second, and indeed he does. And Beck once again taking a note from Kiko. Can he be able to fulfill the destiny? Will he be able to learn a lesson from the young blood and pull up a big clutch situation? Booker now creeping himself on the sidewalk, and now Beck's looking everywhere frantically here with the Alm. He's in a disadvantaged position. He's in the low ground, and Booker just expecting some kind of aggression from Beck. But look at Beck, man. He's not biting at all. He's just still waiting things out. Time is ticking. 15 seconds. Booker still looking for the hunt, and there it is. Unfortunately for Beck, no clutch. But it will be TBI to make this thing even closer.
It's a one-round game now, and it looks like the pause has finally been drawn. unKnights, they're feeling the pressure now. They call the pause to try and rethink how they want to close this one out, and I honestly think this is the perfect moment to do that. If you get the clutch there at the end from Beck, maybe you try and just run it all the way to the finish line, but now this is where they finally risk giving up the lead for the first time in quite a while in this series, and they don't want to let this opportunity slip. They still only need 2 rounds to get this one done, but TBI on the defense has looked like a completely different team in the second half, and you can tell right now they're just trying to talk through their options here. Actually, Jin leading a lot of this conversation to maybe help steer them in the right direction, so we'll see what they come out with, but I think the biggest thing right now that they have to work against is because unKnights was so confident coming out of that first half, it almost caused them to play a little bit too loose, too individually to kick off the second half, and now they're finding themselves in a position where it feels like winning solos is the only option now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look, I'm actually glad that we're getting the timeout because I think for unKnights, they really need to reconfigure. They really need to figure out like motivational speak or something. Like there's clearly a disconnect, but this is a good moment for them to just cool off. They can also talk, and Beck can kind of digest what he thinks could work better, because sometimes when you're just going round by round by round, it can be difficult as an IGL to really take in what is the problem. So now that they're going to utilize this timeout, this is really, really good. But I mean, look, there's still some smiles, there's still some smirks, which is a good thing. Whereas sometimes we normally see some players, they just look locked in and stressed out of their core. But these guys look pretty much the same. But, Kiko definitely in the bottom left there. He's definitely showing a little bit of hope here. But what are we going to see differently from unKnights? I mean, we haven't really seen them push too much on the BL side. We haven't really seen them be that aggressive, really. It was like that one attempt in mid, which was I thought was a bit of an awkward play. I didn't mind it. I think Gaimin Gladiators did that last week. But unfortunately, it is a really risky move. But either way, TBI, we talked a lot about this, and the desk was talking about it, and Hazim was kind of saying, I want that potential, and this is what we were saying. Like, this roster is really rebuilt. We weren't really sure how this core was going to work, and honestly, with Penguin, taking the reins, it's been such an improvement already.
It really has. I'm hoping they can show us what they've got as we hop back into it, but this is where unKnights has a chance to slow things down and rethink what they want to do here. So we'll see if they were able to take advantage of that pause time to maybe close this one out as a 2-0 for themselves. But for TBI, they're on the better side to be on in this situation. A little bit less pressure on their shoulders. They've been winning this half as well, the majority of the rounds. And this is where unKnights is really going to be carving their path aggressively to find an opening to kick it off. You can see Beck going for the clear here on A connector. Nobody going to be on the other side of it, so it's really kind of just running down the clock for TBI, but I actually think this is the right play call after a lot of fights and triple stacks over towards the A bomb site. This time, they put a little bit more resource and energy towards this B side of the map, and especially on mid, because unKnights, one of the things they used to do as a team that nobody seemed to be ready for was these late pushes to take control of mid, but now everybody's been catching on to it. There's a lot more pressure in mid, especially on that push over the top of the bridge, and now unKnights, you can see they're starting to figure out where these players are at, and it's making them a bit more uncertain in the round.
crazy how tense this is. I mean, again, like I still can't get over the fact it was a 7-2 for unKnights. 7-2. They've been only one round this whole second half. It's just been TBI taking charge. And there we go. Now unKnights, not really going to hesitate on the execute. They're not going to go for the nades. They're just going to run on in. They're going to try to see if they can outgun this now. Or really just brute force this situation. And it does actually work out not bad. I mean, the cost of Alucard, but again, that's going to allow them to get the C4 down. Beck is in a big position because he's in the back of mid. If he can be able to find this timing to be able to go for the flank, this could cost everything. This could be now putting, you know, unKnights in a big situation. Then there it is. Beck's able to take down Penguin. This is now a problem because now he can join his teammates. Hunt's now trying to do everything he can. He's going to get annihilated. unKnights using the timeout to their best benefit. And now it's all just down to Dirty. He's in the site. He's fully blind. He's just trying everything he can, but the C4 is just on the other side. This is not a good position for him. All the odds, all the chips against him. And that's going to be it. There's no way he's going to be able to find this. And unKnights will finally put themselves on a map and series point after such a long amount of stress. Maybe they can get it done now.
Yeah, going B the right call there. I'm glad they were able to do it. The A has been really shaky for unKnights, but except for the one round they overextended after getting site control, their B takes have looked really, really solid. So I hope they can keep that going moving forward. But it's actually Alucard who just runs out A, takes down Penguin right away. Dirty doesn't even know what's happening at this point. He's already down to 1 HP, has to just hold on for dear life and hope for the best. But this is what unKnights wanted, a complete disruption, because now there's a flanker already on site. Pietro sneaks up the elevator boxes, finds himself the two-piece. Alucard swings through, and this might be it. Hunt, the only player standing in their way of the 2-0 sweep, but not today. unKnights, a phenomenal final round to get this one done. They find themselves the 2-0 sweep.
Oh man, yeah, it was a 2-0 sweep, but my goodness, what amount of stress that came into this. But these guys look like stone cold killers. They look fine. But you know what? It was definitely a bit of a grueling matchup. But at the end of the day, a win's a win, and unKnights going to be able to find themselves, like you said, the 2-0, but you know, they're going to get themselves in a better position overall for the standings, whereas, like we said, they were kind of sitting on the top of it, right? They were sitting at that 2-0, which means now they're probably still going to be able to retain that #1 spot for the time being. So this is a really cool thing to see for a team like unKnights, just because there's been so much wonder about them. They were like one of the teams I was kind of expecting to get picked up this year by an organization. But, you know, I mean, surely now, like, this is now creating a lot of cool conversation, because this is what we wanted to see from a team like this, and they are starting to deliver results. Yes, it's a bit grueling, and yes, it's a bit of work, but at least they're getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, unKnights is riding high. They're going to be feeling good after a loss yesterday. They bounced back today, and the future looks bright. But that's going to wrap us up. We're going to throw it back to the desk to close out the day. And, of course, we'll see you guys tomorrow as well.
Bye.
and UNK closes the series for themselves and grant themselves a victory, a huge victory to be honest.
Yes.
After yesterday's loss, TBI tried their best, but it didn't matter because UNK played it well.
Man, UNK is insane. No, let me rephrase it. Kiko is super insane, man. Kiko just showed us another level of gameplay tonight with 18 kills throughout the game. 18 kills in CrossFire isn't that easy, by the way, and he wasn't using a sniper, just an AK.
Wow.
And he managed to get an 18 kills throughout the game. When it was 5-1, this was the breaking point for the boys of UNK. It was 4v2. 4 was TBI, 2 was UNK. Kiko was one of the 2 players, and they managed to clutch it. And round 8 is a follow-up to round 6. I mean, when you get a nice round like the one when it was 5-1, automatically you will get another reward for it. You'll get another extra free round. And as long as you have players like Kiko and Petro, yes, it's easy for you to farm some rounds in the early rounds. So the game was easy for UNK. In the middle of the game, the mid game, it was a bit hard for both teams. It was going back and forth, and that's why UNK took a tactical timeout at the end of the game. Maybe if they had won the 8th round for them, they wouldn't have used the tactical pose, but it is what it is if you won the game. I mean, that's the achievement at the end of the day.
And I think both of the teams' play style are the same. They played the same way, but UNK plays better in this term. Kiko on the MVP for this game,
yes,
last
sir.
game, and UNK gets their own victory again. It was a tough game between TBI.
It was.
It wasn't that easy. It wasn't that strong. Even in game 1, it was pretty good. Even for TBI to say that they are better now. They have some, let's say, momentum. They have, let's say, some green light to compete in this season and perform better. But UNK are looking again. It's a bit predicted.
Yes.
What happened yesterday?
Sadly, it's a bit predicted because we really want to see more of TBI, and I'm sad. And I'm a bit hesitant if we're not going to see more of TBI. Like, is that it for TBI and GV?
I don't know. Well, but let's take a look on and some insights from UNK with Kiko, the MVP of this game. Hi, Kiko.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how are you? Congratulations on this game. And it was a close game, or that's our perspective? You saw it easy.
It should have been easier, but we struggled a bit in some rounds, but we managed to get it out.
Yes, we see you performing really, really well on the attacking side.
Not just well, man, bro. It was the 18th round. You had 17 kills, man. When it was 7-5. What are you doing, man?
My team helps me a lot to get the kills, so shout out to my team.
This is what any pro player would say, man. My team, he had 17 kills with an AK, man. First of all, shout out to you, Kiko. Superior performance, man. Can you talk us through the tactical timeout? Because when it was 7-5 for you guys, I saw you guys started to lose some rounds, a bit of a losing streak there. But one tactical timeout just switched on the winning rounds.
I think when you're in a kind of loose streak of rounds like this and you struggle to get some rounds off, it's better to just take a pause, talk out things. Maybe someone is mad, maybe there is something wrong with someone. Just talk it off, everyone, calm down, and we just reset the mental.
Resetting the mental is one of the hardest things to do, and you did it very, very good in the first game and in the second. You granted yourself very helpful win in your journey throughout this season. Kiko, congratulations again on this game.
Congrats, man.
Best of luck
thank you,
in
guys.
the next upcoming match.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that wraps up our day. This third series went for UNK. So the standings are updated, and we are very Yes, the standings will shift again, but not that much because TBI lost. Yes, Anubis won, but UNK won also. So maybe UNK are on the third place remaining. Anubis are the fourth place.
Thing is, we need to see more upsets. We need to see more surprises throughout the league because, in my opinion, the league is going super steady. ROC is winning, UNK is winning, Triple Nine is a bit struggling, TBI here and there.
Surprises, but
Yeah, but we need the big ones.
Yeah.
We need the big guns out, man, for teams like ROC losing. Horace said they will never lose, but that's not in our books. That's in his and his team book. We need to see Triple Nine winning 2 games, getting more and more ahead in the league. Maybe within the next days, hopefully before the weekend, Zika.
Yeah, this is it for day 2 in the week. Second week, we have a lot to talk about next week, but let's have a final look at the standings and see how is everything going on. So ROC on the top of the ladder with 4 wins, 4 matches. UNK 4 matches, but 3 wins, 1 lose, and that's very important that UNK still in the top.
Yeah, they played super good, to be honest, and they do have the confidence to be in such place. The first place isn't an easy place when you play against, among all the stars from UNK, GG, Anubis, and the rest of the teams. The thing is, who's going to continue with us? Because TPI, Entropy, GV, Triple Nine, danger zone, man. They are so in the danger zone. The counter for ROC, UNK, GG, and Anubis.
But this dance won't last long because TBI and Entropy only have 1 win, so Triple Nine or GV getting a win will mean a lot to them and will shift things a bit because when you see rounds for TBI -4, Entropy -10, you see that yes, they have some rounds, but Triple Nine and GV getting a game, getting a series will improve things for them.
I mean, hopefully we see the last part of the standings from the 5th place to the 8th place up there. Hopefully we see more of the teams at Zika. Super excited for tomorrow and after. And of course, I'm super excited for next week games because they will tell us more about the game.
Sure. Tomorrow we continue our last day of this week, second week of CrossFire West League. With you was Zika Star and Hazim X. Thank you, Hazim, for being here with us today, and we'll see you tomorrow.